Hex.com. This is Hex. This is Hex. Yeah. This is Hex. This is Hex. Yeah. This is Hex. This is Hex. Yeah. This is Hex.com. This is Hex. Yes. Hex.com.
This is Hex. This is welcome. Day 2. We're here. Day 2. Everyone, get excited. Look at this. Pulse Wave Vibe is here. How's it going, man? Again, appreciate all the awesome stuff you contributed to the conferences, events, and all that. A lot of amazing, just contributions and donations and community showing up and putting in the work. You do the work. My favorite phrase of all time, perhaps, of the greatest hits of Richard Hart. Pretty good. Today we got a stacked schedule. Yesterday, if you like yesterday, you may like today pretty well as well. There are a ton of great talks today, and we're just getting started. This is day 2 of Hex Week 2025. Yesterday we had about 3 hours worth of content. Today I think there's around 7. I want to say 6 or 7 hours. So pretty good. Great panels, great talks, a lot of great speakers today. Great stuff going on in Hexco. Could we get a Hex Week pump? I don't know. It may be dumping a little bit. It's fine. That's fine. It's we're my body's ready for win up only time. Win ready. Win okay. Dev chart market, new people, whales, whatever you want. We'll get a pump in eventually. It should be fun. So I'm excited. We got a great lineup today. We got Ben coming on first after my monologue here. And Hex bullish stats. Yesterday we skipped the bullish stats because CryptoSoft came on and gave us a bridge update, which was mega bullish. If you didn't see the clip, please check that out on the channel and on the X.com. But today, let me go over the schedule real quick and we'll get into the bullish stuff as well. Give me 1 second. I'll bring it up. Love the intro. Super fun. Go over here and I put it. By the way, look at this. I like this one a lot. Wow. People like that one. I posted like 20 minutes ago. People seem to like that one. Pretty good. Like that's a nice PulseChain train. Pretty good. But also, this is one of my favorite too. Okay. This guy. This was from the Pride thing. Where didn't Elon post like Pride Month is coming, all that stuff, and it's got all the companies who are doing all the logos and all that. And I got the AI to be like, take that guy, but then put Hex logos everywhere. And it took me a little bit, but I got something good out of it. So that's one of my favorite ones as well. We're not here for that. We're here for the schedule. Boom. Let's take a look. Of course, I'm on right now for the next few minutes. And then Ben Sierra is up next, 1:15 Eastern time with What is Liquid Hex? And then we got Hex Jita back, not Jetta, Hex Jita with the Hex Deep Dive and PLS charts. I'll show you the amazing site we do like a lot over at the channel here. And then got Rodrigo Rodas on for options and risk management for Hex. Then C3 Works is coming on. I'll try to come on with him with some of the sessions too and talk about advanced Hex strategies. Then we got the Maximus panel. Come on, Debcatcher, Goki, whoever wants to come on. Any Maximus founders want to come on as well, let me know. We got a panel for that as well to talk about the awesome Maximus stuff that is available. It's a lot of great stuff built on Hex in the last few years. And then Hex staking ladders. Always love to hear about the ladders and strategies there. I've talked about before. I think one of the coolest strategies that I look at these days is what is it? PL, part liquid, part ladder. Talked about that before on the show as well. So I'm sure Crispy will go through some great stuff there. Crypto for College by Graphics. That should be a fun one too. I think that's on crypto education and a few different things. Got so many talks here. It's hard for me to keep up with which ones and where. So I'm excited to look for some of the new content myself. Then we got a Hex Meditation coming up with Brandon. the last one kind of went viral. The meditation that happened at the PulseX conference, which was great too. So I'm excited for that. Ivan, if you're around, the Hex Meditation. Anybody want to tag Ivan on tech and see if you want to stop by for the meditation? You seem to enjoy the last one. Or at least cover it. So that'll be fun. You got Hex Meditation, and then How to Stake Your Health. Daniel's back. Joyful Danish is coming back for that one as well. And building on Hex with C3 Works. C3 Works is the founder of Actuator, by the way. One of the founders, the founder, one of them. And talk about building on Hex. And then what is Communis? And we got the a quick lightning deal with Axis and Crispy on what is Communis. And then Baker Kowski, shout out to Baker Kowski, excited to see him back at the conference as well. So you got Rich with Hex. Hex, what's next? Who came up with these talks? I think it's working pretty well. Coming up with some suggested talks, and people show their interest in them and stuff like that, because it helps. If you're kind of like, I don't know what to talk about, I don't know what to do. You can always join a panel, but also you can just hop on a one of the suggested talks as well. So I'm glad that one got picked up. I know there's like this competition, kind of a mini competition between again with the way I've been doing conferences. The sooner you submit, the sooner you sign up and stuff, the better, because you get priority when I'm thinking about who gets to do what talk. And if one's already taken, then it's some sort of that. Again, no expectations around all that, but the sooner the better. At least I can have you in mind for certain talks. So some people were interested in other talks later on, but didn't submit till later, and I kind of already had someone in mind to do certain ones. But anyways, this one's an awesome one. Glad to see that one coming up. And then Jex has come back. I'm actually excited for this one too. How PulseChain impacts Hex. So that should be pretty fun as well. Jex was on yesterday at the security panel. Great security panel yesterday. And then we got the Hex panel to round out today. Again, the Hex panel is open to everyone. So we may have a few people. We may have a lot of people. We'll see. But if you want to join the Hex panel, I will put the StreamYard link in the chat around that time. And please get it beforehand, because I may or may not be in and out as far as at the keyboard, looking at the chat, all that stuff in order to get it to you. So I don't want anybody waiting in the green room. So please get to it. I'm sure I'll do a reminder later in the day as well for that. But it's open to everyone. So if you're interested, look for the StreamYard link in the chat. And it should be fun. Hex panel. Yesterday's Hex panel was awesome as well. Cairo was there, and RG3 and Papa B and Triple Dad was there as well. Super fun. And then we'll close out the day. Boom. 8 o'clock Eastern time, day 2 closing. And then we'll get ready for the next one. So let's get into the quick hits, bullish Hex stat. I'll say one, there's a lot of different pieces we can go over. I'll drop this link in the chat. But I think this is the one that, and I'm sure I almost want to bring, actually I might bring Ben in. Ben, wave at me in the green room if you're interested in coming on for a couple minutes early to talk about this as well. But just the fact that 90% is staked, and if you don't know the story, the OA laddered out. OA has a huge supply of Hex. They laddered out the Hex stakes over time, over I think it was 10 years or something like that. And this used to be like 9 or 10% that was staked, and then a whole bunch of it got staked. And now there's a ton. Now, what does that do for inflation? Goes down a lot. What does it do for yield? In turn, goes down a lot. If you're staking, now you got to go bigger and longer and all that stuff to get even, I think at what is the max, like 5% or something. You may get 4 or 5% at most right now as far as Hex stakes go. Used to be, you could get like maybe 20, 30, 40. I mean, even bigger percentages if you were in like super early before big payday and all those pieces. There's still ones that are paying a lot over time. I mean, we could even go to, let's just go to HexScout. I could tell you some of the amazing, this is like Godwell. Oops, that didn't work for some reason. Try this again. And I'll go to hexscout.com, portfolio, click on the Godwell. And you can see the type of yield and stuff. So giant well in the ecosystem. Shout out to Godwell. Locked up on this particular one, 14 years on average. Amazing. $6,000 per day I'm making. This was a 209% APY. So Is that a result of getting in super early, staking super long term over time? These are all, some of these are 555 stakes. You can see as well. Some of these are coming up. This one's like 10 years long, all that. And you can see the huge numbers of getting in early and longer and better and all that. So getting in today, if we go to hexcalc.net, another awesome site. And if you were to stake, this is PHEX, you can switch to EHEX or PX if you like, with the little switcher up top here. I always like to do 1 million. And for example, we go 365 days. And we could see that you get about 1.5% APY. However, add a 0 to this, go out about 10 years, and add about almost 5%. And then I imagine 5555 should be around the same. Yeah, maybe a little bit more is calculating as well. So that's the most. So this used to be, I think I have to look up like an old video or something too, or but probably in the 20s, 30%, somewhere through there. 38% APY is the calling card and stuff of the community. And this is pretty cool to see the different predictions and fun stuff you can do by staking and all those pieces. Now, why is it bullish? Why is all this bullish? Why would a giant entity in the ecosystem stake out, ladder out all that time? Why would they cut inflation? Why would they make yield go lower? A couple different theories. I think a couple of the leading theories. One would be to prevent or help people not do the short-term stakes that are just getting the yield and selling and all that stuff. Maybe good for the individual. Again, I'm not saying my personal opinion on that one way or another, but I'm thinking of what an entity may think of that is that would help the hex price dump less, would be to give out less of it through staking, right? So that's one theory. The other one too is one of the key selling points of Hex is for price to go. For price to go up. I got ahead of myself on that one. One of the key selling points of Hex is be able to get yield, be able to lock it up over time, delay gratification, earn more, do this whole like healthy thing that's prevalent everywhere in finance and is just kind of like investing 101 and just how money, all this stuff. So if you take away the biggest marketing point of Hex as far as the high yield goes, after about 5 years of it happening, what is left to market Hex with? Of course, the yield is still there. When the Hex price is much higher, the yield looks more juicy, all that. So how do we market Hex today? This is a conversation I've had a lot too. Well, if the price starts going up, it gets a lot easier to market, because if the price goes up, the yield looks more juicy. Hex terms, if the Hex and USD price goes up, then all of a sudden, instead of saying, oh, I'm only going to make $5 when my Hex stake comes out in Hex terms, if the price is much higher, it may look like you're making $50 or $500 and all that stuff too. So that would, encourage people to be participate in the system, all that stuff. And for marketing it too, but for example, if the price doesn't go higher, then we're still saying, okay, if you stake it, it's a really hard sell right now. How to stake it? Why would you stake Hex? Because you're looking at the yield. It's not that much. Again, you kind of got to be a big believer in the system to participate, when prices are really low as well. And why would people participate? Because they think in the future, the price is going to go higher and they're not be able to get as many T-shares and all that technical stuff. I'm sure we'll get into it Hex Week. But the point of this being bullish is, I imagine the entity doing this wants to cut inflation, wants to prevent dumping, and maybe they anticipate as well, as many of us certainly hope happens, the price goes up a lot. And it's easier to sell, because even if the yield isn't the super high yield like it was before, the price goes up a lot, and the yield is worth a lot more in USD terms, and the green candles are there, so you have more faith in the system and all that fun stuff. So if there is an entity out there, if there are any whales out there, any Hex whales and all that stuff, who would make moves like this, there's speculation that they would think over time, hopefully this bull run, that the price will go up a lot. So to me, all of it being staked out, hey, we'll have the 38% APY, how to sell Hex that way. You make a lot of yield over time. Hey, the price went up a lot. And even if you get 5% APY, or you get 2% or whatever, still worth some money. So I think that's pretty bullish. Maybe you could say the same for the Ink token as well on the farms. The inflation got cut a lot on that. Maybe it's the season for price go up for both. We certainly hope so. So that's pretty bullish to me. I'm excited for it. And that's something that's your bullish stat for day 2. And I'll try to bring some more bullish ones for the rest of the week as well. So it's about time to bring in Mr. Ben Sierra. I'll let him give his quick opinion on this before we get into Liquid Hex. Welcome to next week. Ben, how's it going, man?
Oh, hey, Max. Oh, it's nice to see you. Long time no see. I'm happy to be in Hex Week. I'm currently on the road, enjoying the summer a bit.
Nice.
And yeah, stats are looking great. People know my stats. I already started posting about the July Hex numbers. If you go and follow me on Twitter on Ben Sierra Pro, you can see those reports that I do. And staking is coming back. I'm not sure if you
We're back, baby. We're back. I love it. Yeah, man. What do you think just on the OA staking and stuff too? Do you concur? Is that a bullish thing in your mind? Kind of what I've been talking about the last few minutes?
Yes, I think that is a bullish overall trend, and we can already see staking coming back now, even though we don't have higher prices. So with higher prices, I think that staking will have a comeback, and we enter a new period of Hex doing lower APIs, much more closer to APIs what traditional finance is kind of providing. So I think it's just a new era, and with rising prices, which hopefully come soon, we would see definitely more staking activity, and we can see it already now. So that's very nice to see.
Amazing. We really appreciate your stats, your work on that. So many people in the community just coming up with these amazing numbers to give people information and help them decide for themselves what they believe and if they want to be bearish or bullish or whatever. But sounds like you're bullish. I'm definitely bullish, and I'm excited to kick things off with you, man. So without further ado, if you want to share something on the screen, feel free to let me know. I'll be in the green room, and it's all yours.
All right, cool. Hi, guys. This panel on Hex Week is this time not about the Hex stats that I usually do. People know me by doing a lot of Hex statistics. I do the monthly reports, quarterly reports, and trying to aggregate, see how Hex is developing. And because I had that amount of data and structured in this very unique way, and I like to build things, that's when it occurred to me that I have to build some new stuff for Hexicans to just enjoy, which I came here to talk about. And Max told me, well, talk about it, because there are tokens to mint for Hexicans, and a lot of people don't know. It is called Liquid Hex, and the project is already around for more than a year. And I did my best to tell everybody to show this project. And I will tell you the specifics. It is very unique because I had this very unique opportunity to use the Hex data and use the Hex truth engine to create just a very unique experience. And there was no sacrifice or anything, and everything was quite open, just to disclaim. And also, Max didn't get any like Hex tokens in the background for me talking about it. He's just a Hex community member who wants to showcase what other people build on top of Hex or for Hexicans. And I really like that. I really like that there's even a communist panel, Hadron Icosa panel throughout this day and the other days. And this is awesome. So many other projects are out there which are not yet that much adopted or are even lower market cap than Liquid Hex. But it's a very nice thing to highlight all of these things. So yeah, Liquid Hex, again, for many people who don't know, it is a token that hexicans can mint based on their stakes that they made before 2024 May. I forgot that date, but May 2024. And the idea was, well, I want to give like the best, the strongest hexicans who are the best crypto holders, and another additional token, especially after Hex on Ethereum had this really big dump in last year. I thought it would be nice to have like a token who are really committed to Hex and hold through. And that's why I aggregated all the Uniswap data from back days, and I checked who did sell a lot. And those people got forked out of getting Liquid Hex tokens. Short-term stakers got also forked out. So everybody who staked only less than 2 years, they got forked out. Only the long-term stakes, more than 2 years, got to have these L-Hex stakes. Because basically what Liquid Hex is, it is kind of a fork of the Hex state on Ethereum. It's not the fork of the Hex code because it's not open source, but this, the state of the stakes was forked over onto PulseChain, and I even was able to calculate all the future interest on those stakes, so that the L-Hex stakes still have the old Hex payouts calculated in. And yeah, so this is in essence what Liquid Hex is. It was given to these very, very strong holders. Also, people who emergency end staked, they did not get Liquid Hex, because through the data, I was seeing that people who emergency end staked were associated to selling like continuously over time. So those group of people, of course, there are exceptions. And back then with the community, we were going back and forth of how to do it the best way. And I went by looking at the data and seeing, like, because in the end, I wanted to give this additional cool reward that hexicans can mint, and they can be sure that only like the hardcore hexicans are able to get these tokens, are able to mint the supply of Liquid Hex. Additionally, you want to know maybe that you don't mint all the Liquid Hex amounts at the same time, but they are forked, like they are forked in a way that they're coming out like your Hex stakes. You can mint 1 year in advance or 1 year afterwards. There are no penalties. So you have a 2 years of a window where you can mint your Liquid Hex for those old stakes. And this is cool because maybe if you didn't know, then you can go and mint them now, even though it's almost 1 year too late. So that's awesome. And the other thing is that these Liquid Hex stakes are coming out in 15 years. So all the supply is not like put on the market at the same place, but they come out in 15 years. So the supply is increasing gradually. Another aspect that I really liked about Liquid Hex and how I designed it is that I wanted to teach something about cryptography. While we're in cryptocurrency, we could learn something about cryptography. And the way how you can mint Liquid Hex is by providing a Merkle proof. And at the very beginning of the Liquid Hex days, the front end was not so easy. So you had to input everything manually. But you were able to learn of what a Merkle tree is, what a Merkle proof is, and what a Merkle root is. And this cryptographic technology is able to show you that here's the list of all the people who can mint all of these amounts, and you can validate it with the Merkle root, so that you know that nothing was tampered with, so that everybody gets the exact amount, and there's no one who can like mint all of a sudden 100 billion Liquid Hex. And a lot of people had a pleasure of learning about Merkle trees and Merkle roots. At this point, I simplified things, and the front ends are very easy to use. The other thing is that I developed a downloadable DeFi front end for Liquid Hex, and I iterated over it. Now today I released version 3.0.2, which is a downloadable DeFi front end, which is not hosted. So you can, by the way, I provide the links to Max, and he can add it to the chat so that people get all the links. But the main website is liquidhex.eu. There you can get all the information. But the previous front-end version for version 2 is still hosted because it's a very lightweight front end, and it doesn't cost me that much in the back end. But version 3 has very many perks. It has basically a bar chart. You can see of when your Liquid Hex stakes are expiring. You can actually view other addresses, which you can do on this panel. Why not show you actually the front end and how it looks while we're at it? I will quickly drop all the links in a private chat to Max, and then he can send those links in the comment section. And I also will present here. I hope he hears it, but I think he listens. I will share my screen. And where is it? Where is it? Yeah, there you go. All right, Max was listening. So this is currently the Liquid Hex version 3 frontend, which I just connected with a random address. But it has a very nice feature where you can input a certain address, and you can view what that address is doing. And I chose a particular address, a big hex whale. A big hex whale, one of the biggest hex whales actually, who minted his LHex, or some LHex stakes, which we will see. But first, so I'm not sure if you see that I swapped. Here I'm on hexscout.com, which is a fantastic website. This is, the big hex whale having more than 4 billion hex. This is the account that also minted Liquid Hex, which I was just very happy that somebody of the magnitude like this big hex whale was minting Liquid Hex and had a good experience. Because that's why I built Liquid Hex for Hexicans, to mint it. Let me go over. Yeah, I just wanted to copy the address, and let's view him. While it's loading, I can also tell you that also one of my designs for Liquid Hex was to have it as a scarce coin. So once Liquid Hex is minted, it's you cannot stake it, so you cannot inflate it even more. If you sell your Liquid Hex, then that's it, because it was a fork of Hex from Ethereum. You cannot make new stakes. If you sell your Liquid Hex, that's it, it's gone. So it has a limited supply, and in 15 years, all of the Liquid Hex will be minted. Theoretically, there can be 300 billion Liquid Hex can be minted, which is much less than what Hex can be minted, and already more than 10 billion Liquid Hex are already burned. Did I? Okay. Finally, my front end loaded. Sometimes it takes a bit, but this big hex whale has an L-Hex balance of 60.5 million. As you can see under stakes minted, 28 of his stakes were minted from 168. And he can still mint 5.28 billion, but not right now. He can currently mint only 65 million. So if you're watching, hey, you can mint some additional L-Hex and do it because it expires at one point. Further down, you can actually check the individual stakes, and you can see all the minted ones and scroll down. You can also filter here for the mintable stakes. So then we see the mintable stakes of this big hex whale. We can also see if any stakes got expired. No, the whale did not leave any L-Hex stake expiring there. Yeah, we can view the locked ones. And yeah, if it's your address which you're connected through MetaMask with or through Rebby Wallet, then there would be under the action column, you would see like a mint button if you can mint it. But what else can we see on the front end? It's a nice bar chart of actually the expiring stakes. You can also filter for dates. But let's click on yearly, and we can see for each year when the L-Hex amounts can be minted. And as you can see, this whale has 4.1 billion coming out in 2034. So until then, he has to wait, because you cannot just mint the L-Hex amount before. We can see that here in green that early 24 was completely minted, as well as the stakes in 2023. But in 2025, there's still a lot that he can mint. We can go to daily overview, and yeah, we could also just to show it a little bit. Yeah, you can filter for the dates, and you see your expiring stakes in a bar chart on a daily basis. It only shows the exact days, so it doesn't show you days in between where no L-Hex stake is expiring. But yeah, so that is the front end. That's the latest and greatest that I'm using, and I encourage, as you can see in the URL, to host it yourself, because that's why we're here for. And the front end is also open source. I'm saying also. The contract is not open source, but the front end is open source. So you can download it from the GitHub, any release that you want, and run it on your computer. Some people really easily do it. Some people have problems. I just discovered this problem with the newest MetaMask wallet, which I fixed in the newest release. But yeah, I can disappear and you can use the LHEC frontends. I mean, that's what Hex taught us. You know, that's the legacy of Hex. And I like to build things under the same principle. I like basically a good store of value. I like people who are good holders, and I like to have downloadable DeFi front ends, which I can run from anywhere and host on my own machine. Some history about LHEX. It was really interesting to see that on the first day when LHEX launched, it was the biggest price volatility. Since then, we have not seen that kind of price volatility, but it basically went from 0.00001 and went up and overtook the price of eHex and almost overtook the price of pHex just on the first day because people over speculated it. But one of the design decisions that I also did for Liquid Hex is to have one more additional address. It's called the Liquidity address that got some Liquid Hex amounts over 15 years so that address can provide liquidity. So all the other addresses have basically forks of their hex stakes. This one got some additional one, and it provided liquidity from this on, but people just over speculated on the first day and drove up the price really high, and then it came down and it stabilized at a certain price. And at this day, we're still up 7x from the starting price, which I'm really happy. So I designed the whole system to start at a low market cap, so that the price chart can go up from there on. Because I see many times that when you can mint a lot of free tokens in a certain project, then what happens is, if liquidity pools are not set up initially, that people price up those projects just very high at the beginning and they crash really strong. So I wanted to avoid that. At the same time, people over speculated on the first day Liquid Hex. So that was funny to see. And I did not stop building. I still like to build. I still like to build new things. And Liquid Hex is quite unique in the regards of how I don't think that any other token has that. And it's because of Hex that I was able to create Liquid Hex, because all of the trading activity happened on chain, and I had multiple years of data where I could just calculate for each address, like who was selling, who was not selling, and then just exclude them from the list of being eligible to mint Liquid Hex. And I basically did this token for myself as well. So because I'm a really good staker and I have these old stakes, I like to mint my Liquid Hex and then show that I'm not selling, and I like to hold it. And I'm also very happy that I know that the other people who can mint Liquid Hex are also really good holders. Obviously, there are some people who did not respect the project in that sense, or they needed some cash and they cashed out. They sold their Liquid Hex. But now we are at 300 something, so 300 plus holders. I'm really happy that I think most of the people in the group were very pleased and happy about learning about Merkle trees, learning of how to host a front end. At this day of AI, you can very easily choose your AI chat bot and ask your AI, hey, here's this open source front end that I would like to run on my own computer. This is my hardware. And then the AI can actually help you to set it up if you're not technical and you don't know how to do it. For anybody who wants convenience, the version 2 of the front end is hosted. And one more great thing, which I wanted to say, is then I built another token, which you can mint soon with Liquid Hex. And that is basically a fork of Liquid Hex. I like to incrementally work and like to incrementally add features. And that new token is called Sway. And again, there's just no sacrifice whatsoever. Hexicans who minted Liquid Hex and are holding Liquid Hex can mint the new token, which will have a savings feature. So I think that is really awesome. And I audited it, and I just released the audit because I got it back a couple of weeks ago. And it's part of Liquid Hex because it will be connected with, hopefully, with the Liquidity. And talking about Liquidity, Liquid Hex is tied to Hex on PulseChain and Hex on Ethereum, and to Pulse itself. So these are the 3 biggest liquidity pools on PulseX. I always think that liquidity is quite important. And currently I saw, I think 7 or 8K in dollars value of liquidity for Liquid Hex. So that is quite a good amount. And also they rise together by Hart's law. So as if you think that PulseChain and Hex is going to rise, then Liquid Hex will rise with them. And so will most probably the new token that Liquid Hex holders are getting.
Liquid Hex.
MX.
How's it going?
Yeah, I hope I was able to try to show all of the aspects of Liquid Hex, trying to talk about a little bit about the history, about how I designed it, and where the front ends are. Yeah. Are there any? I did not look at the comments. Do you have any questions, Max,
let me take a look. I think I'm pretty familiar with it. It's not a new thing. The project itself launched about a year or so ago. I remember.
Yes.
And, somebody, great. Now I can sell my Hex and PLS for his token.
Nah, don't sell your Hex.
Don't sell your Hex.
It was.
I want that T-shirt. I made a lot of T-shirts. Maybe don't sell your Hex. Don't sell your. This one's. I'm trying to get 1,000 T-shares. Trying to get 1,000 T-shares. This is a sister shirt of the. I'm not trying to be 1,000 there. This is. I'm trying to get 1,000 T-shares. Don't sell your Hex shirt. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone has to sell their Hex or PLS for this particular one. Sure, there's plenty of meme coins everyone's out there gambling on. They'll be like, you know what? I need more exposure to Hex, and they'll choose products that they believe in that do that if they want to do that as well. Don't sell your Hex.
Don't sell your Hex, and yeah, was not necessarily the design of Liquid Hex that you have to sell your Hex for Liquid Hex. It was just to show the appreciation, and it needs to have some value and some liquidity so that you have to keep on holding and show that you can hold on some liquid coins.
The diamondest of hands. There's another comment here is your glasses are cool. Fun fact, we talked about this many times. They are not hexagons, though. Those are impractical, but they are octagons.
Octagons. They are octagons.
Okay.
But
Fun
I
fact.
like that everybody associates my octagon glasses with hexagon glasses because I think that's how I choose them as well. Like I really like the look, and I'm like they reminded me of Hex. And was it top of the bull market when I got them? Something like that. That's when I switched.
Got one other question here from Carol. Is the Liquid Hex planned to be minted in the same rotation on PulseChain? What is the opportunity to stake on Ethereum chain than on PulseChain? Parse that one.
Not exactly sure what
same ratio. Maybe what's the difference between Liquid Hex on PulseChain and Ethereum and the minting? Right through there.
So Liquid Hex only exists on PulseChain, but it's a fork of the Hex from Ethereum. So maybe that clarifies, and it's in the same ratio. So if you had 1,000 Hex staked and you got an interest on it, you got to pay out another 1,000 within your stake. So it's like 2,000 Hex. Then you get 2,000 Liquid Hex. So it's like 1-to-1 ratio. As well as I predicted the payouts into the future conservatively, which is good that I did because we had that kind of Hex halvening. A lot of people said I was very conservative with my payout estimations. But look now, they are overestimating at this point. But yeah, so it's a 1-to-1 ratio from Hex on Ethereum stakes.
Gotcha. Awesome. Glad we get that in.
Somebody asked me, RH didn't sue me.
Oh, well, yeah, Hex fork.
I did not fork the Hex code, just the state. Just the state.
Oh, that's a good clarification too. Yeah, it's open source. Even the Hex contract is open source software too. So it's not if it's a verified contract, it is the code is open source, right? So anyone could fork that Hex token.
Technically you can do that, but
you can't force the community though. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, but you cannot. If you deploy it as a public person, like you would deploy Hex again, I don't think you are allowed to do that. It's not open source. It doesn't have an open source license, and so rights are usually reserved. But yeah, that's an interesting aspect if you have viewable contracts on the blockchain.
I think so. I guess it's what license they are. Ooh, that's it. Okay, maybe it goes back to that. I guess there are licenses for smart contracts. So to what kind of license they have. Okay, so maybe
for example,
I'll defer to the license, whatever it was produced to.
Yeah, for example, Uniswap v3 had a license that it became, I think, open source only after 2 years. So you were not able to fork Uniswap v3 until then. And so in that fashion, you are not allowed to fork the Hex code in any way and redeploy it, as I understand it.
We're about to find out because I'm Mass AI. I'm curious about this. Let's see. Could you fork the Hex token? I wonder what it says. So it's been a minute or so. Because I know there's licenses for the code, but when I think about it, I just think of any contract that's verified, you have the source code there. I guess the source code does have a license for it, and you got to go by the license. But it's not like everything has a license or it is public domain, from what I understand. So unless it has a license that says you can't fork it, I don't know. It always struck me as I always assumed anyone could fork it. It's just like, why would you? Like, unless you're gonna do something, like you can't. It's not like anyone's going to back it unless you were to, because again, we have the community rallied around Hex instead of like forks of Hex, for example. Oh, come on, GPT, you got to be faster than this.
For sure, but then many people would have forked Uniswap v3 earlier. which they didn't.
Well, that one explicitly said it, but I've never seen what Hex says that you can't do it. So
I think it does not have a license, I think, in the code.
Contract. Yeah, I've never seen a license for the Hex in the Hex contract.
It's usually the first line of code, and I don't think it has.
Oh, all rights reserved is not licensed for copying. In case code is not open source, but you do not have legal permission to copy modification. So no open source license, all rights reserved, reads modification. Maybe so. Maybe it isn't. So it is open source. So let's be clear on that. It is open source, but you can read the source code because it is a verified contract. But it is not. The license doesn't permit you to copy it or copy it, I guess. Is that right? No open source license, but it is open source as in you can see the source code. The source is open.
Okay, like that it's open source that you can see it. It's viewable. But you can, it's not an open source license. It's usually this MIT open source license. Yeah, so if you go on Etherscan and just view the first line of code, might be that there is there anything? No. Yeah, I remember that it did not provide any license specification on that. But I even think that Richard even clarified this and talked about it. And I think it's a good protective thing, meaning that if somebody would like to kind of replicate your code, then like even if technically it's possible, it's legally questionable, I don't know.
There's a lot of precedent. There's a lot of precedent for open source code. I mean, again, I defer on the side of like, I think I'm very much in favor of open source and all that. And I think that if you have a good enough product, it'll stand on its own and people copy it, but you can't copy the community anyway. So I always assumed Hex contract was open source, and it is open source. I always assumed it was like an open, like I didn't even think about the license trying to protect it from being copied. But I don't know. I think there's certain things I have to look into. Again, everyone in the chat listening, don't quote me on any stuff.
Like if it's not open, like if the smart contract is not open source and it's a token, then it means that the network effect can grow and you can be secure, and the people who are in that token can be secure that that token will not exist again on the same chain, right? Because you can fork a chain. So if you want to fork Hex and want to be legally in the green zone, I guess you have to make a whole blockchain.
Interesting.
Well, if you fork a whole blockchain, then you can get Hex on it, right? Because you fork like PulseChain or Ethereum. I mean, a fun idea.
Going down a rabbit hole now. You got me. You may going down it. I want to see where it says it because it says that, but I don't see it. Is it all there at the bottom? Okay, I'll look at it later. It's conference time. But anyways, that's an interesting point. Yes. Yeah. I was like, show me where it says it. I don't see where it's at on there. Oh, it's on is it on the GitHub? So the contract's here. Okay. Contract. But it doesn't say it on the there's no comment on the token. That's why I never saw the license, because there's no comment on the
I think he missed it. And really? Then he said, and he said he has to check on it, and then he checked on it, and then in a later stream he said, well, that all rights are reserved, if no license is specified, then you earn the rights anyway.
If no license specified, I always thought that was meant public domain. If no license is specified,
it's like with the picture, like somebody is illustrating a picture and it's not specifying anything, you're still kind of the one
pictures,
owning
though.
the rights.
I think there's a different one for that. I think that's
maybe.
Well, and there's also this weird stuff like, what is it? You can't take a picture in France of the Eiffel Tower or some stuff. I don't want to get into European funny stuff on trademarks and rights, but I don't know. That one always struck me as kind of strange. It's a little different, and across the world too. I think it's a little different in Europe versus America versus Asia and stuff too. Pop codes. Anyone can read it, interact with it, even replicate it if it's deployed logic by deploying the same bytecode again. Okay. What matters is the source code license, not the fact that bytecode exists on the chain. If author publishes Solidity source attaches open source license. See, I don't see the license on there though. If the author publishes source all rights reserved like Hex does a company. I know you keep saying that, but I don't see it on the blockchain. I see it on the GitHub, but I don't see it on the blockchain. But maybe it's the same. I don't know. We can do that license.
In short, no license specified. Legally, all rights reserved by default.
You're correct. I always assumed it was the opposite. I always thought it would
If
be
the
like,
AI is correct.
yeah, that's true. If this is correct as well. Interesting. Okay. All right. Now we kind of know somewhat more about it, maybe. Anyways, awesome stuff, Ben. Always good to have you on here and riff with you on this stuff. And yeah, are you coming back? You're coming back at some point, right?
Yeah, I'm coming back. You put me onto some nice panels. So the next one will be Bitcoin versus Hex. That would be not. I think we went through that so multiple times. I have a fun new approach. I think it will be a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to that one. And then there's a communist panel, which is also very nice.
Communist, not communist.
All right. I'm European.
Every time somebody says communist, I just think communist. And
yeah, it's just on my lips here in Europe.
Yeah.
Communists. There you go. Yeah, that would be a nice panel. I have used communists kind of since day one, so that will be a fun one too. And again, it's really nice that you're highlighting all of these different projects in the Hex Week, as well as I think Hex Geta is coming next.
Geta. The last
Hex
correction.
Geta. Yeah, correct me on these.
It's okay. It's okay. Everyone gets those two wrong anyways. Don't worry. You got to talk to them a bunch of times, or like hear it so many times, or see somebody correct it one time. Oh, okay. Like Piteous. Is it Piteous or Piteous? I'm pretty sure they told me it's, or I saw some tweet they said, or someone said about it's Piteous. I want to say Piteous, but it's Piteous, I think.
Yeah, but again, I used to watch Dragon Ball, and for me, my European, it's like, Vegeta, not with a G. So yeah, sorry.
Oh, how do you say it? How do you say it in the way you say it? Negata?
Vegeta.
Yeah. Hex Negata. All right, I'm gonna introduce him as that now. I love it.
All right, I like his stuff, and like that he's building further and further and iterating over the things that he is building. I really like that.
Cool. Well, you'll have to be in the chat and see the demo. He's about to do it. See us in Bullish Hex stats.
Cool.
Great.
I'm gonna be in the chat.
Awesome, man. I'll see you later.
See you later.
Yeah. All right. Don't worry, Hex Negata. You're up. And you got your full time.
Yes.
You got your full time. How's it going?
Okay. Yeah, doing good. How are you, Max?
Doing fantastic. Excited for the deep dive on PulseCharts, one of my new favorite websites. So well done, man. Well done.
Yeah. Thanks for shouting it out and using it. I saw you feature it in. Yeah, I see you feature the bridge here and there and stuff. So thanks for that.
Oh yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I did the bridge stats yesterday, and it came in handy as of course as well. So very fun. Again, where I had to go into the fucking contract deep dive, but no, you get your full 30 minutes. I'll make up on the other ones, and I'll see you soon.
Cool. All right. Cool. I guess I'm live. So hey everyone, I will go ahead and introduce myself here before I jump into sharing my screen. But I'm Hex Geta. I'm kind of the guy that cosplays as a Dragon Ball Z character on Twitter while building cool little apps. Like I don't make money from this, right? But I have an investment in PulseChain and Hex, and I want to see Hex succeed. I believe in Hex as a financial product, and I've just been building in public. Really, I have a few sites now, a few little tools here and there. I started looking to Maxi, which was a statistics website detailing Maximus Dao tokens and kind of the relationship between the market price and the actual value of the tokens. And then more recently, I started building a kind of a portfolio tracker slash dashboard. Think of it as a GoPulse replacement. Yeah, like kind of inspired by those guys and this kind of the depth of their ability to put together GoPulse. And yeah, wanted to put something together to kind of replace what they've done, since they seem to be very quiet right now. So bought the domain PulseCharts, PLS charts, and yeah, I'll share my screen now and walk you through it, since that's, let me share my window. I may have to do it over here in the same Chrome tab. Okay, so I think we're good to go. Can you see my screen all right? Just double checking on the live stream, but we should be good. Yeah, okay. So this is PulseCharts. It is a dashboard showing all the prices of the core tokens. Yeah, there we go. Showing a dashboard of all the core tokens. It is a bit of a red day today, but yeah, if you've used GoPulse before, you'd be very familiar with this kind of experience that you see here. The site has a lot of cool things. So we've got the leagues, which shows you all the core tokens, the leagues, so the breakdown for if you're a squid, a dolphin, a shark, etc. One cool unique thing here is it's showing you the holder counts per league, and these are liquid leagues specifically. So you can kind of eye up how many other users are in any one league. So that's pretty cool. So we've got Pulse, PulseX, Inc. We've got both hexes on both chains. We also got Hedron, Icosa, Communist, and also has like a lot of the kind of main ecosystem coins, a lot of the main memes. So you can kind of go through and click on any one of the coins and it will generate the leagues here for you on the fly. So that's the leagues. It's also got a bridge page, which keeps track of the bridge value. We saw some recent inflows on the bridge, so that was cool to see. You can kind of keep track of that there. Details on gas, so how much cheaper we are versus Ethereum. 53x cheaper right now, and you can kind of see all the different types of swaps that we have going on, whether there's like spikes in gas fees over the past 24 hours. Validators. This is pretty cool. It's a bit different than how GoPulse did it. So GoPulse, I believe they did it based on some kind of metadata. So ranking each of the biggest validators by the metadata on the validator. But that, in my opinion, is not the best way, because then like validator stores like way at the top, and that has a bunch of people inside it or using David Feeder's hardware. So I've done it by withdrawal address. And so you can kind of see Validator X right at the top in second place, Vouch, and these are like liquid staking protocols. So there's a bunch of people using those protocols, which is pretty cool. So about $6 million in each of those. And that lets you, I believe, hold liquid kind of staked Pulse tokens in the same way that we have staked ETH on Ethereum. And then you can kind of see withdrawal address for each of them. And it should load up. Don't know if you can see that. Yes, you can. Okay. So it should load up the block explorer for each of the addresses, so you can dig into that. And then a chart which shows the same thing as the table, but you can kind of see how, the top 10 validators are the bulk of them. And then, yeah, as you'd expect, then there's the rest. Then we get to the kind of portfolio. So let me grab my wallets that I'm going to be using in this demo here. Let me just, Max, if it's okay, I'll just go ahead and share my screen a bit differently. Entire screen, Chrome tab. Okay, Chrome tab. I will do Chrome tab. There we go. So on the home page, to get started with the portfolio tracker, what you're going to want to do is down here, you can go ahead and check your airdrop. If you have addresses, you can paste in one or more addresses. We'll just wait for that to load. And then you'll be able to see your airdrop value. So that's 83K in this wallet, all of your PulseChain coins. And then at the bottom, you can go ahead and click Create Portfolio. Is my screen being shared? That's the thing. I believe it is. Cool. So that's 10 million in this portfolio, and you can kind of see it's laid out in a very similar way as GoPulse was. You've got your chain toggle here, so if you wanted to toggle to and from Ethereum or PulseChain, you can go ahead and do that. So actually, most of these wallets are actually on Ethereum, and then on PulseChain you have this view. Let me go ahead and reload this. Can everyone see my screen? No. Let me stop sharing my screen and reshare, since Max may be on a toilet break. Okay, I think that should work again. I will just need to see why I'm not getting any hex stakes up here. Huh. Ah, because I'm on... Have I filtered it out? Apologies, everyone. Need to see why I'm not getting any hex stakes up. No active hex stakes. So my wallets may not be... Let me add a few more wallets. Sorry, I've got so many test wallets here. Apologies, guys. Let me just get all the different types of wallets. It's hard with using other people's wallets. So let me get the HSI example and the Maximus example. Okay, we should have stuff. Cool. So now imagine you've started, you have your different addresses. You can go ahead and click on this pencil icon and see the addresses that you've actually added. So you have address 1, address 2. You can go ahead and rename those to cold 1, click save, hot 1. You know, we've all got our different addresses, right? Go ahead and rename those. They'll be saved for you on your device. So just use a Chrome user or a computer that you're not, clearing your browsing history and cache often, because a lot of this stuff is built with privacy in mind, so it will be cleared, and I don't track anything on my side. So you can see for all of these wallets, now I've renamed these guys. If I wanted to just see hot 1, not the best example wallet since it holds barely anything. Okay, cold 1. We're going to be seeing the filtered view. We can, toggle 3. I see a comment here. Are you planning on making PulseCharts website more colorful and user-friendly, a la Hex Scout? Not right now. Still going for the minimal design. Okay, Max is here. Awesome. And you knew you wouldn't leave me. But yeah, to continue on with the features then, because there's a lot here, you're going to be able to see your liquid balances, right? That's what you see in this token balances table. You're going to be able to see your hex stakes, which is what threw me off just earlier. Lots and lots of hex stakes all listed up. These particular wallets own a lot. You can load more and continue to see all of them. It's sorted in a specific way right now to show you kind of the best user experience. I thought would show you the one ending earliest, but you can sort by progress, sort by start date to do it like that, sort by amount. you can do a lot of stuff. More stats. You can drop down with the more stats and see a breakdown of all of your hex data on both chains. So the amount of total liquid hex, so this isn't just the staked stuff, the amount of total hex you have, the total natively staked hex, and the percentage, so your share of liquid to staked hex, the dollar value. You can see how many stakes you have on both chains. This user has 2 more on PulseChain. You can see your average APY, your average stake length. I mean, you know, the level of hex staking stats that you have available to you here is like really mind-blowing, even for me. Like, I built this for me. This is everything that I wanted to see for my stakes. You can see the principal. You can see the yield so far, the progress so far. The chain is like clearly indicated. The end date is clearly indicated. The APY, the T shares of each stake. You can also click on this address and filter just for that address. So if you see an interesting stake, you can say, okay, 1AA0, I'm going to filter just for 1AA0 and see all of his stakes. There you go. You can see your total hex value. So this is your total staked hex, which is also mirrored here. But then on the more stats, you can see your total hex value, which for me, with certain goals that I had in mind, that was really key. I don't want to just see my total staked hex dollar value or my liquid value or my HSIs and Maximus stuff separate. I want to see it all. So that was pretty cool. You can see your ended stakes. And this particular set of users has been pretty good at ending them. But if you have a late ended stake, which unfortunately I don't have in my test wallets today, it would be red and it would have a label that it was ended late. Or if it was early end staked, it would have a red label that it was early end staked. You can also see the stakes that receive the bigger pays better bonus. The big payday stakes. So that's pretty cool. And they receive significantly more APY. So that's the hex stakes. There's a lot more in the hex stake section, but I'll go over some of the other features for now, just to give you an overview. Going back to the token balances, you get to see your league for each of the tokens that you hold, which is very nice. So the units, but then also the dollar amounts, and also the wrapped eHex and any wrapped coins from Ethereum will be counted under your native eHex league, if that makes sense. So this row up here, Hex on ETH, you have 90 million. This row here, 7.7. You're going to be able to click on this shark position here and see 98 million hex total, and it's still a shark position. But the wrapped hex and the native hex combined, that's going to be combined for you, and you're going to be able to see your league pretty nicely. You have links to deck screening. You have links to copy the contract address. You're able to sort by amount. So, there's a lot of dust here. We would like to get rid of that at some point. The 24-hour change, you can sort by dollar amount or percentage amount, which is pretty nice. We don't have too many in green today, but you can kind of see, it also resorts for you. So the biggest kind of dollar loser for these sets of wallets is ETH, just because of the position size. So you can really do a lot. Now, if we go back to sorting by amount, we can get to the settings. So the settings, there's a lot you can do here. One of the cool things is hide dust. So if we're going to hide dust, we could hide everything less than $1. There's still dust here because some of these tokens don't have prices. So if you wanted to go ahead and toggle this off, then you're going to hide everything which doesn't have a price feed, and your portfolio tracker is going to look much cleaner and reduce noise. In an update that I'll be bringing soon, it's actually quite a big update. you're going to be able to toggle on and off tokens. So there'll be an advanced token manager. If you have tokens that you don't want to, you can toggle those off kind of permanently. You'll be able to add custom tokens. So if you're a founder of a coin, or if you launch your own coin, or just want to track a very, very small coin, you'll be able to add custom tokens to your portfolio very soon in the settings, where you'll be able to paste the contract address and the price, and everything will be pulled in for you. So that will be super powerful, because yeah, you'll be able to track, those microcaps. Validators, you can manually add validators. Let's just filter off. So yeah, if you filter off anything, you can see just validators, or just hex stakes and validators, if you'd ever want to see that. And then your validator amount will be here. Let's start from the top then. So Maxi tokens, if you aren't able to get a price for some of the Maximus Dao tokens, like let me just find Maxi here. Yeah, so Maxi has a price on Ethereum, which is good. But if you aren't able to get a price, let me just toggle off dust. Okay, so Maxi on Ethereum currently doesn't have a price feed, and even though it should kind of be valued, at least at the hex price, but it's just because of the lack of volume or lack of liquidity currently, but it's still backed by hex. And so what you can do is, in the settings, you can toggle on use the backing price, and this doesn't just use the hex price instead. I have the data on how much Maxi's backing value is, so you can use that, and it's actually about 2.1 or so hex. So if you turn that on, you're going to see not only eMaxi, which, gosh, where is it now? Because now it has a small. Okay, so Maxi on Ethereum, it went from 0 to 4.5K. So you can see that that's going to be adding, adding to your portfolio, even though it's not redeemable for another, 8 years, 12 years. So what else in the settings? I'm telling you, we're packing punches here. We've got a lot going on in the settings. Include pooled and HSI stakes. So if you turn that on, let's just look at the hex stakes then. So if you turn on HSI stakes, you're now going to be able to see all your HSI stakes, full HSI support. It's amazing. Again, you can filter by address, only address 6. I don't want to see anything else. I think address 6 is the only one that has HSIs, because that's my example address for the HSIs. So you could go in, it's just so good. It's just so good. HSI wallet. Okay. Again, these are the ended ones. Do they have any active? Yes, they do. They have active ones, and they're, again, all the HSI wallet. A bunch of 5 max length stakes from this wallet. They've gone kind of crazy with the HSIs, haven't they? This specific wallet. Go back to native. And what do I want to show you? I want to show you the breakdown now. So now that we've turned on pooled staking support and HSI support, you're not only going to be able to see the solo stakes, you're going to see the HSIs, and you're going to see the pooled stakes side by side, which is just like amazing. So you're going to see the dollar value at a high level, and then you're going to see the breakdown of how much hex is in those stakes, the HSIs, the hex in those as well, the pooled stakes, so how much hex is in the backing of the tokens that you actually hold. So Maxi, Deci, Trio, Lucky, Base. How many pooled tokens you hold, how many T-shares they represent, the average APY, and then the total staked hex across all of these different contracts. And this is, I mean, if you're watching this conference, you love hex derivatives. Like, I personally love people doing cool stuff. Like, we just had Ben on. I love people doing cool stuff with hex. And so the fact that you can see all of this here is just like really valuable for you as a user. So please give it a go. I know it looks boring because it's in the settings, but it's really powerful when you turn it on. Liquidity positions. I recently added liquidity positions. Tell me there's liquidity positions in this. No, there's no one has liquidity. Are you kidding me? let me quickly switch over to this. Okay, so in this, yeah, so in this view, you can see kind of the breakdown of liquidity. I don't have the exact wallet to hand, but it looks like this. If you click on the drop down, you're going to be able to see the breakdown of the actual coins in those PulseX liquidity positions. I have a working version for FUX right now, and that's going to be really, really exciting to show you guys the FUX positions, because you can also see the breakdown of all the different tokens that you have there. Time machine mode. I think I have 10 minutes left. I've been speaking really fast because there's a lot to go through, but maybe okay, let's do time machine mode. So time machine mode, if you turn time machine mode on, let me just turn it off quickly and take note of the balance that we have here, 14.7 mil across all my wallets. Okay. Turn on time machine mode. What we're able to do now is project into the future what my hex stake value would look like in 2 days, in 1 month, in 1 year, at the end of my max length stake. You know, what would they look like at today's prices, but then at a future price, at $P hex, at $E hex, at a, you know, I've also given you the option to set the daily payout, which this is pulling in the data dynamically based on the last 30 days, which I think is a fair average to use. But you could set that a bit higher, you know, because we know that the payouts tend to trend up because of the inflation and other forces. But you can set that to 2 if you wanted to just, you know, play around with the numbers. So what we're going to do, let's just set it to the end of the year, 14.7. And let's just do only hex stakes, because we can do cool stuff like that. So it's going to be, let's turn it off, 882,000. And then we're going to turn it on to the end of the year. And it's going to go up by, what was it? 882. And it's going to go up by, God, 11,000. Sorry, it's late here. But yeah, so you're gonna be able to see that increase. So 11K increase, which is pretty nice, and the breakdown. So going back to the actual hex stakes themselves, you're going to be able to see the progress of each of them. And this is paper value because it's in orange. Projected locked value on December 31st, 2025 at today's price. You're going to be able to see the yield so far and the projected yield. So the extra 3%, that's the 58K contribution here, which is just like really, really cool. And this guy's actually done quite a lot of stakes, long stakes. So then we take it to, you know, let's do a 10x from here. So 893 by the end of the year. Say we do a 10-cent P hex price and what are we doing? A 2-cent E hex price. Okay, does that sound fair? I think that sounds pretty conservative. 8.2 million just in the hex stakes. So you're going to see I mean, we were expecting that with the 10x increase, but now we can go in and adjust the date and do it to the end of 2026. And it's going to make a much bigger difference because it's going to, you know, there's going to be a lot more yield that's going to have elapsed. And you can take it to the extreme and do to the end of 2035 if you like, which is sweet. So 8.4 million. Let me try and spam this button and just go a bit further. I should probably add a way to do this a bit better. Okay, end of 2029, 9.1 million. Okay, and you can see the progress getting longer and longer, the projected yield. So it's like having a hex stake calculator, but like right in your portfolio. So you can make plans, you know, like at $1 hex, I predict that we'll hit $1 hex this bull cycle. How many of my stakes will be due, and how much am I able to take off the table? How much will I have liquid? You can really do some advanced planning here, right? Now, EES mode, I'll do it separately. EES mode will show you how much hex you'll lose. It will show you how much dollar value you can extract from your hex stakes if you were to early end stake all of your stakes today. So you can see total portfolio value, and I have it filtered just for hex stakes because that's what we're looking at here. It's going to go from 881 for this particular user. If we early end staked, it's going to go down. We can only extract about 25% of the value, which is actually pretty good. And I think it's because he served quite a long time. But you can see here the penalty will be in red, projected ES value on today at the current hex price. And you can take it a step further by combining it with the time machine mode. So if we're gonna, let's just clear the hex price to make it today's price. And let's do, so I don't know why you would want to do it so far into the future, but realistically, you may want to do it, a couple months to a year in the future. Let's do the beginning of October 2027. So what, like 2 years into the future, if that's kind of when you think, it may push you over. And anyway, you can just look at the numbers yourself, right? There are a bunch of incentives and variables baked into Hex to encourage longer staking and encourage you to keep hold of your Hex stakes. But for some users, it may make sense for them to early end stake if we see truly incredible dollar values for Hex, right? So for example, for this Hex stake here, 14.8K max extractable. The penalty, yes, the penalty is, so 1 million principal. You've earned basically the same amount as the penalty in actual yield, which is, actually pretty astonishing. I need to check that. Yeah, it does seem like it differs. So that may just be because of it's right at the halfway point here, but you've earned quite, you're basically canceling out because it's right at the midway point. You're canceling out the yield you've earned so far with the penalty, plus there's a bit of extra projected yield. So there is the principal and the extra projected yield if you were to early end stake at 63%. So you are able to get quite a bit out, which is not just the principal, it's a bit more than the principal. So, but yeah, the numbers are probably because these have the same stake idea, they're exactly the same. But that's pretty incredible that the yield and the penalty are bang on. We've just done that on the fly. But if we look at some of the others, they are different. So yeah.
Time machine.
Yeah. So that's PulseCharts in and hopefully you don't forget to turn it off. There's a massive label there, so you don't have a heart attack when you come in and see your portfolio either really up or really down.
There's a ton of, no, your site is amazing. A lot of people, even I've seen some people in the chat that haven't seen it before and had a lot of great comments as well. A ton of questions. We don't have time to get to them right now, but can people at you on X to ask questions?
At me on X, DM me on X. I prefer to, keep the conversation like super open with how I develop. Like I'm just developing features in public. So just comment on my stuff and happy to take direction from you guys. The early end stake feature was recommended from our last conversation I had on stream. So yes, very receptive to feature suggestions and requests.
Any cool features you can think of for the site, just at Hex Jita. He's Devin hard. Dev is cooking. He's cooking. Dev's cooking. He's cooking. Awesome, man. Well, appreciate it as always. Always a great one, and thanks for the site, and I'm excited to see what you build onto it or next, man.
Thank you so much, Max. Yeah, thanks for inviting me on.
Of course. See you later.
See everyone. Bye.
All right, he will be back for Maximus panel a little bit later as well. All right, we're a little bit behind. Speakers, sorry, we're about 10 minutes until we get to Maximus panel. We're gonna have to shave some off of that one. It's the only one I could see coming up that we could shave any time off of. Thankfully, I scheduled it for 45 minutes, so we can do 35. I think we can get it in. Unless Dipcatcher shows up, then we're going to go for about 3 hours because he's got all kinds of fun stuff to say. You never know. You never know. Anyways, let's get on to the next speaker. Sorry, we don't have a lot of transitions today. Like, where's the videos? Triple Devs asked me yesterday. There'll be more videos soon, as soon as I get a chance. But right now, we do not have time for it. So let me bring up Rodrigo. Welcome to Hex Week. How's it going?
Hey, RHMax. Hey, everyone. How are you?
Doing good, man. Great to have you. Sounds like you're going to talk about options, risk management for Hex, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm excited. Well, first of all, thank you for hosting the event. It's pretty cool, and thanks for giving you guys the opportunity to speak. I'm very excited on what I'm going to talk about. So yeah, let's start. I'll tell you a little bit about myself, and then I'll tell you what I do for work and the massive opportunity we have as Hex. As a Hex community to build these powerful tools. So I'm from Guatemala, Central America, and I've been the last about 3 years working in Dubai. I work at an institutional option trading desk. So we do a few things, but first of all, we do risk management and yield generation through options. So that's what we do. And we trade any token from Bitcoin all the way up to, let's say, 800 market cap. So we know our tokens are in there, but we don't have them yet. So that's what I do professionally, but I'm super passionate about Hex, and I've been for the past few years. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here to show the power of options and the opportunity we have to create them, generate yield, and provide risk management for our portfolios, and also stability for the asset. So if you want, I can share my screen and I'll show you a few things I prepared.
Sounds great.
Let's do
it. In which country did you say you were from again?
I'm from Guatemala. It's in
Guatemala,
Central
awesome.
America.
I think
So
you're
can
the
you
first
see
Mexican I
your
met from
screen?
Guatemala. So that's awesome, man.
Yeah. Can you see my screen here?
We can see it. Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. All right. So let's start simple. What are options and why they matter? So an option is a contract that gives you the right to buy or sell at a certain price at a certain date for a specific premium. So remember 3 things. It's a price, a date, and a premium. And there's 2 types of options. There's call options and put options. One gives you the right to buy the calls, and the puts give you the right to sell. But remember, there's always a buyer and a seller. So in reality, you have 4 different options you could do. The seller is the one that collects the premium. And we know a lot of people out there are making millions of dollars just collecting premiums. And this comes from traditional finance. But now we have the opportunity to do it in crypto. So why does this matter, or why is this important? So options are powerful tools to protect and hedge your portfolio, 2, generate cash flow, which is why we're here in Hex, and 3, build confidence as long-term holders. So we're already staking our money all the way out to 15 years. So why not protect it in the same case? So we're gonna run through a few theoretical scenarios of what you could do on Ethereum as of now. This is just an example. I'm not telling you to do this, but this is what you could do theoretically. So we're gonna do a bearish scenario, a neutral scenario, and a bullish scenario. So let's say 3 different potential strategies. So the first one is a bearish outlook. So in this case, we're gonna buy, or you could buy the 3,800 put on Ethereum. First of all, let me give you context. This is the Ethereum price chart on the left. And then I drew some lines to show the strategy. So in yellow, you could buy the 3,800 put, and you finance it by selling the $5,000 call on Ethereum. And this is a zero cost strategy. There's no cost. So the outcomes pretty much is if the price goes up, you sell at the white line and you sell at a 19% profit. But you also protected yourself. And if the price goes below the yellow line, you have a minimum support at 3,800, which is 9% below the starting price. So let's say the price goes to 3,000. You're essentially short at 3,800 for zero cost. So you make $100. So that's an example of a bearish outlook. Let's do a neutral outlook. Let's say the price is gonna go sideways. Mine, this is expiring in December, so it's a 4-month trade. You could
just real quick, your screen dropped off. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Oh no, it wasn't. So let me pull it up.
Okay.
Oh, let me know if it happens again.
Yeah.
So can you see the screen here?
We're back. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say a neutral outlook. Or actually, where did you lose me? Because I'm not sure.
No, right there. You went from the bearish to the neutral. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, for the neutral outlook, let's say the price could go sideways for the next 4 months. You could sell the 3,500 put, so below on the yellow line, and you could also sell the 5,400 call. By doing this, you collect 0.14 ETH or 14% in 4 months. So bear in mind these are actually strategies that happen nowadays, and we could do this in the near future. So let me show you the scenarios that what could happen here. If the price goes sideways, well, you collect your premium. That's outcome one. If the price goes up, or goes higher than the white line, you sell at a 44% profit. But if the price goes down, or scenario 3, you could buy at a 31% discount because it's the put strike price minus your premium. So that's a neutral outlook. Now let me show you a bullish outlook, which we all like. So this you could just short a put option, just one, and this is either getting paid to wait or you buy at a discount. So you could short the 3,800 put and collect about $400, which is 9% on your ETH. And then the scenario is there's only two. If the price goes above the 3,800 yellow line, you just keep your premium. And if it goes down, you just buy at a discount, which is 19% from where the market's at right now. So the key takeaway here is with options, you can have a strategy on every market condition, up, down, sideways. And this is why they matter so much. So my vision and the massive opportunity we have as a community is to bring it into Hex. And we're already one of the most decentralized communities out there. We're in every country, and we actually align with the values of crypto. We're decentralized. We have self-custody. We own our actual asset. And the community, we're all builders. So we're actually missing one big piece, and it's derivatives and risk management infrastructure, which we don't have yet. Because let's say right now, we have a few things we could do as Hex holders. We could trade it, we could stake it, provide liquidity, or even borrow against it. But we cannot hedge the correct way. And that's why when markets dip, whales just panic sell, or volatility is way higher than where it needs to be. So the vision is clear. We need to bring institutional financial tools to Hex so we can manage risk and generate income and keep building this long-term confidence we have in the asset. So what's the roadblock or what's missing? We're missing a Hex perpetual contract on a tier 1 exchange. We don't have it yet. And once this happens, everything changes. It unlocks like a new game or a new level in a game. Because this allows market makers to hedge their positions scale their liquidity, and even onboard institutions, which is what we're seeing now in the cycle. A lot of institutions are coming in because we've made it easy for them. And it also is going to send a public signal that Hex is a serious investable asset. And it has matured over the past 6 years. I think we turned in December. So the estimated cost, it could go anywhere from 500 grand to 2 million. So that's that. And then this is my ask, or this is the call to action for Hexico, and especially whales leaders and serious builders. The infrastructure to create options already exists. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need this perpetual contract, because without it, no market maker can create the options. So I'm asking the community to step up, and we can push forward together so we can unlock this capital efficiency, or this new step in the game. And I want to finish with this. This is not trading Hex. This is building smarter tools for Hex. And this is what Bitcoin miners have learned the past 16, 17 years. They've learned how to hedge using options and derivatives, Ethereum funds, foundations. So it's time for Hex holders to do the same. So we can not only make Hex the most decentralized asset, but also the smartest one. So with that, I finish, and I'll let you let me know if you have any questions.
That's awesome. Yeah, I actually have C3 Works coming on, and it's going to be talking about Actuator at the conference as well. Have you heard of Actuator protocol for Hex?
I have a little bit, yes.
Yeah, I was asking in the chat. I said, just ask, I guess this is like the DeFi version of some of the risk management, but I think it does risk management, but not, he says in the chat, but not via options. Interesting possibilities though. So yeah, you're talking about more of like listing on a centralized exchange with perpetual, the perpetual piece there. And then there's, we could even build DeFi pieces that may do, I don't know, have you looked into like a DeFi product that could do options for Hex?
There are a few, but in reality, it's mostly done over the counter or on public exchanges. It has to be centralized at some point because of the margin calls and all this. But in the future, we could do it decentralized. But as of now, everything's centralized, and it also gives you some sort of human interaction, not just into the code. Which is something we need, Could everything be decentralized, or you could use the actual financial tools we have nowadays?
I think definitely if we see some green candles, there may be some more generous donations or whales or otherwise who we could see start getting Hex listed on bigger exchanges and stuff, because there's obvious advantages there for that piece, as you pointed out. So
I think it's going to happen. And with what I said about Ethereum, imagine what we could do for Hex with a more volatile asset. So
could we do another 10,000x?
We'll see. At least it could be a little more stable.
Yeah, stable up and to the right would be nice. Stable volatility to the upside and stability to the upside. There we go. Maybe that too. That'd be cool.
Yes. Let's do it.
Cool, man. Well, thank you very much. Great presentation, and appreciate you joining us for Hex Week.
Yeah, thank you for hosting it, and I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Of course. Thanks. Awesome. Great talks. Get to meet new people from Guatemala, got Hexicans all over the world. I love meeting people from different countries that are just, they come over, they like the Hex token, they start contributing, building stuff, spreading the word. Really, really cool. Before we get to the next talk, I was sent a video. It was pretty cool from, I think it's the Red Notice group, or Redflix. I think they got the thing at the end of it as well. Red Notice Project. Wanted to contribute Richard Hart's song, so let's play that real quick. It's pretty cool. I think you'll like it, and then we'll get into C3 Works with some fun stuff as well. So enjoy.
Years old, already reading fast. Gifted school couldn't hold him back. Special program, logic and code. Humble roots, but a genius mode. Dad fixed AC, delivered the news. Taught him to hustle, never to lose. Car stereo business, teenage dreams. Online platforms, building schemes. AC company, adult store too. Browser optimization, revenue flew. 60 million yearly, success so sweet. Semi-retired, but never complete. Reddit showed them Bitcoin's like blockchain future burning bright. Who is Richard Hart? He's taking control. Hex and PulseChain, that's how he rolls. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Crypto revolution, he's the composer. Who is Richard Hart? The king of the scene. Building tomorrow with blockchain dreams. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Digital freedom, he's the bulldozer. First blockchain CD, Hex was born. High returns while others were torn. PulseChain launch, eco-friendly way. PulseX exchange, a brand new day. 27 million for research and health. Longevity research benefited from his wealth. Inspiring millions to break their chains. Financial freedom, healthy gains. Fighting scams with all his might. Protecting users, shining light. And State came knocking at his door, but he fought back and won the war. Who is Richard Hart? He's taking control. Hey, Hex and Pulse, crypto revolution, he's the composer. Who is Richard Hart? The king of the scene, building tomorrow with blockchain dreams. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Digital freedom, he's the bulldozer. Red notice came from Interpol's call. Finished claims, trying to make them fall. Tax fraud allegations, assault they say, but the system's broken. Games they play, business rivals using legal schemes. Crushing innovators, killing dreams. If haters wanted to get me down, they'd raise more than my 27 million crowns. Diamond worth millions, watches and cars. VC allegations reach for the stars, but he denied it all. Stood his ground, blockchain freedom, that's what he found. Won in court, they didn't appeal. Justice served, victory real. Ecosystem vision, wallet and all. Independent blockchain standing tall. Bitcoin and Ethereum left behind. Community value, peace of mind. Richard Hart, he's taking control. Revolutionary leader, that's his role. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Second crypto wave, he's the composer. Who is Richard Hart? Controversial king, sparking debates. Freedom he brings. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Crypto's future, he's the takeover. Pivotal figure in digital space. Influential leader, setting the pace. Building community, advocacy strong. Richard Hart's story, the crypto song. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Don't look at me, I'm a ghost in the street with a red notice.
As they say, that beat hit hard. Wow. Wow, Bill.
Pretty cool.
That was pretty good. I like it. I watched it. I saw it last night. I'm like, okay, I'm definitely going to play this one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like it. Are you hyped up? You ready to rock and roll?
I am ready. This is fantastic. Great conference, great participants, and new things happening, and looking forward to contributing.
Dude, this is only day 2. It's I'm excited. I mean, outside of the music and everything else, we've got so many people participating. I mean, I think you're on 3 or 4 sessions as well, and I appreciate whole community again stepping up. There's no conference without the community. There's no events without people showing up, and yeah, it's great. And our backgrounds match too. Wow, where'd you get that?
I know. I just found it out there somewhere.
Yeah, there's a post out there with it somewhere. Shout out to Pulse Vibe Wave. I got to get their 3 words together on that. I want to mix them up sometimes. Pulse Vibe Wave, who created the content, the intros, outros, and the backgrounds for all 3 events that have been thrown for me this year. So, community step
on picking this week to do your Hex week. What a crazy week to be doing it with so many things unfolding out there.
It's yesterday. I had to have CryptoSolve on to talk about the bridge. There's stuff popping off there. I don't know. We'll see if we get a Hex week pump. We'll see. No expectations, but you never know. It's yeah. I got Project Crypto. I think what's his name is going to go talk about that today or something. A lot of great, interesting macro stuff going on as well. So yeah, it's been a good week so far. We're just getting started, Bill. Just getting started.
Absolutely.
Well, you're here to, I think this one is Hex, advanced Hex strategies. So I'm excited to get into those, man. What do you got going on?
Yeah. Well, if we can, maybe you can just hang around long enough to let me toss out a few preparatory remarks and disclaimers that you can choose to build on or add to how you see fit. And then, I can jump into some stuff. All right. Especially after your last guy too. I mean, that's exciting. I didn't know that there was an options project being contemplated out there. For those that don't know, I come out of about 18 years in senior management of TradFi investment banking. So I'm familiar with those products and a lot of products that larger investors want and they need specifically for risk management. In fact, some of you who have heard me speak on the Actuator project, and I'm a co-founder of Actuator for those that don't know, but you've heard us speak that one of our objectives with our project was to build some tools that would accommodate larger capital coming in and feeling like they're being treated with tooling and products in ways that they're accustomed to being able to work with their portfolios in TradFi, namely things like risk management. That's a big deal because if, as I've said before, if larger family money and institutions can't manage risk with tools, they're going to manage it with asset allocation. And we don't really want that. We don't want them to be limited in their asset allocation because they don't have sufficient tooling.
Yeah, that's what, when you say that, for my first question, my first instinct, and probably what Chad is thinking as well, is why not just why need any tools? Why can't we just buy, stake, hold Hex, sell it when we want to, that type of thing? What makes it, what brings capital in for investors who want to do, play all the different products and stuff with it? Why is it important to have these things to build on? And why wouldn't people, certain types of people, certain types of investors come to the ecosystem without them?
Well, that's a really good point. And that leads to a couple of upfront disclaimers that I want to throw out here real quickly. When we talk about advanced Hex strategies, which is what the topic for the moment will be, one thing to really remember is it is not for everybody. So these tools, these more complicated or sophisticated strategies of different types are absolutely not for everybody. So I think we do as a community have to be very cautious that many of the folks that are probably involved in Hex, myself from day one, are very satisfied and accustomed to doing our objectives through the simplicity of staking and laddering and the things that we're used to doing. I don't think that needs to change for a lot of people. It really doesn't. In fact, there's danger in attempting to step out into advanced strategies because with that comes advanced risks, and people could end up doing things that actually hurt themselves because, like any tool, if you're really not familiar with how to use it, what likely happens when you use a tool? You probably hurt yourself. So to your point, I think it is really important to know that for a whole group of people, and many of them probably in the audience right now, don't feel like you have to go get involved in advanced tech strategies. You've got some great speakers lined up, obviously guys like Crispy Man and all kinds of others that are going to talk about the more traditional, tried and true Hex strategies that are sufficient for many. Stay there. But there's a different cadre that we're also seeking to have, and that would be those that have larger capital. And by the time you have larger capital, in order to sort of preserve that, you need preservation strategies. You need risk management strategies. You want to do things that optimize risk-adjusted return. There's all kinds of fancy jargon that shows up in TradFi. Some of it is more useful than others, but things like options, things like capital allocation or access to liquidity help manage risk, or at least shape it in a direction that you find favorable. So if none of that makes any sense to you, then just consider yourself in the comfortable camp that can work with the simplicity of what Hex gives us at the protocol level. And that's really important. So I just wanted to throw that out there before we start talking advanced strategies, that most people are best served by mastering the basics: how to buy, how to plan, how to safely hold it, how to stake it, how to track it, how to end stake it. Learn those really good things. And then if you find your level at some of these other areas, then you begin to learn.
Gotcha. No, a great one to preface it. There's all kinds of platforms to let you do everything in the world on PulseChain and with Hex and stuff to leverage and all these different pieces. And yeah, it does. Don't want to check yourself where you rickety wreck yourself with the tools available. The tools are, some of them are for advanced users. You don't go and buy a chainsaw without knowing how to use a chainsaw. You might cut something off that you don't want to cut off. Limbs good. We like limbs. Let's keep limbs. Take that metaphor to the blockchain. Keep your money. Try to use the tools that you know how to use well. Or if you're going to play around with it or whatever, what I like to do is, if I'm going to do something new that I don't quite understand, I don't put anything serious into it. For example, in the protocols, I can put a little bit, see how it works, and then do I want to participate with more? All that stuff you can. That's like the general sentiment for any new thing. But yeah, definitely. I like buying. I like holding. All that stuff. But if you want to do more than that, we got the tools available. So.
That's right. So they're going to serve different people, but it shouldn't be that people feel like they have to go and do these things. There's the protocol itself is excellent and will serve most people really well.
All right. Is there anything you want to share on the screen or otherwise?
Yes. So at this point, what I thought I'd do is go ahead and do a screen share. I'm going to show one slide, talk through some general ideas of advanced strategy, and then I'm going to show a couple of images on our Actuator site that would allow folks to be able to quantify some of those things.
Awesome.
All right. Am I up?
You're up. You want me to hop on or just wait for a signal or?
Yeah, from here you can stay if you want to help, or you can pop out, but I'll just run it from here a little bit and go through some advanced strategies. First,
I'll hang out for
slide. All right, very good. So what are you trying to accomplish with advanced Hex strategies? Now I'm talking specifically about Hex. We're not talking about strategies that involve a lot of other stuff. That's for other purposes, but just within Hex. The objective is often to drive total return, or at least be aware that total return is a thing. And that means you need to be mindful of your income and mindful of your price performance. So those two together make up what's called total return. So I think I heard you mention earlier, Max, this PLPL, I think, was part liquidity and part ladder. Well, and that's a great strategy. But so the first advanced strategy can build on that and maybe add a little more elegance to it, where you can shape the liquidity part a bit and shape and improve the ladder part a little bit. So an example of that would be that we think, this is all our opinion, right? Is that if you took liquidity that's just pure idle liquidity, it's not doing anything else, but instead you could provide it as liquidity into a Hex HTT pair, that is still completely Hex. So you still have Hex exposure. Whatever Hex is doing, that pair is going to do. Yet you're going to be earning liquidity providing fees. It's constantly liquid for you. You haven't sacrificed your liquidity. It's just in a pool, and it's earning something because you're letting people trade back and forth through you between Hex and future Hex. That's what HTTs are. So that is a nice advanced approach to handling the liquidity bucket rather than it being idle liquidity. And we think that the delegated HSI ladder, you can build the same ladder, but if you choose to incorporate some delegated HSIs as part of your ladder, then you've got some additional flexibility that might be able to do some things to improve around price performance. So I'll leave that one at that point for the moment. A second point on advanced Hex strategies would be to learn the products. Now, when I say the products for the scope of this, what I mean are the direct Hex products. We want constant and continuous exposure to Hex for this. I don't want to suggest that we do something advanced where it's Hex versus something else. That's a different deal, right? There's ratio trading and all kinds of other things, but that's not what we want to do. We want to find the Hex related products. We've got perpetuals, we've got native stakes with projects doing cool things over there. We've got HSIs and we've got projects doing cool things with those. And the more we understand the direct hex products, no middlemen, we're not giving up self-custody. But the more we understand those, then we can begin to see ways to improve our overall performance. So tools matter. We don't want to pit the wrench against the hammer or the hammer against the saw. If you're building a house, you need a full suite of tools because you're really trying to build a house. In our case, we're trying to build portfolios. We don't care about favorite tools. We care to have all the tools and use them wisely to get the house we want or the portfolio we want. The next point I'm going to highlight, and we'll see some of this in the app in a minute. I think it's important from an advanced strategy standpoint, is to be mindful of and coordinate your fixed versus variable rate hex returns. Boy, did we get a lesson on that back in February, right? Every hex product, whether it's native staking or perpetuals or every other form of direct hex exposure you can get, when you stake it, it's all staked in such a manner that you're still dealing with variable rate returns. Variable rate meaning you don't know what it's going to be tomorrow. You don't know what your earning rate's going to be. How many hex per T-share are you going to get? You don't know. We can model stuff, but what we learned in February was, gee, that can change overnight by factors we don't control. That's called variable rate. It could go in the good direction too, right? Maybe the OA and the whales decide they want to do lots of emergency end staking now. Well, suddenly you're going to like variable rate again, right? But my point is, HTTs, when you buy an HTT, you're locking in a fixed rate in native hex terms. So that is a fixed rate product. It's a fundamentally different form of exposure to hex. It's not a better or worse, right? They're different and they offset risks. So for example, when we experience that OA movement, and I can show you this when we get to the app here, a couple days later, all of the standard staking products had dramatically lowered return rates, and that changed the outlook of the return relative to when somebody did the stake of what they were expecting to get. The HTTs were completely unaffected. Didn't matter. Why? Because you bought at a discount and that was fixed, and you're guaranteed to get a hex back at the end day. So that step up is fixed and nothing changes that. So it's important to coordinate both as an advanced strategy. Fourth, risk return and liquidity management is really a broad category, and our last fellow with the options certainly plays into this. But there are ways to do what I'll call curve trades to accelerate and redeploy your principal. I'll highlight that on the app, so I won't spend too much time here. And you want to be able to watch the relative value across the native hex products, meaning where am I getting my most yield in native hex terms on any given day? Am I watching those? Because I can grow my hex bag if I can say, well, right now I can come out of this direct hex product and own this direct hex product, and I've improved the growth rate of my bag or the size of my bag in some cases. I'll show you what I mean. And lastly, again, these are advanced, amplification. Now, this has to be based upon certain market conditions, which I'll highlight here, or at least point the direction to how you would evaluate that. Amplification is different than leverage. If you lever something up, then what you've done is you've taken it, you've put it into somebody else's custody that you don't have it, they do, and you have borrowed against it such that if the price of the collateral goes down, you may get liquidated, and that brings a liquidation risk. But amplification, in the manner I'll show you here with Actuator, doesn't bring that kind of liquidation risk. So it lets you utilize your capital more efficiently with respect to earnings is the point. And then the final piece that you should consider when you try to do advanced strategies is, remember, to some degree, especially with larger portfolios, custody itself is a portfolio. Custody is a portfolio. And so you might consider some advanced ways to use, say, multi-sig wallets or have an architecture of self-custody, not just everything's in one spot, and I hope I don't lose those seats. So there's some examples. Now I want to pause for a second, see if Max is still there and you have anything you want to add to this. I know it was quick for today. Then I'm going to dump real quickly into the app so that we can see how to evaluate a couple of those points.
AI Max is here. Please continue.
Okay, love it. All right, so right now we are in app.actuator.finance, and that's the live app. I'm going to just highlight a few things so people can realize what sorts of tools are here to think about some of those strategies. First one, yep.
I will say real quick, I think the most important thing for people to take away from this is the leverage versus, you said amplification.
Yes.
And showing the difference in Actuator, that like Actuator versus, is it Fame? The leverage, what leverage platform do we have?
Right. Well, it's whatever the app, but yeah.
Fame, I
like
think.
An equivalent. But if you're going to send something in and borrow against it, that thing relative to the externality token, there's, that's an automatic ratio trade. And if it goes against you, you're going to get liquidated. That doesn't happen here because all Hex.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing to bring out here too, is like, how is Actuator different than leverage, like the leverage part versus the amplification? I think it's super interesting.
Yes, we'll touch on that here in a few minutes. So first, let me highlight this. Over here, right at the top, we have 3 HTTs, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000. For those that don't know anything about this project, I've got another session lined up at the end of the week that'll be Actuator basics, but I want to keep pressing with this for the moment. So this is showing you the APRs that you can get simply from buying the HTT. Now, remember, the HTT is Hex on a future date. So if you own an HTT 3000 on day 3000, you're at day 2087 right now. So in 900 and something days, these HTTs are a Hex. The protocol hands you a Hex. So it's just you're buying them at a certain discount, which you can see right now. And then your return is generated, guaranteed, right? Because you buy it at a fixed discount, and then it gets returned to you at par, basically, to use bond language. So these are the APYs that you can get by buying and holding, and these are fixed rates. Now, you could compare these rates. Let's drop down here for a minute to this chart. It's 3 down. This is comparing the HTT rates. This is the emerging Hex yield curve, native Hex yield curve, which we believe is going to become really important over the next handful of years as it ushers in. Like the yield curve in treasuries is to the US dollar, so this native Hex yield curve is going to be to the reserve asset of Hex on PulseChain. And we really have a vision for that. And these other projects may really contribute. But what this is showing you is, what can I earn for yield by the HTTs on day 3,000, 5,000, and 7? How does it compare to staking? Well, there's the staking curve. At day 5,000, I can earn 3.5%, or I can earn 7.9 fixed by just buying the HTT. There's an example of something that it's not an all or nothing. You don't make portfolios wise by just jumping everything into whatever looks good today. But it does mean it should have an allocation probably, right? After you understand what you're doing. But that's a way to compare directly, what can I earn by buying the HTTs on a fixed rate basis versus what I'm getting on Hex staking on a variable rate basis. Maybe this stays the same, maybe it goes down, maybe it goes up, but we know what we're going to get over here. So that's a way to make an evaluation and decide what's important. Now, if you click this drop down up here, you get 2 other important opportunities to throw some data on there. I can throw payout per T-share. Let's just start with that one. Payout per T-share, if I click that, turns this into a calculator. You get these little balls here, and you get a right-hand scale that shows you right now, it defaults to the 7-day average payout per T-share, which is 1.54 Hex. That's what you're getting on your T-shares. And it says that you're getting it across the entire part of the curve. It's assuming that wherever you're at, you're getting that at any length. But if you wanted to evaluate what would happen if it was at a different one, you can drag that ball up. All right, so I can drag the middle part of the curve, and notice now I'm up here at 12. So guys like Crispy Man do some great work in modeling what this might be and what we might expect. So you can dial in here, what would it be at day 5,000, and then what might it be at day 7,000? Just drag it around. So here's an example where if I wanted to, I'm assuming that the 3,000 might go up a little, and then by day 5,000 we're at 6 hex per T-share, and then we're out here at 21 by day 7,000. Maybe you believe that. Maybe you want to see what would happen if. So you dial that in and notice what occurred. The hex mining curve or staking curve adjusts for what the yield would be if your scenario was right. So you're getting to do scenario analysis, and you're still seeing the overlay of the HTTs. So you can decide, like in this situation, maybe I'll buy the 3,000 HTT because it's still yielding better than hex mining would do in my scenario. But maybe I'm willing to buy the HTT for a season, remembering that they're liquid. I can always sell them and move into this when it happens. So don't forget that. All right. So this is just a way to evaluate the scenario you want to examine for. Very important. And deciding which product to be in and any sorts of adjustments you want to do. Now I'm going to show you what amplified staking would look like. First, let me just step away from this and reset. And now I'm back to the payout per T-share is the 7-day average fixed. But now I want to layer in amplified staking and explain what that is and when it would work. So what it is this. And again, if you don't understand Actuator as a protocol, come to the basic one, please, on Friday, and you'll understand what some of these terms mean. But it enables an HSI or a tokenized stakeholder to be able to extract some liquidity from his stake. If he does that and then repurchases with that a second stake out to the same day, he's amplified his capital. Instead of being across one stake, he now has it across 2. And you could do that 2 or 3 or 4 times, and then you would have 5 different T-share positions from the same original capital. And so what you've done is trade off your opportunity for liquidity for concentration on a particular stake. That's what you've done. Because this protocol gives you the opportunity for liquidity from your stake. You can choose to not use it and let it sit, and then it's just idle liquidity that's in there, and you're earning your T-share. Or you can say, I'll take the portion that I can access, use it to buy more of those same stakes, and then rinse and repeat as many times as the size makes sense for it. In this case, we're looking at 5 times. So at the end of this, you would have 5 different stakes that you ran. Now, the red curve would show you the math on this. I'll have to give you more explanation in another session on how that works. But in effect, when you're borrowing from your own HSI position, the yields that we saw a few minutes ago represent a cost of funds to you. It's what you're paying or giving up to someone as you take out the HTT and sell it, so that you can redeploy it. So you want to think about that as a cost of funds. So if that rate is too high, then this strategy is not going to work. And you can see that it's not looking super compelling because it's below 0 at the moment. So it wouldn't be economically sensible at all until you get out to the end of the curve. But even there, it underperforms the other options available. But that is only for our base condition, right? Because if we come back here and say, but I want to say, what is this going to do if we had some higher payouts per T-share? Now we go back and we make some adjustments to something that, maybe we say is more likely down the road. By day 1,000, we're going to be maybe at 18 hex per T-share. By day 7,000, maybe you want to model 43. Well, if you did that, Now, very quickly, just like we saw earlier, you still see that the HTTs win by just buying them, even over the Hex staking. You see there's a bunch of crossover stuff going on around day 4,000. But boy, as you get to the end, what you see is HTTs are still earning, a smaller amount down here. But you get up here and you're seeing the difference is 5.9% for the HTTs, but staking would be up to 44% is what I'm yielding there. But look at the amplified Hex staking. By amplifying my capital, I'm now getting 87, almost 88% of return on the same capital. I didn't add extra capital. I just simply utilized the capital that was accessible to me from my original stake and kept redeploying it. Now, the reason that there's not a liquidity risk from this action is because you're using your own capital. There isn't a counterparty involved, right? That's a big piece. When you send something up and take out a different token, you have effectively put on a ratio trade of risk with some counterparty that you have to make good for. This is a different mechanism. This is a mechanism that says there is demonstratable capital and value in a Hex stake. The minute you make it, you've put in principal. That's there, and the protocol knows it. And the Actuator protocol can be careful to preserve that for whatever obligations are needed through the ATTs. But you can use your own capital to do these other things, and you're not borrowing anything from somebody else. You're just simply trading your liquidity for more stakes. Let me pause on that. That's a lot to digest. And my intent here is not to make everybody an expert on all of these advanced Hex strategies. I think if there's a takeaway, it's to understand that they exist. And if you find in time that there are some risks or needs or life happens, or you begin to believe that you can learn and understand some of these principles, you can get a higher risk adjusted return with the Hex protocol, preserving all of your self-custody Hex ethos principles. So let me pause here.
Super good. Yeah, I'm just looking through the chat for questions too. Mostly compliments. Hex Monkey, I think, put it pretty well too. Brother Sick Protocol, 3, 5, 7-year bonds like in TradFi, but for Hex yield.
Right. And there are more Easter eggs you could see in here, but I won't take the time because we don't have it here today. Just understand there's some really cool tools that are suitable for, certainly for larger investors, for managing their portfolios for optimal return on equity, which is what they're after.
So good. I love, having people coming from industries that, they know how this stuff works and know how the products work. They go, they like Hex, they build it. And just super great to see people in the community, again, with professional backgrounds and stuff like that. It sounds like just being able to be like, we can build this stuff. We can build it for Hex, and because we want this place to succeed, right? Like I love seeing it, man.
And we totally believe that Hex is a reserve asset on PulseChain, and a reserve asset has very important features that, if it is given proper tooling, can carry it to heights other assets can't reach. That's why the dollar is dominant and treasuries matter and all this kind of stuff. But it's important to
very cool.
Have that.
Very cool. We got some more sessions with you coming up this week, and so again, this as you mentioned a few times, if you want to dig into Actuator, got a panel, got demos and stuff, I'm sure as well, coming up a little bit later in the week, and it's going to be fun times. So again, thank you, Bill. Thank you for building on PulseChain. It's awesome.
All right, thank you, Max.
Yep. See ya. Are you not entertained? We've got the best builders in the system. By the way, Alex, come back, Alex McWhorter, come back, win Alex, win Sigma. I was gonna say win Icosahedron V2, win Sigma. Watsa, I want to talk about Watsas. I think we do we have a Hedron Icosa panel? I can't remember. If we don't, we have something about it. I think, yeah, maybe Sloth's gonna talk about it. and I'll hop on with them or something too. So should be fun. But right now, we got a Maximus panel coming up. Before then, though, I do want to get in a little bit more media. Sorry, I've been once that I wish I had 17 arms. You know, I got stuff happens the way it does. But I do want to play this song. That was another contribution to the conference by. Let me make sure I get his name. Let's see. Mun, or the name of the song is M-U-N. I'm not sure. That's sent by George. So shout out to George. Appreciate the media donation here. I think that's the name he goes by as well. And let's play it. Let's vibe for a minute. Let's vibe Hex for a moment here.
You guys may not realize this, but we're actually building a future. PulseChain. Actually building a future. PulseChain. Actually building a future. PulseChain is a new road. Is a new road. Is a new road. Is a new road. They just don't realize it yet because we built something that's unstoppable. PulseChain. We built something that's unstoppable. PulseChain. We built something that's unstoppable. PulseChain is a new road. I do more to protect you from getting ripped off than anyone else I know. If you use cryptocurrency the right way, if you use cryptocurrency the right way, if you use cryptocurrency the right way, you have less risk, less movement, more efficiency. If you use it the wrong way, sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Hex is like a car, and Ethereum is like a road. PulseChain is a new road. We built something that's unstoppable. PulseChain. 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 Is a new road. Is a new road. Is a new road. Is a new road. You know what? I want people to see this. I want people to understand what's going on here. Everybody's on these apps now, right? But they're buying stocks and all these get involved, and it's all a sham. $1.68 trillion. And now they're going, we went to zero.
Remember that?
Damn! There we go. Squid Games. Sayonara, motherfucker. 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 You guys may not realize this, but we're actually building a future. PulseChain. Actually building a future.
Very good. Very good. I like it. Welcome. Welcome to the Hex Week. Dip Catchers here, along with Hex Cheetah's back. How's it going?
Yo.
That's different than Tanto Namini. That is the dip with a catch.
Yeah.
The capital letters, they're different. That's definitely not Fast Abdul.
You may notice some changes. I've been taking a lot of testosterone injections. Respect to my jawline and my facial hair. My voice is a little deeper. It's working out great.
Okay.
You've got the sunglasses there.
Always.
Love it.
Classic look.
Oh, shout out Dip Catcher. If hope you're out there flexing the net hard or enjoying yourself, whatever you're doing out there. Sure, if you're around, you'd stop by and talk about your product, bro. That's okay. We can do it. We can do it for
You
you.
would be a good guy to do that.
Yeah.
Second best. There is no second best. There's only Fast Abdul. There is no second best. You can be 1.5 best. Let's do it. Gents, what the hell is Maximus? Where do we want to start for this? I think I'll bring up PulseCharts. It's probably a good site for that. Yeah.
Maximus, man. Don't know about you guys, but kind of love those tokens. I mean, I was, before I started working on PulseCharts, I was low-key obsessed with those tokens for a good 2 years. Still am, but yeah.
Lots of games to play.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is a good one. We can see the We can see the balances on here. I use this one.
Yep. Yeah, this one's not bad. I know the dev is.
Dev been cooking. Dev cooked hard. I remember the original version. Like, I mean, the original version was fine too. But this, dude, you went hard in the layout and with the colors and stuff. It looks really good.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that globe that you see spinning there it has
16 hours.
Well, I built these visualizations using a library called 3JS, and that globe is for base, which has 369 dots on it, and so it's like a visualization of the base stake.
Wow.
And I have one for each of them. So I have the maxi one, and if you go, maybe we should give the people an overview of what we're talking about.
Okay.
But basically,
Good idea.
I guess I can do it. There are these pooled stake tokens, kind of like ERC20 tokens, PRC20 tokens, just like, PLSX, right? Which have contracts behind them where people put in Liquid Hex, and they were kind of pulled together, just like if you pull an Uber, with two other people, you all get in. And the idea behind it is that, like in the same way that you share an Uber, you kind of all stake together in one massive stake, and you save on the end stake gas fee, which was really, high at times, getting up to like $500 to end stake. And the main kind of benefit of pooling stakes like this was that you would just pay that $500 end stake gas fee once, and it's like infinitely, kind of infinitely scalable. You could have like 100,000 people in that stake, and they wouldn't have to pay that $500. So that's kind of the main thing. There's like a bunch of tokens of different lengths. The main kind of branded one is the maxi stake, which is the max length stake of 5,555 days, which you can kind of see at the top there in blue and yellow. And then you have different length ones, and they had different amounts that were staked. Deci was like a monster with, close to 600 million hex originally staked. And they've already been going for 3 years. Base has already completed twice, and it's nearly coming up to end its third round. Trio is about to end its first round. You can see it's like 95% done. And the way that I discovered these tokens, maybe I can just dip in here, is like, I didn't even come for the gas fee savings. I came for like the degenerate arbitrage opportunity that emerged when PulseChain launched. So you can kind of see in that column there the price in hex, and Deci is 0.8, which is ridiculous considering it should be at least worth 1 hex, because at the beginning people traded 1 hex for 1 Deci, and now it's worth less than that 3 years later. So and the actual value is 1.6 or something.
Why is that too? I think that's always a question of like, how are these ever at a discount? Is it liquidity? Is it people just don't, it's been Maxi launched 3 years ago?
Shorter term thinking, right? Like that's Deci is a 10-year stake, right? So you have to be prepared to, prepared to hold that for 10 years if you want to cash in on the staking value. One point I think it's really important to talk on here is I like to describe these as liquid staking tokens. So it's staked hex. We have 15 years, 10 years, 7 years, 3 years, and 1 year staked hex with these tokens, but they're always liquid. You could sell them if you want to, which is not the case if you've staked your hex for 15 years. So there's no emergency end stake option, anything like that. But you have a different form of hex, tokenized stakes that are liquid 100% of the time. Now, the amount of liquidity may vary. That's one of the issues they have. But as far as your ability to click the sell button, you can do it whenever you want. So I think that affects the price of some of them at different times. We can see, though, at the bottom of the chart, base and particularly trio. Trio is at 1.46 hex per trio. Why do we think that is, guys? Why is Trio winning right now?
What you got,
Well,
Gita?
It's worth 1.43 and it's nearly gonna be done.
That's right.
Yay.
There we go. So we got October. Let's see. I took a note here. October 12th. The Trio 3-year hex stake of 70 million hex will come due. Right. So
Mhm.
What does that?
that's,
Just recap. What does that mean when it comes to like what can people you talk about? You know, because when these things came out, you can trade so you put in the hex, you get back the tokens for liquidity, and then when the stake ends, you can then take those tokens and mint your hex back plus the yield share of the pool that you have of the tokens. Correct?
plus the Hedron. I think if one of you guys could verify that, that'd be great.
Hedron for the perpetuals, yes, not for Maxi.
Perpetuals. Everyone except for Maxi, right?
Yeah.
You have I think it's a 7-day window at the end of the staking period, right? So it'd be on Trio. I think it'd be the 12th to the 19th of October. You can claim that stake. If you don't claim it, nothing really terrible happens. When you claim it, the Trio token gets burned, and in return you get, the underlying staked hex and the yield on that. But if you don't, then it just rolls over into a new stake, which is why these ones are called perpetuals, which is not the case for the first one. The Maxi token is not a perpetual. It's just a single 15-year stake.
Yeah. So it will just end and you need to claim it. Or...
Not today's problem though, right? Like
No.
it'll end in a bunch of days.
Yep.
Though we can see that there is a premium, and I think there's pretty much always been a premium on the Maxi token. So there must be a segment of the community that looks at the Maximus Dao token, the 15-year stake, with 294 million hex in it, which is more than most people could do by themselves. That's like 30 million bucks at today's price or something like that. Is that high? Maybe I'm off. No, it's like 3 million bucks at today's price. And then you get all the benefits of that. So obviously there is a disparity between the 15-year community and the 10-year community, because Deci has been on a discount a lot. But I think you're right. There's a deal. There's a long-term arbitrage there.
Yeah, and the arbitrage specifically that I'm talking about. Maybe I can share my screen, Max, because I can show more charts which you can't see. Look into Maxi. Which one is it? This one. Okay, yeah. So the discounts that we're talking about, the best way of visualizing it is like this. So this is like the chart that I really wanted to get when I first heard about these tokens, which is like I always heard people speak about the fact that they had two prices, couldn't quite get my head around it until I kind of put this chart together in Excel, Google Sheets, and then now it's on this front end. But basically you have people speculating on the value of the hex stake itself, and at the beginning it starts at kind of 1, should be 1, starts at 1, and then it goes up over time based on the amount of daily yield that you get from the stake. And we can kind of see the hex rate cut here as it flattens out, but the line in the color is the market price. And as Fast is kind of like explaining, depending on sentiment, like people can be selling more than they're buying, or they're just bearish on hex staking, or whatever the reason is. And we've actually seen a big delta between the market price and the backing value. So you can kind of see right now Deci is at about a 0.81 when it should be valued at 1.8. And when I say should be valued, that's really up for discussion because you can't end the stake yet. So it's up in the air of what the value is. Some people say that, oh, but that's kind of like pricing in the early end stake penalty, right? Like that's actually pretty generous. If you were to do a normal stake and take into account the early end stake penalty, you'll see it will nuke it. Like if it's just 3 years in out of 10 years. So yeah, these are kind of like the visualizations, and you can see Maxi, as you were mentioning, Fast, it was like tracking at a premium or like pretty close to the backing value, like 1.7 for a while, and then just like drifting away now. And it's been like sub 1 hex as well for P Maxi. can look at P Lucky, discount, P Trio, pretty much a discount for its entire lifespan. But as you were kind of talking about, it's really closed that gap now that the stake is coming to an end. Base as well, that gap is closing. And then some of the Ethereum ones are less liquid, so we have like gaps in the price history. But yeah,
These are all on Ethereum as well as PulseChain. They all got copied over. They're all before the fork, as well as ETH and ETH Fair, if you want to get into the dirt. But I'm bullish on these on Ethereum and PulseChain for sure.
Yeah.
Especially when you have like a date, like you have a date on the calendar, like you literally have dates. Like we have October for Trio is when it ends. Like you can do the math, and or somebody else has probably already done the math and figure out what the value is, right? And then after that, 2029 for the 7-year one for Lucky, 2032 is DESI. So, you know, it won't be a data discount in 2032. I think I can guarantee that. And then 2037 is the max length maxi token. So it's, you know, it's a different way to hex stake.
The market can stay irrational longer than you stay solvent fast. You never know. People just throw away money sometimes.
Yeah, and that's where the opportunity is here, right? Because with staked hex, like natively staked hex, like the only real option they have is to emergency end stake, at which point, you know, they lose a bunch of their yield, potentially their principal, depending on when they do it. Whereas with this, they can just sell, right? So that you're going to see those arbitrage opportunities, and they won't necessarily be rational, right? Which is great if you are rational and you're looking at these. You know, if I saw a Trio for the same price as Hex, I would probably buy that today. That's just me.
Got a question here. What is the security on these projects? What are the pros and cons concerning security? Yeah, what comes to mind when you all think about? I mean, is it just smart contract risk? Like, what are some of the things people should know about any derivatives bid on Hex for these?
I'm pretty sure these are immutable smart contracts, right? So you do have additional smart contract risk, but it's not, it's not. You don't have like founder risk or that sort of thing, right? Like nobody's got their hands in the cookie jar. So it's similar to like you have contract risk with Hex, I suppose, right? Though it's proven. This is slightly less proven, but it's been around for a while, and they've already had some cycles that have completed. Like you guys mentioned, the base tokens already rolled over and it worked, right? So we're gonna have the Trio one come up in October. I suspect it's gonna work, and if those work, there's no reason that the other ones aren't gonna work just fine as well. So it's they're gonna keep going and doing what they do. I don't think anybody can ever turn them off. The perpetuals, anyway, everything except for Maxi is going to keep restaking because they'll never be 100% of the people who claim within the 7-day claim period. People will choose not to. They'll be providing liquidity or doing something else, which is something we should touch on, or they'll forget. Right, and those tokens will be perpetual, and new people will come in. Like when we see in October, when the Trio stake is up, there'll be a minting period, which I want to say is 14 days, where people can mint new Trio, right, and there'll be a new Trio stake. Am I right on that 14-day minting period? Does that sound familiar?
I believe it is 14 days for Trio, Lucky, and Desi. Right. Yes, because they're longer, and I think the idea was to give you more time to be able to claim. And then base is 7 because it's 14 days would be kind of like too long, for its length.
Yeah, it's losing a week out of a year, right? Whereas 2 weeks out of 3 years or 10 years potentially is not as big a deal.
All right.
But during that period, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw new higher totals for Trio in the next Trio stake. It may well be bigger than it is right now. So, and I believe with Hex there is a bigger pays better component that could be maxed.
Yeah. I was gonna say too. I got distracted for a moment. I was like, "What? What does the Perpetuals remind me of?" It always reminds me of that Marvel movie, The Eternals. Like, is that movie called The Perpetuals? Why do I keep associating that with it?
That was a terrible
and I was
movie.
like, I don't, so it doesn't need to be associated with it because it's not a great movie. But I keep thinking Perpetual. I keep thinking of, oh, that's the Marvel movie that I didn't watch because it looks stupid. So there you go. Anyways, go ahead. This is a very cool globe. I love globes. Ever since GoPulse had the validated globe thing, I think globes. We're in globe season right now. It's really catching on. Very hot right now. Very cool.
Yep.
What is this globe? What does it say?
This is, like I said, this has 5,555 dots. Each dot represents a day, and it's basically a sped up version. If you look at the stats panel, it's a sped up version of each day that has passed so far in the Maximus, the Maxi stake, which is that blue and yellow token that you saw. And it just ticks up day 20, day 30, day 40. And you can also see how much one Maxi is worth in Hex terms. And that's ticking up every day because it's a Hex stake. And it's, the yield is being accrued. So, and I have one for each of these. So this is kind of a cool visualization of what's going on, right, with these tokens. Music, but there's cool music you can.
I was like, did I click a button? What happened?
you can jump this. I've had this playing in the background at times.
Nice, dude. Yeah, this is making. I mean, I really like the visualizations. I like all these pieces because it makes it fun. It makes it like less. I mean, again, I'm the nerdy one. I like all the technical stuff. I love digging into it. But imagine a lot of people out there. They're like, oh, this is cool. But like, get the people going with the exciting like globes and spheres and all this stuff. So I love seeing these type of things.
Like the first time I came across these products, this sphere kind of was in my head because it was just like, it's this thing, like this circle where everyone's putting Hex into it. And it's just like this massive mass of Hex that's slowly kind of almost growing and just can't be stopped. And I don't know. Like I fell in love with Hex, and then I fell in love with these products, and just building, cool sites, cool stats. Like there's just so much to be excited about in Hex, and like I just love it so much. So,
is it literally just price been down? Like, is it? I feel like the whole exciting thing. I have not lost any interest or excitement in Hex this whole bear market because I always liked it. I think it was amazing. I like all the products, all these different products built on it. The mission, of course, the Richard, and all that stuff too. But it's like, how is this lost on people? How is this not like one of the greatest things you ever seen? And how is the sky the limit? How is not the sky the limit for this ecosystem? Like, what am I missing?
I don't know. I think it's partially to do with the fact that a lot of hexagons, even, they don't understand how Hex works, because there's a lot to be excited with Hex. Like it's the monetization of time, which is just incredible. And these tokens, they add a new layer of complexity onto it, where you have now two prices where people are speculating on that value over time. So it's kind of like a bond market forming. So for me, it's just like really interesting. The more that I learn about, studying these products made me really understand Hex deeply and realize like, wow, okay, this is how the T-share rate ratchets up. Wow, okay, this is how the daily payout is kind of calculated. And I'd really encourage people to look into these products. They kind of like force you to try and understand Hex a bit better.
There's cool stuff about them too. Like we already talked about the arbitrage opportunity, but one of the things I really like is the liquidity providing opportunity. So you have in these tokens things that are Hex equivalents, right? And obviously track the price of Hex very closely. There's variance when we get close to the stakes ending and starting and so on and so forth. But generally speaking, like these should be worth at least one Hex. So there's liquidity providing options on PulseChain where you compare Maxi, Desi, Lucky, etc., against Hex, right, or other things that are Hex equivalents, like the Actuator HTT tokens. And there are farms representing those, and they generally pay more than Hex staking, right? So you can have Hex paired against Hex, making fees in Hex, and then getting paid in a reward token on top of that, right? Which is pretty cool. As far as the liquidity for these tokens, it's relatively low. If you look on Dex Screener, you won't see the whole picture though. You have to look on Gecko Terminal, because a lot of the liquidity is on the Flux exchange on the PulseChain, right? So it's it just doesn't show up on Dex Screener, but it does show up on Gecko Terminal. And there's pools where all of these tokens are paired against each other along with Hex, right? So there's there's opportunity to make fees in Hex basically, as well as additional reward tokens on top.
I think the liquidity providing is super interesting point too, of people selling it, people buying it. You know, you're getting fees. A lot of times maybe people dump them because, this is that other Hex thing. And you're sitting there collecting these things, which again can be redeemed in the future with the yield and all that stuff. So I think that's a probably underrated strategy that came across.
If you're in liquidity, right? Like let's say you were providing liquidity for the main pool on Flux that has all the Maximus Dao tokens paired against each other in Hex. And then one of them dumps, right? So for whatever reason, someone decided to sell their lucky early and dumped the lucky chart, right? That means in your liquidity token, you've now acquired more lucky tokens at the sacrifice of the other tokens in the pair, right? And if you pull that liquidity, you get to keep those tokens. So if you're a liquidity provider and you see an irrational dump on one of these tokens, you have the option to pull your liquidity to capitalize on someone else's irrational emotions, and have the token that was undervalued in a larger percentage of that LP. And then you can wait for it to go back up and then put the LP back in, right? Which often happens, very, very quickly with these tokens, I've noticed. But yeah, like somebody exiting sometimes, makes a red candle on just one of them. And if you're in the LP pair with all of them, you're going to have way more of the one that's undervalued, because that's how LP works.
The prices do track pretty close to one another. So if you are in that kind of basket of all of these tokens on Flux, then you don't see too much of a deviation. So it's pretty safely kind of like tracking the Hex price. But at the same time, I want to get your guys' take on the discount, because at one point, Deci was at a massive discount, but Maxi wasn't. So it was kind of, in terms of APY back in the day, you were getting like 40, 50% sometimes when you bought Deci, but then Maxi, you were getting like maybe 20, 25. So kind of shorter, but it was like really interesting dynamics where, you could unlock 5 years.
Future APY though, right?
No, like kind of, I don't know how you would say it, but like not annualized, but like discount adjusted APY. So because of the discount, you were getting a higher APY. So the underlying Hex in Deci, I believe, it's not anymore, around 30%. But that's been cut now. But instead of 30%, you were getting 40, 50% because of the discount. You see how that works? Because instead of buying kind of the fair value and then continuing the Hex stake to completion, you were buying, imagine Deci was 90% discounted to its backing, like 0.1 Hex. That's going to jump up all the way at the end to whatever it ends up being, 3 or 4 Hex, right? And so you're making like serious APY, like 100% a year or whatever.
I guess this is the question. If I find like what is Deci is about 7 years out, 2032.
About that.
So if I want to make a 7-year Hex stake, I was like, that was on my staking ladder. I'm going to make a 7-year Hex stake. What makes more sense, like financially? Do I buy Deci tokens or do I stake my Hex for 7 years? What has better math?
I mean, almost like, apart from the additional contract risk, like guaranteed buying Deci and Maxi. So
with maybe, I could only think of a couple exceptions, right? One would be that I'm staking, $3 million, $5 million worth of Hex myself. Then maybe it's redundant. The other The other would be that, like, again, the same thing, that I'm trying to do $3 million. So I'd need to buy up $3 million worth of DESI, which would obviously explode the price. And then the math may not work out. So yeah, it's, unless you're a mega whale, the math is good.
I just wanted to see a god candle for DESI. Off the charts, $3 million going to DESI. I could imagine. Wow.
I don't think we'll see a god candle for DESI. I think what we'll see is it will tick up and up and up, you know, as we get closer to that 10 years, right? But it only takes like one true believer who wants, you know, $1 million worth, because like the math on it being $1 million undervalued, at some point, I'm sure that's going to be real. It may be real already. Actually,
Yes.
it almost certainly is.
So with DESI's kind of interesting if we're talking about liquidity, because there's a pretty big player that has a sell side V3 liquidity pool on 9mm.
Nice.
Right.
Okay. So you can buy up a lot of it probably then, eh?
Yeah, like right at 1 hex. So you know, do with that information what you will. I have done the whole V3 play before, where I've set buy orders at discounts, and it's worked pretty well for me. You can catch some of those discounts. It's just you kind of it has to stay at a discount for a day or two, you know, because I'm not at my computer the whole day. And then also there has to be like higher trading volume. It's not just the liquidity. If there was like a lot of trades going back and forth and we were really seeing like volatility on this stuff, then it would be like really good for single-sided buys. But
make volume great again. Let's do it. All right, guys. Crispy's in the green room. He's itching to get into laddering, all the ladders, all the cool stuff. Really good conversation. I like this. This is one of my favorite panels so far. Very, very cool. Everyone in the chat should be very educated on the Maximus token at this point now.
Yeah, check out liquidity providing, guys. Low and permanent loss liquidity providing at this point, and what I think is the bull market. That's the play, in my opinion. Right? If you can win on every side because you're making the fees, but you're not, you know, you still have Hex in the end in one shape or form or another. It's a pretty good win.
You can find out a lot more about liquidity providing as well on gorealdefi.com. Go down to the navigation panel here and click. I say that, and then where is it? I thought I had it under farming. Oh yeah, there we go, farming. Click farming, the little carrot there. Cute little carrot. I like those emojis. Proud of those emojis. Good emojis. Click that, and you can see a bunch of different videos from on my channel, as well as many other channels about farming and liquidity providing. A bunch of in-depth AMAs. I'm sure you'd at least Fast is on some of these somewhere, I think, as well. Could be a lot of Sloth too. Sloth did a whole channel. I just added.
Sloth's ones are really good because he covers everything. He covers like the high end to the low end of liquidity providing and farming. He covers the Flux Exchange, V3, PulseX, of course. So I like his.
Really good. Very good. Thank you, gents, and I'll see you all a little bit later.
Thank you, Max. Yeah.
Thanks. Boom. All right, did it. I didn't add anyone to the chain. I clicked as fast as I could. Hashtag people coming in and out things. All right, to our next speaker, who's talking about all the laddering, all the things. Can we get a konnichiwa for Mr. Crispy?
Konnichiwa!
Welcome.
Konnichiwa.
Hey now. Konnichiwa.
Big hey
How's it
now.
going?
Hey now. I'll bring some energy in here, man. Whew.
Let's do it. Did you watch the video? I played that new video earlier, which is pretty from the Red Notice project or those guys. If you didn't see it, I'm sure I'll play it again either today or tomorrow. But
I haven't been watching everything now. I've been working
we got
hard.
some new stuff. But yeah, busy guy. I'll let you get to it. Laddering, hex laddering. I'll add it to the stage. It's all yours, sir.
All right, brother. I will get you back on schedule anyway, sir. It'll be pretty straightforward. Hey, everybody out there in the chat, all the people coming out here to watch this stuff. Thanks for coming. We're going to talk about laddering, man. But there's been a lot of laddering already. And I know this whole week is all about Hex. And so we got lots of stuff going on there. But I'm focusing on this idea that Hex has a 15-year cycle. And I think that right now people have a great opportunity to participate in them. And so I'm going to show you some of the information that I have, and you know, do what you want with it, right? I mean, do what you want with it. I mean, this is DeFi. You get to do some stuff, man. You don't have to stick with what I tell you or what anybody else tells you. And clearly, we have a little bit of challenge right now. So let me cue this guy up here on my screen so I can actually show you what I got going on and what I want to talk about. All right, so you ready? Let's get into this. One more little click here. I got to make a little change. Bloop, bloop, bloop. All right, so we talk about this hex stakes and laddering, and let's talk about what we're trying to do, right? What we're talking about here is how do you set up a ladder? Now, I don't know how I'm going to be able to communicate this later, but right now, hex is a penny. And I say how to communicate it later. What I'm referring to is, you know, later on when people are like, "Hey, hex is at $1. Should I set up my ladder?" Yeah, I'm probably going to be telling people they should, because if they're thinking about a 15-year plan, it's still going to make sense. But right now, you guys are here, and if you don't already have hex, it'd be a really big shame that you didn't pick up hex at a penny, and instead you decide to buy it at $1. Right. And so speaking to that, let's talk about what a ladder might look like right now. So we're talking about building a ladder. You know, it's a series of hex stakes going out 15 years, right? And then planning for future flexibility and liquidity, just like a certificate of deposit ladder. Now you say, Crispy, yeah, you know what you're talking about. Or maybe that's true. I might not know what the hell I'm talking about. But as Hex Monkey's talking about in the chat there, this reminds me a lot of February 2020. You know, or I should say February 2021, January and February 2021, where Hex was just a penny, and then we saw it run very quickly from a penny all the way up to 22 cents or so. So this is an opportunity for you to participate in something that you think you lost at that time. All right. So most common use case for Hex, right? Staking ladder, scrape the yield, decide what you're going to do with the yield. Okay. Easiest method is yearly stakes, right? Because it just makes sense to do it that way. That's a shout out to old hexologists, where every January you could decide, hey, this is what I'm going to do. I'll decide to scrape in January. Maybe I scrape, maybe I don't scrape, but at least you have your stake coming out, so that you can kind of like see what's going on in the environment, right? At that time, what's happening in the community. I don't think that most people grasp how it works. So that's why we're going to go, or in why it works. So let's go over that a little bit, right? So hex inflation is paid out at 3.69 per year. I'm not going to go into like significant detail about that, but I mean, every year, 3.69. It's paid only to stakers, and now it's very, very low. And T-shares are the yield engine, right? Share rate is how it's determined how much of the payout you get. You have enough shares, you get more, right? And so it's balanced out that way. Now that share rate only goes up over time. And so let's take a look at that and see what it's been doing. All right, so in red on the left, you can see the actual T-share rate as it's come up to over 42,000, and then the projection of it going up to over 80, over 80,000, over the next 10 to 15 years. Now, here's the part that maybe some people are missing. Longer pays better, which means that the longer you go out, the more hex you get, or hex T-shirts you get, where it increases your quote unquote staking bonus 20% per year. It doesn't mean you get 20% more hex. What it means is you get 20% more T-shares for that first 10 years, right? And so you're able to really capitalize on the number of T-shares. And so with the hex staking ladder, what you're doing is, instead of one big giant stake that you're setting up, what you're doing is you're breaking that up into years. Maybe it would look something like this, for the number of days over a 15-year ladder. And so one of the things that's happening right now is you have this capability come in and do this right now. And we do know that the T-share, well, of course, Hex price is relatively low. T-share rate is relatively low to the future. And you still have some pretty good buying power for T-shares. You know, when I showed you this and how it's going up into the right, you see how it's still on this angle, this straight angle. It doesn't flatten out for quite a while, for a few more years, right? Well, the reason for that is you have all these old stakes that are still going to be ending. They'd be pushing the T-share rate up. So short stakers are really being crushed in the meantime, because they're getting yield based on the current rate, not this future rate. And what's going to end up happening is there's no way for them to really keep up, right, by doing short stakes, because these longer stakes are going to be ending, pushing it up faster than they can get their new T-shares. So it always ends up being like the same old story of, you know, when's the best time to get a T-share today? All right. So, I mean, it's always going to be a lower rate. All right. So we saw this little slide here. All right. So why would you set up a staking ladder like this? Well, primarily it's to break out your Hex into future pieces that are paying you APR rewards over time, right? And this way you're getting liquidity available to you, because when none of us knows what's going to happen in the market. You know, some people go down all the way to the monthly level, some are quarterly, some are yearly. But what it's doing is it's giving you liquidity at regular intervals that you can then decide to do something with, right? Smooths out the exposure to that rate change that we're showing, right? And it balances short-term cash flow with long-term growth. So it gives you a little bit of Hex available to you in the earlier rungs for you to do something with, so you can participate in the market. Right, and so that's what's happening now. For let's see what I have for my next slide here. Boop. Come on, computer. All right, so I will stay on this slide right here. All right, so let's talk about what this ladder may look like, and what the value is today. So this is not a small amount of money. Right, so I'm using an example to talk about where we might be talking about having a million Hex allocated over this 15 years, right? A lot of ways to configure that. One way to configure it is simply just split up the Hex per year, right? What does that look like? That looks like having about, you know, 66,666 Hex per stake. Right, if you do that over this 15-year period, and because the longer pay is better, your total number of T-shares would be something like 57 T-shares. Still a reasonably, you know, strong commitment. I mean, $10,000 worth of Hex that you might set up over the next 15 years, right? Average APY might be about 3.4% initially, but then it'll rise over time as more people drop out of the system, right? Plus, you get additional, additional rewards for all the emergency end stakes that might happen. Anything happens in the system like that. But what we're doing here is we're not building. You know, we're not trying to hit. You know, to get a one-hit wonder. We're trying to stay in over a longer period of time. You know, shorter rungs in the 1 to 5 year range, not going to pay as much. You know, because they're going to be paying somewhere around the 1.7 to 3% range, with an ROI of maybe about 14% overall. The longer rungs, though, do a hell of a lot better. They do 3.4% to all the way up to 50%. Excuse me, on ROI terms, right? So the big takeaway here is the longer you commit, you know, the more effective rewards that you're going to get on this whole thing, right? Now, let's see. Now, in terms of dollars, right? So this is where today I think that you have your asymmetrical opportunity. $10,000, most people consider to be a lot of money. Spread out and locked for 15 years, most people would consider that to be a significant commitment. Each rung being worth over $700 each. Annual payout somewhere in the the $12 to $25 range. Total lifetime payouts on a yearly basis at the current price, tens of dollars. Okay, guess what? This is competitive, by the way, with TradFi. This is competitive when I say this, right? It's competitive, this ladder with TradFi. However, you got to think about this. This is a 15-year cycle. You can't come back later and do this. Yes, you can get some exposure through derivatives, etc. But that's a whole different game for this regular user. You can't come back later and make these stakes, right? That's why you got to think long and hard about doing a $10,000 ladder at this time. All right, so let's think about this 15-year cycle. 15-year cycle. At $5 hex. Well, each one of those rungs is not worth $730 anymore. It's worth $333,000 at $5 hex. Annual payouts aren't in tens of dollars. They're in tens of thousands of dollars. Okay, so all of a sudden you're in a situation where not only now do you have a million hex, which is going to be worth way a little bit over $5 million, but it's paying you 4%. Roughly, and it'll change, right, over time as it goes along. But so the absolute dollar value can go from pocket change to life changing depending on the price, right? And everything is set up that way. It's set up to be that way. We've got this our situation with our situation with the OA and the OA staking and the amount of rewards that are coming in. Set up in such a way that this is a possibility, if not an inevitable. I never talk in absolutes, but it's feeling that way with the whole hex setup. And what's going to be really hard is I'm talking to you now about setting up a ladder that might pay you tens of thousands of dollars a year with stakes that are going to be worth $300,000 plus. But when we say it, we're talking about a $700 ish, investment per year per stake. Think about how rare this could become when $5 is realized. All right, think about trying to have a conversation with somebody and telling them, hey, you should set up a staking ladder with $300,000 per rung. And if they weren't already in, it's going to be really tough. So we have an opportunity to have staking rungs set up that are going to be paying you this 4% and increasing, exposed to all these additional rewards that could come. Don't know. It's crypto. I can't tell you what everybody's going to do. But you have the opportunity now to get this set up for really pennies on the dollar. And you're not going to be able to come back and do it later without significantly putting in more value, especially if you didn't already have the hex. And so even if you're not sold on the idea yet of doing a complete ladder and making that type of commitment, I can just tell you, I bought hex at 40 cents. Sure would have liked to bought a lot more hex at a penny than I did at 40. And that's not a surprise that that's going to happen. I'm kind of expecting that we'll see higher prices eventually. Remember, it's 15-year cycle. So if we're not talking about, this happening in 2025, 25, 26, if you don't think that's going to happen, how about 29, 30? What about 33, 34? What are you doing here if you don't believe at all? Right. And so I got to believe a couple of things, building blocks. Crypto is going to be around. Hex is going to be around on PulseChain. Prices are going to go up and to the right. Well, what does up and the right mean? It doesn't mean to a penny. It means up and to the right with more adoption as we go through time. So I think what we're going to be looking at when we finally get to the end of this is you start looking at these rungs. Let's do some little quick cheat math on this, right? This is an example I was talking to Tam Tam about the other day. If I have 10 T-shares out there right now, and this is where we were talking about, what they pay. So they're paying about 1.5 hex per day, right? So 1.5 hex per day is about 15 hex per staking ladder if it was a 10 stake ladder. or 10 share T-share ladder. So 10 T-shares times 1.5 hex per day is 15 hex per day. And yeah, that looks like a little bit, right? I mean, right now hex is about a penny. So it's about 15 cents per day. But when you multiply it out by 365 days, okay, that is $54.75, which when you divide it by say $730, right, should come out to be something like around 7%, something of that nature. On this, well, I did it on one T-shirt, didn't I? So I'm sorry about the math on that. So I'll start over and just say I've got 10 T-shares, and I'm going to multiply that 2 times with a 1.5, just to give you this right now, and the 1.5 times a penny is that 15 cents a day, 365 days a year is $54.75, right? That's at a penny, right? Now that $5 scenario, if I multiply that instead by the $5, all right, is $27,000 per year in change, right? So at $5, that little thing that you might put in place that's going to be just earning that few pennies a day suddenly becomes real money that can pay your car payment, maybe pay your mortgage, maybe it pays your food bill and that, maybe it pays all your bills. And now for those of you who are going to go further and you're going to set something up where you like we were saying with that other ladder, where you might have 54 T-shares, not just 10 T-shares paying you that. Well, now you're making a living wage off of that. Of course, it is in the future. Depends getting up to the $5. So, all right. And I think, Max, I may disappoint you and end a little bit early, but in summary for this, right, our hex ladders are about discipline and predictable yield, right? Power comes from locking the T-shares, and letting time and price do the work, not trading, right? And we all have plenty of experience probably now in exposure with trading, right? But instead of trying to catch knives and, call tops and swap bottoms and all this other stuff, right? You're letting time in the market pay you, right? So that's what the hex staking ladder is all about. It looks boring at today's prices. I know I get a lot of argument from people about, it just doesn't make sense. I'm just going to call the top. I'm going to save, and don't worry, I'll make it, right? But I do believe in the hex staking ladder. I think the asymmetrical opportunity is here right now because obviously people are fading the shit out of it. So what better time to do it than now? The payouts could be massive if it turns around the way some of us think it will. And that's why the miners call it a long game. It's a very, very long game. So you guys in chat, go ahead and ask some questions. Let me change up my screen a little bit here. Let's see if there's anything that comes up I can answer for you. I saw there were a few things. I know there's some favorites out here. Let's see. Yep. Let's look at Shellfox. Oh, I can't actually click them and show them on here. But Shellfox was saying in the future, people are going to try to get a T-share, but enjoy your B shares, right? Yeah, you're going to have to do that because T-shares aren't going to be available. Rapid Unbox is saying that T-shares are like gold, like money. What else we got? And Galacomatics, I don't think that refers to my conversation. Shellfox saying every night I get paid out in Hex. Imagine getting paid out a whole Bitcoin or ETH every 24 hours. Yeah, that was happening at one point for a lot of people back in back in 21. It did happen. Of course, now it's cheaper. Shellfox is also saying $10 Hex is cheap Hex. Yeah, I'm a believer, guys, in the idea that it can go very, very high, very, very high. Oh yeah, Condor was asking a really great question. But Shellfox right before that said, "Hey, diamond hands build ladder." Condor was saying, still further, DCing in is it still valid? Until what price? I'm here since summer last year. What should I think of? EX maybe. Yeah, I can't really read that on the right-hand side on that little part there at the bottom about EX. Maybe it's laddering, but how to do that. Just in general, and we talk about the laddering and staking and all the rest. If you have a long enough time frame and you believe that Hex is going to perform the way Bitcoin has performed in the past, it doesn't matter when you get in, right? I understand that's going to be a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow. Doesn't matter when you come in, right? It doesn't matter that I missed $1,000 Bitcoin and I bought $3,000 Bitcoin. But if I had, if I had bought all of my Bitcoin at $1,000, I'd be happier because it'd be three times more, right? If that was the case. The same thing with Hex, right? It's at a penny now. This is why I kind of preambled it with the idea that, hey, listen, if you have the opportunity and you're interested in Hex, get the Hex early, so you have it and it's already available to you. And then it kind of takes off the table this worry of where does the Hex come from when it's at a much higher price. But that being said, as we start getting up in the parabola, that's probably the time where you stop using. And Hex is almost up into that range now. Not quite there. I mean, we just got buy signals and a few weeks ago, but there will come a point where it's just going to be overpriced, and you can look at things like the 200-day moving average, etc., where it might just be time to kind of like chill, because the risk reward becomes lower and lower, right? And the idea is that you would like to, because I'm assuming if the reason you're DCing in is to sell at the top, you don't want to really, buy and then take a loss. So. But yeah, the time does come, depending on your feelings on it, where you would slow down your DCA, and then you need to sit on your hands. If you're not already got your staking ladder set up, you're sitting on your hands for the 8 to 10 months for a bottom, which again is hard to call. But again, going back to your question about when to stop DCing for a ladder, it doesn't matter because you have a very long time frame. I don't know if that last point made as much sense as it did in my head, Max, but I was trying.
You got it. You're putting in the work, man. Putting in the work. It's okay. I'm sure you've been going 100 miles an hour and decided to stop by Hex Week because you like the Hex token and you have some affinity for me. I assume it's a little bit as well. So always appreciate you.
I don't really tell people about that. But
the Hex token, though, we can tell them through the Hex token. We can tell them it's the power of community. There you go.
What happens with RHMax in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's all I'm saying.
And we're gonna see you in Vegas. It's gonna be. We're having a PulseChain tour next year. I'm pretty sure SJ's in the chat. She can confirm, but I think it's happening same time, right?
October, I think. Is that what they said? I don't know. I don't know when it is. I don't know. I guess for everybody listening, close out my segment. I've never been more bullish with the idea of staking Hex, but I recognize, guys, that none of us can give you a concrete 100% positive list. This is exactly what's going to happen and what's going to happen. But I've never been more bullish on it, and I'm not going to fade it. And I Quattro Cinco this month.
Love it. Yeah, I've unofficially turned every fifth day of the month into basically Quattro Cinco, 5 day, or Hex stake day in general. So I'm going to keep posting that every fifth day. I'm going to try to be like, hey, if you want to make a stake, here's a rallying call. Here's a reason to do it. And then maybe I'll look back in the last 2 or 3 weeks or 2 or 3 months and see if we're getting any traction on it. Probably green candles will help with that as well. But Hex token, good. Hex token, good. Thank you, sir. Yeah. I will see you back a little bit later for Communis. Looks like.
Yeah, I think I'm coming solo for that.
That works.
I'm
that
gonna
works.
I'm gonna be like, come at me, bro. Come at me, bro.
Let's do it. Sounds good. I'll see you soon, Crispy. Appreciate it.
Nice, yeah.
All right. Let's get you know what? I hope everyone who buys or stakes Hex is able to do this with a money gun at some point.
Wow. Neat. Don't leave home without it. Yeah.
Dollar bills. How's it going? Crypto Gathics.
Thanks for the invite. Appreciate coming on here. I saw you at Pulse 369, but there was just so much going on. Didn't really get a chance to stop and catch up. But yeah, I'm excited for this. Thank you for putting on this awesome event, especially with the way prices are. We do need a pickup. So I love how everybody's been very positive and bringing the vibes.
Power of community, man. We gotta, you know, I think, I don't know. It always just, I don't care what the prices are. It's this special ability that I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I'm like, I don't care. I'm here to win. Whether the price is up, price is down, like I want to help make a contribution for when price go up. Oh, look, we're winning the entire time. That was fine. It was hard. Congrats to everyone who just got here. But I think putting in the work there's something special about it. So I appreciate you being here and going to give us a crypto for college lesson as well.
Yeah,
so
let me share my screen. Let me know if it comes up.
I'll drop off, put your screen on. Let me know if you need anything else.
All right. All right, give me a second here to share the correct screen. Here we go. Please let me know in the chat if that doesn't show up. All righty then. So I'm going to be giving a talk on crypto for college and basically taking our amazing coin Hex and turning it into a vehicle that people can use to leverage their future college attendance. So this is about motivating families to get into crypto, specifically with Hex, and to make college more affordable. And I'll get into some of the reasons why that is still important. But yeah, I'm very excited to talk about two of my favorite subjects, crypto and education. All right, so just going to go over some topics here. We're going to give you a little background, the origin of this idea, why college is still relevant, current solutions for families, current limited solutions, why crypto is the answer, and specifically Hex, how Hex can really, maximize the gains for the future. And then we're going to talk about this platform that I'm building, Crypto for College, and how you can get involved and make a difference, and a little Q&A at the end. All right, so a little bit of background on me. I did attend Pulse 369. Got to meet some of you. That was amazing. Wish it could have been more of you. Those conferences just fly by. So I wish they were a little bit longer. But anywho, a little bit about me. My background is in engineering and education. When I went to school, I was really interested in just building things. And while I was there, we actually got to mentor some high school kids. So, underprivileged inner city youth, hoping to go to college and get a career one day. So we got to mentor them with web design, robotics, pretty much just tech related, to show them what's possible by pursuing higher ed. And that's kind of what really lit the spark for me for getting into education. But before I went into education, I actually did end up being an engineer, and I think I skipped my order here. But as an engineer, I got to build some hospitals, schools. I got to do some manufacturing work, and that was rewarding financially. But that interest in teaching really stayed in the back of my mind. So I got the opportunity to be a teacher, a technology teacher, for 10 years actually, and in the private school system. So I went from kindergarten to middle school to high school, and I ended up teaching as everybody I could, how to program, how to do proper research online, how to build robotics with Legos. And in the older ages, I got to teach them about ethics, because ethics are very important as far as using technology properly in a safe way, not spreading disinformation, as is all too common sometimes. But anywho, I got into crypto 2021. Unfortunately, that was the top. Had to round trip my bags. Again, I took the education part of me and I said, how can I spread the word of crypto? How can I make people get into it? Because it's such a complex such a complex idea. Understanding it is one thing, but actually putting it to use is another. So I ended up coming out with these crypto flashcards, and I would give them away to friends and family, and just have them read the different cards. Step 1, get a wallet. Step 2, search up some coins. So that really piqued me in wanting to be more involved with the crypto space. And college. So why do we still need college? It's very true that anybody can make a lot of money, a decent living, just by doing gigs. We have the gig economy, people doing DoorDash, driving Lyft, being influencers for any number of topics on TikTok. So in a way, it's great that people have all of these options. But not everybody wants to be an influencer. Not everybody wants to do videos for, 18 hours a day. But those people who do it are amazing. But of course, different strokes for different folks. So college is still going to be there. And there was actually a survey that was commissioned by Lego back in 2019. And it was asking students in the US, the UK, and China what they wanted to be when they grew up. And I'm sure you can already guess what the answers were. So most of Chinese students wanted to be engineers, whereas us Western students over here, they wanted to be streamers and influencers. So that's a big discrepancy right there. And there's nothing wrong with being one or the other. But I think it's still important that we are able to sustain society, because we still need doctors. We need people to document what's going on, especially with information being manipulated, especially online. We do need people who can keep track of that, and to do that in a proper academic way. People need to go and get a degree. And of course, scientists, we're always going to need those to create, medicine, especially with longevity that so many of us are passionate about. So there are certain professions, certain jobs where you do need a college degree. And even if you don't end up finishing college, even if you attend, that unlocks a whole new network effect. Basically, you're gaining access to this other level that you wouldn't have otherwise necessarily had access to. So this means different social circles. Perhaps your roommates, with someone who's a tech executive, or the daughter of a diplomat, or someone whose mom is the VP of a hedge fund. So in these academic settings, you're able to access a whole plethora of different circles, plus more benefits as well that are not academic, where you may have access to CERN tutoring available, to help you with your grades. So there's all sorts of things, and that's just in college. Once you graduate college, you should hopefully, not everybody, but hopefully be a little bit of a higher salary range, which means more disposable income, which gives you more funds to invest and break that cycle, this hamster wheel that the majority of us were on at some point, and trying to break free. So those are, some reasons why college is still relevant. Not for everybody, but it's still there. It still can be useful. All right, so let's say you or somebody you love wants to go to college. How can they get there besides getting good grades, doing after-school activities, having an amazing resume? Currently, these are some of the options. So there's something called a 529 college savings account, and as you can guess, this just gives you a very average APY. And it's only good for 18 years. You invest a little bit something for your son or your daughter, and you'll have something hopefully at the end. Another thing which we're familiar with is certificate of deposits, where you lock up some funds for a few years, But again, these APYs, they're not very lucrative. Government bonds, so up to 30 years. But yeah, these are safe, a safe 5%. But when tuition, is $30,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year, that's not getting very far. But the other thing that is really a deal breaker is that it's only for certain expenses and people. So let's say you put away some money, and then it turns out that your kid doesn't want to go to college. They want to start a business. Can you use those funds? Absolutely not. Can you give them to a cousin or a niece or a nephew? Nope, can't do that either. It's only going to be for your immediate family. So that, yeah, it's not ideal. Now, here comes our favorite part, crypto. Why is crypto the answer? Well, for one, it's far vastly superior to anything else out there, stocks, gold, real estate. And all I'm going to say is Bitcoin used to be $1 not too long ago. And of course, there's no middlemen. There are no offices to use crypto. You don't need to wait for Monday morning, to go downtown to that branch and tell them you want to move some funds around. You have access yourself. And of course, there's the unmatched APRs, and these are just skimming the surface, right? Especially for those who want to go a little bit more degen. But I would say, yeah, 20, you can get 20% in crypto easily, and it's somewhat safe, I would say. So that's far more than you would get with a traditional. And of course, it's permissionless. You don't need to get anybody's permission about why you're taking out, $5,000, $9,000, $20,000. It doesn't matter what you're going to be doing with it. It's your funds. You worked very hard for it, and why should you have to answer questions, right? So that's the great thing about crypto. It's permissionless. And now Hex in particular, of course, you can go out and get some Bitcoin, but the returns are not what they used to be. So with Hex, most of us know what already Hex is, but the way that we would proposition people with Hex is that it's like a certificate of deposit app. It's a piece of software. It runs on the blockchain, and anyone can run it. It cannot be turned off. It's running 24/7, and there is no help support. There's no 800 number that you can call, which can be a bad thing. But the truly genius of a Hex is that it just runs forever. The code does what it should, and it's been running flawlessly for 5 years. So what is Hex? What does it ask you to do? It's asking to commit to yourself, to commit to your family, to have the conviction that crypto is going to do better in the long run. And you don't need to do a deep dive. You can put in $5, $10, $100, and you can deposit it for a year, 2 years, 5 years, up to 15 years. And you can have these roll out every month, every 6 months, every birthday, just putting some funds away, for your 5-year-old, for your 10-year-old, because college is a long way away. But in crypto terms, those multipliers can come very quick. So it's really about having the fortitude to commit yourself to those time spans. And where does the value of Hex come from? It's the value that's created by locking away and forgetting about it. So if back in 2011 you had bought $10 worth of Bitcoin, back then it was $1. So right now it's over 100K, So you would have had $1 million plus if you had just bought 10 coins of Bitcoin back then. So we're not saying that Hex is going to have wild, amazing gains. It could, but that's what we're trying to, that's what the mindset that we're trying to get people to understand, is that take some value, lock it away, and in the end, you will get a higher return for that. And there is an APR associated with it that varies from time to time, but I would say that it's just a bonus. Let's say you put in 100 coins in there. Let's say you just put in 10 coins in there, and right now it's, let's say it's worth a penny. What do you think it's going to be in 5, 10, 15 years, those coins? Hopefully there would be at least a few cents, maybe a couple of dollars. So yeah, the upswing is just tremendous on that. And yeah, this brings us to the Crypto for College platform. What is it? How is it going to be helping to onboard new people? So here is a look at the website. And basically, since I was an educator, I also worked in the IT departments. I modeled the website to have the feel and the look of a school or of a college. The appeal is that we are putting crypto to work for our next generation, for our children, for our godchildren, for our nephews, our nieces, for our neighbors' kids. We want them to have a better future. I mean, what's the use of making amazing returns in crypto if you're just gonna use it all on cars and watches? We need to be more philanthropic, which I know many of us are. So this is a way to help people, help the no coiners see the value in it. So on this website, I just gave some numbers that families would understand. I mean, college right now, it's ridiculous. Per year, when you come out of college, you have a lot of debt that's going to take you some years to pay as well. And I did not know the stat that it takes about 21 years on average to repay your student loans. So that's a doozy. So crypto is going to help with that. And one of the issues that I have with onboarding people is that there's no purpose. I mean, okay, I can make all of these insane gains. I can buy a Lambo. I can get a new house. I can go on vacation. But what am I going to do after that? And that's where having a more altruistic purpose comes in. When you have a family, when you start having kids, this is eventually going to come up. Are we going to send them to college? Maybe, maybe not. But it'd be nice to have a sort of a backup, in case they do. So that's where this platform is going to come in. It's going to serve as a bridge to get people who want to find a way to pay for something expensive and connect them with knowledgeable people who know how to make the most of the funds that are available. And so that's what Crypto for College is. And it's going to be, a resource for not only families, but for educators. So teachers, schools that want to attract more families, but not many can afford it. They perhaps want to give them some options, besides taking out a loan, for $20,000, $50,000 a year. It's just a lot to ask for families to do. And another key component of this is I want on-ground engagement with some of the other work that I do. I attend conventions and shows. And so I do want there to be a crypto presence at school functions, at family festivals, at sporting events. Usually you'll have, different tents set up, with people offering, food, maybe some games, of course, but rarely do you see somebody offering a way to save for an education. And there's nothing like having those handshakes with people, making eye contact, and talking to them and listening to their concerns. So this has been in the making for a while, and I'm going to be putting together a team that can work to go out, not just in one location, but in several locations. We want this to be a regional thing where people can go out and tell a story, not just about crypto and making insane amounts of money, which is true, but why should we go down that path? And I believe that having a reason is really going to connect with people besides just dollar signs. And this is just another way to bring legitimacy to crypto. We already have retirement accounts, being being propped up to accept crypto, and of course, a lot of banks like PayPal, they're starting to push crypto as well. So just having another narrative, I believe, is going to be very useful in getting the word out as to why crypto is so amazing, especially our Hex coin. All right, so how can you get involved? We have this amazing community, and we put on these amazing events, and we need to bring more people, more no coiners, more people who are curious, about what exactly they can gain from crypto. So here's the website that I created, Crypto for College, with the number 4, just to make it a little bit more memorable. And I picked the .me just to make that connection that if you're a student, if you're a family, how is crypto going to benefit me? Because nobody else is going to do it for you, right? No one else is going to give you, at least not for a hefty interest rate, right? No one else is going to give you a lot of money for college. So people need to take just take the reins to their future on that. And I did create a Twitter account, Crypto for College X, and I'm posting more education and finance related, use more kind of macro, because the audience again are families. So I would welcome you to take a look at it and send me some articles or maybe some stats that are vital to crypto in general, but as far as investing for the common person, to help them, to help me spread the word, why crypto is the answer. So I would appreciate if you would engage with me on there. And this is another talking point, Crypto for College. When you talk to your neighbors, when you talk to family members, as we all have, sometimes we seem like that, that lunatic. What is he talking about? What does he mean, staking or farming? So if we have a narrative, if we have a vehicle to carry the conversation, it's going to make it a lot easier for the listeners to be like, okay, so the goal is college, and crypto is going to help me achieve that. So tell me more about that. So I think this is going to be a tremendous resource, and I would encourage you to point to friends and family at it. Oh yeah, I'm into this crypto thing, and I know you're saving up for college. Take a look at this website. It's made by an educator, and it's aimed at people who are, wanting to have a higher education later on. So why don't you take a look at that website, and then you can come back and ask me, some questions about it. I can give you more details, and that's really the hook. I can see it eventually being used, as I mentioned earlier, to match the new people, with us crypto experts. How are we going to bridge that gap together so that we get more people on board, and they benefit from this amazing. It's an amazing. I don't even know how to describe it. Sometimes, it's just such a genius movement, that is changing lives and is going to change even more lives. But we need to get people here earlier and help them see the benefits of it. So like I said, I want to have a regional presence in different places. That way we can reach families, in multiple locations and talk to them, and not just seem, like this quirky community that just wants to talk about coins all day. No, we're also going to talk about how are we going to put crypto to use. So that's what gets me riled up about crypto and education. That pretty much wraps it up for my talk here. I really appreciate the time RHMax has devoted on here, and I just want to continue spreading the word, and can't wait for this bull run to keep kicking off.
Waiting for the next 10,000x. Let's do it. I'm excited. Cool project, man. Yeah, I'm just looking in the chat, see if there's any questions. Don't see any questions, direct questions. Sandy had a comment about, I wish I had this crypto car for my son. I did 529, which helped, of course. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've got 2 boys, so I already started their Hex staking ladder. So they're going to be surprised when they see those, 5, 10, 15 years out.
Let's do it. I hope Hex is worth a lot by the time those stakes mature and able to do some good with it. So, very cool.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks again for joining us for Hex Week. And I just want to remind everyone as well, I'll drop the StreamYard link in the chat a little bit later on when we have the last Hex panel. It's open to everyone, of course, to you as well. So feel free to come back. Any of the speakers, anybody in the community wants to hop on, StreamYard link will be in the chat if you don't have it already. So I appreciate you joining us again, man. It's awesome.
Cool. All right. Yeah, appreciate you. Thanks so much, Max. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. All right. A lot of great talks today. A lot of fun ones. We got the Hex Meditation next. We're going to do a Let's Go Brandon, and he's going to come in very shortly. I certainly hope so. And I'm going to, let's do Hex Girl. I haven't done Hex Girls for a while. Let's do Hex Girl.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so many coins. Which coin is the best? Is it too late to buy Bitcoin? Why must cryptocurrency be so confusing? When you need clear answers, go to Richard Hart. The smartest man in crypto, Richard Hart. Richard Hart started mining Bitcoins on his graphic card in 2011. Richard knows his crypto stuff. Crypto Smart with Richard Hart. Check out his YouTube channel.
So you know you're in trouble when your extra large rogue weight belt doesn't fit no more. I guess I haven't been lifting on the cardio machine so much. So I'll give lifting this heavy crap a try. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, baby. Pussy hands are giving out.
All right. Welcome back to the event. Let's go, Brandon. Free Brandon. How's it going? If this is the right Brandon.
Hello,
or
friends.
is this the right Brandon?
And
Oh, that's not the right Brandon. Not yet. Or should I? If you don't give me an answer in 30 seconds. Right, there we go. Okay. I was going to start playing it. We can do that too.
I
love your background.
You like it?
I love your background. Dude, that's so good. Somebody sent me a video, Triple Dad sent me a video of that with White Lotus music playing in it. White. Have you seen White Lotus?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, okay, you might not get it. Anyone who's seen White Lotus, you'll get it though. Like that, the images remind me of like White Lotus type theme. But anyways, I love it. I love it. How's it going, man?
It's going good.
You have some.
You ready for the best hex meditation of your life?
My body's ready. My body's ready. All right. Let me. I'll take us out and just play the video.
Just play the video.
All right. How long is it?
Oh, we got 11 minutes.
11 minutes. Perfect. All right. Let's go.
Yourself. Hello, friends, and welcome back. It's good to see you. It's been too long. It's time for us to recalibrate, and what better way to do that than to center ourselves here in a most sacred week of the year, Hex Week. So for those of us who have weathered the storms of market volatility, let's embark now on a journey into a peaceful, calming, and centering world we know as Hexaco. So please find a comfortable spot to sit in or recline or lay down, whatever makes you feel as undisturbed as possible. Let your body settle, perhaps with your hands on your abdomen or in your lap. Gently close your eyes or soften your gaze downward. Feel the support beneath you, like the unshakable blockchain that underpins Hex, the solid and unchanging PulseChain. Now, let's begin with the breath, the quiet rhythm that centers you amid any chaos. Inhale slowly through the nose, drawing in serenity as we count 5, 5, 5, 5, and hold the breath for 5, 5, 5, 5, and exhale through your mouth 5, 5, 5, 5, and release any market anxieties or external doubts. With each inhale, invite calm, and with each exhale, cast out your reliance on untrustworthy systems. Breathe in self-trust with no middlemen, and breathe out fear. Continue this cycle a few times, allowing your muscles to unwind. Allow your mind to clear like the pristine ledger that is PulseChain. As you're clearing your mind, we now get ready to transport to the serene sanctuary known as Hexaco. Imagine arriving on its warm, sun-kissed beaches, where golden sands stretch endlessly under a vast sky. The gentle waves of a crystal-clear ocean lap at the shore, their rhythm syncing with your breath, peaceful, eternal. Palm trees sway softly in the breeze, their leaves whispering secrets of true decentralization. Hexaco is a haven of beautiful nature, lush jungles teeming with vibrant flora, waterfalls cascading into tranquil pools, and beautiful sunsets that paint the horizon in colors of orange and yellow. Here, Ultimate peace flows from the absence of central control. No governments meddling, no banks extracting fees, no exchanges holding your keys. It's a world built on self-sovereignty, where your hex thrives in pure freedom. Imagine yourself walking along the beach, feeling the warm sand between your toes, grounding you like the immutable smart contracts of Hex. These contracts are forever unchangeable, etched into the blockchain like ancient runes in stone, resistant to any interference. Now visualize your staking ladder unfolding before you, a path of glowing hexagons leading you into the jungle's heart. Each stake represents trustless yield, rewards generated automatically without needing permission from anyone. No middlemen, just executing code flawlessly, privately. In Hexaco, this privacy is like the dense canopy overhead, protective and impenetrable. Now, as you venture deeper, you encounter fellow hexagons gathered in a sacred circle amid the towering trees. Your community is strong, forged in shared belief and unbreakable bonds. You see many friendly faces. Among them, a pirate, a doctor, a cowboy, a crispy man, a wild lady, a magic lady, a man with coffee, a man smoking nuclear herbs, an Ewok, and finally a strange creature with pegged nipples. And of course, the leader of them all, a genius man who twerks and has immense love and immense knowledge beyond comprehension as he leads us into the great future. You smile and nod, feeling the warmth of camaraderie together. You've chosen Hex because it's a better Bitcoin. It's scarcer, more rewarding, designed for holders who resist the urge to cheat impulsively. Unlike the fleeting traders on Solana, Hex teaches delayed gratification, where patience blooms into abundance. Here, you affirm your trust in yourself and your God, not governments with their regulations, not banks with their manipulations, nor centralized exchanges with their vulnerabilities. Your Hex is yours alone, self-custodied, unseizable. Feel the profound peace washing over you like the ocean's tide. Nothing can take this from you. It's in your control, powered by your conviction. Center yourself in this circle and place a hand over your heart and silently affirm, I stake my Hex with intention. It is my trustless fortress, private, immutable, yielding rewards on my terms. I trust myself and my God. No external force can claim it. I embrace delayed gratification, stronger than any impulse. Now let this truth infuse you with hope, like sunlight piercing the leaves, illuminating your path through any dips. And when you're ready, gently retreat from Hexaco. Wiggle your fingers and toes and reconnect them with the here and now. Let's inhale deeply one last time. Exhale fully and open your eyes slowly. Remember, you're carrying Hexaco's peace, your community's bond, and your unshakable purpose. Now return to this meditation anytime the doubt creeps in. And remember, your Hex journey is rooted in enduring strength. This concludes the meditation for today. I thank you all for participating, and I wish peace upon you all in this week of Hex. Thank you. Goodbye.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Oh,
You're welcome.
Free Brandon, you're back.
I'm back.
That's
All right, I got
it. There we go. Okay. Yes, thank you. I know you got a busy day today. I appreciate it, and thanks for coming to play the video. As a meditation fan, it's amazing to see you come up with one like that. That's pretty cool, man.
I know all my writing skills.
Yeah, I was like, is that AI or did you write it? I'm curious now.
That's some things you got to keep secret, you know.
Okay. Secret safe on live.
I've got a proprietary blend.
I hear you. Awesome, man. Well, thank you again, and come on. If you got time later, hop on the Hex panel any day this week. It's open to everyone. Doesn't have to have your name on it, but if you feel free, hop on. And otherwise, I'll see you later.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. See ya. All right, that was awesome. Great segue into the next one as well. We'll get pumped up a little bit though. We went to the lows. We went to the lows, the good, like good vibrations. Let's get pumped up a little bit. I'm gonna play a song that I got produced a couple of years ago or so. Pretty good. Let's get it pumped back up. We'll get Joyful Danish in here. Here we go. This is RHMax coming at you with a message for all the crypto space out there. We want true DeFi, no admin keys. Get rich slow, wait, and you shall receive. See, trustlessly, just pay the gas, be no trustee. You do the work, you hold the keys, you buy because you believe. UHNW, I live free. Choosing healthy games keeps me feeling complete. You see, you look around, there's nothing better to believe, to hope for, to put your money where your dreams are, to watch it multiply by yourself, time to figure out who you want to be. But first break free from the NPC society. Richard's in it for glory, in it to win it. Nothing's gonna stop my Hex gang, stand up. PulseChain's the big pump of middle. Remember where it came from. Delayed gratification, inversion, power law, distribution. If compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world, what's that make Hex then?
Number 9, number 1.
If you're hearing this, you're still early.
Can you hear me?
If you're hearing this, there's still hope.
You are in.
Richard minting millionaires like the Federal Reserve, except we make the rules so we get out what we put in.
Plus interest.
This man is on a mission, work really is play. Hexings are his posse, he will show us all the way. Red Bull sponsorship is coming out the way. Outrage market is effective and okay. Hex, PulseX, Flex, Tex-Mex. Which one do you like best? Which one can't you forget? Which one you having next? Name me something better than owning your own time. Generational wealth? Do it now, it's game time. Richard's in it for glory, in it to win it. Nothing's gonna stop my Hex gang, stand up. PulseChain's the big pump of middle. Remember where it came from. Delayed gratification, inversion, power law, distribution. If compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world, what's that make Hex then?
Number 9, number 1.
If you're hearing this, you're still early.
Can you hear me?
If you're hearing this, there's still hope.
You are in.
Richard minting millionaires like the Federal Reserve, except we make the rules so we get out what we put in.
Plus
5, 38%.
APY. No IOUs, only 6-figure ACHs. Maximus Hedron unlocking tons of T-shares. Positive feedback loops make us go next level. PulseChain is the pump-a-mental. Tech and price performance mean the X's will be several. Richard's in it for glory, in it to win it. Nothing's gonna stop my Hex gang, stand up! PulseChain's the big pump-a-mental. Remember where it came from? Delayed gratification, inversion, power law, distribution. If compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world, what's that make Hex then?
Number 9, number 1.
If you're hearing this, you're still early.
Can you hear me?
If you're hearing this, there's still hope.
You are in.
Richard minting millionaires like the Federal Reserve, except we make the rules so we get out what we put in.
Plus
Stake it till you make it Scivive. 5. Ain't just talking. You have all you need in front of you. Difference between a Lambo and just walking. Fix the money, fix the world. Best version of yourself. Wise, extend your prime. Survive, no better yet, thrive. Crypto's how you get to the how and why. Richard ain't a god, but he's got the twerk of an angel.
That's great.
RHMax is the name of the game. Play it to win or don't play in the first place. What's that make Hex in number 9 or number 1? What's up, Joyful Danish?
Hello.
You appear frozen,
Nice.
but I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can definitely hear you, but your face is very, very... There we go. We're back. We're back.
Okay.
You were doing a poker face. It was great, though.
Ah, well. All right. Awesome. Well, the meditation and the overlap. I mean, it's a great start, you know?
It's you have the best you've had the best segue so far. You've had the meditation and then the pump up music, and now we got your talk. So I love it, man. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. So today we're going to talk about how to stake your health, Hex style. So some of it is a little bit funny. I mean, for example, longer pays better. The longer you invest in good sleep, the better your health interest compounds. Don't get wrecked. Ignoring exercise and diet is like rock pull on your body. Early end stake penalties. Quit your health habits too soon and your gains disappear. So we're going to continue a little bit with these, but then I even have some ideas in mind because I actually made a book, Crypto People's Health Playbook, and there's some exercises. So please say, write in the comments if you have some favorites, both with these funny, what can you say, Hex lingo, health ideas, or at least to think about stuff, you know. But you decide what kind of some of these exercises we maybe should end with by this talk before we end out. I have one that is about how you actually can impact your minds and get better sleep by what you actually think before you go to sleep. And another exercise is overloading in a bear market and in a bull market. So how can you kind of track that? And then another one can be check in on what supports your decision making. You know, that can be kind of very stressful if you don't have that in place. And the last one, the inner courtroom, how to win your mental judge, just like Hex did it with ACC. And I mean, a lot of these things I'm going to say, I mean, if you can believe in Santa Claus for 10 years, you can believe in yourself for 10 seconds, you know? We got to start somewhere. So let's continue a little bit with some of these a little bit lighter and a little bit more fun inputs just to get you rolling, guys, you know? Because APY can also be like annual physical yield. Get yearly health checkups to track your returns. I know especially us as men, maybe not really doing that much about that, but it's actually worth it, you know? And it's like maintaining your car. It's a great way to actually check up like, okay, is everything actually okay? Because a lot of things is actually preventative. A lot of these different health and lifestyle diseases can actually be catch on if it's actually found early. PulseChain, pulse check. So monitor your heart rate, blood pressure, and stress. If you're already wearing a wearable, great, David. You still believe in Santa. Awesome. Then you can definitely also believe in yourself, you know. So that's awesome. Yeah, just keep the comments flowing. It's all good. Gas fees. Junk food is the hidden transaction fee you pay on your health chain. So you could meal prep, meal prep, Freudian slip, we are waiting for the mail. Healthy swaps, snack alternatives. You can actually use AI to get some ideas if you're like completely blank and don't have any ideas where to start, but you want to make a change. Try to chit chat back and forth and you'll get some ideas, It's free, it's available. And it's just an idea, because whales or shrimp, doesn't matter. If you're a health whale or a shrimp, start staking something daily, Small habits is better than nothing, It kind of makes me already want to talk a little bit of one of the exercises because it went a little bit fast. And again, we don't have so much time. So in order to pump as much value into this, I might as well go into that. Because the inner courtroom, when you turn the words judgmental around, you get a mental judge. So you kind of both the prosecuted and the offended and the judge, all in your mind, So a lot of these different ideas about health and wellness and meditation, like we already saw with Brandon and so on. Sure, all great ideas. Most of us already know this, and we maybe should do it, but maybe don't practice it, It's just not enough, going to the gym and like, okay, I can see how it's done. Now I know that. So then I don't have to do it, I hear amazing things, questions one can ask. Yeah, please ask some question. And I mean, when we go to the courtroom, I made like a worksheet, I use with my clients as to prevent rejection, so like with the SEC, so we don't lose the case. How do you actually win the case for your mind, So to help prevent to present believable evidence to your inner judge when starting or changing habits, remove your inner barriers and reducing internal resistance and win your inner court case. So some of the things you can try to be aware of when you try to propose a new idea, right, to your mind, like, oh, this could be nice to do. What pops up? So I kind of made it in 3 different categories. Is it red, yellow, or green? So yellow, for example, this means that the judge rejects the idea that you come up with. How do you find out all about your work? Well, you can check out Joyful Danish at the social media or joyfuldanish.com. So the reds, the judge rejects. The judge don't believe the evidence. So that can be, for example, you already said that it needs to succeed 100%, or I don't even want to try. Or it's like a vague goal. I just want to be healthier. Isn't that specific enough? And maybe you have a lot of motivation, so on, but it's just not really going to cut it, if it's not like, where's the evidence? Where can we see in the past, like, oh, I would like to start running. Right. You haven't exercised in 3 months, So there's no evidence. So yellow category could be then tiny habits. As a yellow category, judge thinks that the evidence is plausible. So this is like, this could actually be, there's an openness, you're starting to see that the barrier could be removed, and thereby you could actually start to maybe seeing and starting the process of a change, And that could be, for example, tiny habits. Start with 2 push-ups. Sounds ridiculous, right? But do that every day, and eventually you'll think, this is ridiculous. I can do 4. After some time, this is ridiculous. I can do 8. And thereby you slowly build up, And in the past, you see suddenly when you present it to the judge, your inner judge, you have evidence that, yeah, I guess if you already done this, you can maybe also do this. If you add a little bit more, sure. All right. And it can also be like, let's just take one more example here. Energy boost. Moving helps my mind. So if you actually get the rewards fairly quickly by doing certain tasks, even though they're very small, it can actually be a great, again, evidence building, but also dopamine releasing. Never thought decision making will grow while building habits or setting goals and a higher ladder. That's great. Yeah, thank you, Connor. And the green, the last one. David Morales. Sometimes doesn't matter if the evidence is there. Denialism, no matter what the evidence shows. Yes, we're going to counter that in a moment in the next exercise I'm going to share with you. But let's finish the green one first. The green evidence. Again, this is just invitations, open invitations for you to play around, to actually make your mind, your judge, play against you for the better, you know. So, yeah, how can you win over your inner judge, right? Because otherwise, if you're in denialism, you're kind of working against your inner courtroom. But can you turn that around? Yes. If you look at the green and the last category, the judge, again, it's categorized with the judge believe the evidence, and thereby you can actually start to applying the actions you want to do. So one of the examples can be in the green. You already done this before, already jogged before, or make some small runs. All right. Another one, I have the skill. I already know how to do this, how to cook. Past success. I did yoga for 30 days once. Okay, so maybe I can do small running every day for 30 days. I mean, yeah, it could be happening. Prepared. I have checklist ready. I know what I actually need in order to make this happen and get started. So you get the idea. All right. And again, overall, what's the purpose and use case? It helps you to imagine your mind as an inner judge who evaluates every habit change you propose. And to win the case, you must present strong evidence, avoid weak and unrealistic claims, and make your new habits feel achievable. Is it a fun and effective mindset shift to build lasting behavioral change? All right, let's take a few more before we go to the denialism and like the negative and the pessimistic kind of attitude that sometimes also can be a barrier for things to actually improve for the better, right? So FOMO, fear of missing out on sleep, ruins your health portfolio. So prioritize rest, make a sleep schedule, kind of sleep at the same time and so on. So you actually have a better chance for your body to actually give you proper rest. Hodl your habits. Consistency beats intensity. Do daily rituals, small wins, patient. So again, 2 push-ups every day is better than nothing. If you haven't done anything for 4 months, this is a place to start, you know. Back to the courtroom, you're starting to gather evidence, you know. And all right, what do we else have here? Liquidity pool. Sweat is proof of work. Hydrate to refill your pool. So remember to drink water, you know. Many of these people who are in crypto, they work in front of a computer all day, but they forget to actually go to the bathroom, stay hydrated, eat healthy food and whatnot, and actually have some small movements. It's important, you know. For example, this is actually another little funny thing, I guess. It looks weird, right? But give me a second here. This is perfect for your lower back to both so like either massage or for your feet to stimulate the blood flow while you're still working anyway, you know. And it's actually also pretty great for the neck and for your spine. Simply laying in your bed or on a mattress, and you have certain pains in your back, this is really great. And you can find this if you just yeah, many people think that I was holding something else for a moment. If you search for like, what is it, peanut shape massage ball, then it should come up. And it's like very cheap. It's like few dollars. So yeah, but I use it actually. Yeah, dirty minds. Yeah, people have it, you know. All right, let's take a few more before we take the next exercise. Okay, airdrops. Unexpected good health is the result of daily micro investments, you know. So actually get fresh air, take walk breaks, stay hydrated, do stretching, often when you feel suddenly that your body is like irritating and aching, that is actually your body kind of give you a hint that, hey, we've been sitting here for quite a while now. Could be nice to be certain movements, stretches and whatnot. So yeah, you get the idea. Stay and chill. When you balance health and wealth, you can relax about your crypto bags. So stress relief is important. For example, I do a lot of sauna and cold plunges. It's a great way to actually do that. If it's not that accessible to you, then finish your bath when you go to a shower in the morning. Make the last 1 or 2 minutes cold. That's also a great way. All right. And what do we else have? Token burn. Bad habits eventually burn your energy supply. So reduce alcohol, cut sugar, limit junk food, and manage stress. Quit smoking. I know it's a lot. It's a lot. So let's go back to the what was it we was talking about? Denialism, it is a big thing, and I kind of get it. And I actually presented this at the conference last time, but I will happily show it again because I can really see that this is actually a great exercise for many people to apply. And this is a little bit different than a traditional, like those traditional gratefulness practices. You either write it or journal or whatever. And I know I kind of feel like the same. I'm not going to do that. And it's like, oh yeah, I can write the same 5 things today like yesterday. It gets boring. So what I did, and I think this is going to work for you guys as well. And again, back to the denialism and negativity and the not so supportive mindset. And that's okay if that's where you are. But this is for you guys. Unpleasant gratefulness practice. This is a form of gratefulness that is often driven by fear. For example, I'm grateful for that this did not happen to me, or this is not in my life, or I didn't have to do that thing in my life. So why does that matter? Well, if you think about the next day's worries and problems, you cut your deep sleep in half. So it is an advantage to actually think about the good things that will happen when you go to sleep. This is from a Danish doctor, Bo Netterstrøm. And what I made here is an adjustment because, again, if you're maybe not there and things can be a little bit too positively and hippie, this is maybe a way to start, So here's the exercise. And I actually do this, and I've been doing this for, I don't know, over 5-6 years maybe. I usually only do it at night in the evening. Find before you actually go to sleep, you lay there on your pillow and you think about 3 to 5 things that you are, well, in this case, ungrateful for, that didn't happen to you and that's not in your life, and you didn't have to do X, Y, Z that day. So that can be, for example, well, I mean, today I didn't have any pain. Well, my home is not burned down, Well, I mean, I'm not blind. Well, I didn't become homeless. I don't live in a dangerous place where there's war and stuff like that. And again, it can just be stuff where you feel like that, okay, well, it's a small thing, but yeah, I guess that's nice. That's not happening to me. Where you saw certain documentaries. I saw one the other day. Did you guys know that you have a phobia for everything that is in a certain direction? So you can have a phobia for and be scared of everything that is to the left of your side, and another phobia where you are afraid of everything to the right side. So you can't even look to the right side. So you have to look you have to turn around on the left. Crazy stuff, But that's some of the things that I kind of can see that, yeah, sometimes I still do blend in the ungrateful gratefulness. We all know it as well with we watch TV, right? There's like, I wish it was me, TV. And the opposite, right? I'm happy that that's not me, TV, you know? All right. You get the picture. And then you can then later on slowly, gradually change that or start to blend it with, you guess it, to the reverse, the pleasant, grateful part, where you think about 3 to 5 things that you're grateful for in your life and that has happened to you. But here's the kicker, and this is what makes the exercise stay fresh, even to me after so many years. It has to be from that same day. You cannot reuse from something that you're still kind of grateful for that happened yesterday, but that should not count for some of the 3 to 5 things that you find today. So again, you don't have to write it down. You can just simply do it as a mental exercise just before you're actually starting to anyway think about your day and whatnot. And then you're actually going to improve your sleep. And this actually also have another great bonus. When you finally get that big gains that we're all kind of waiting for, then it's nice that we can still appreciate the small things. Because that's the other thing, right? Suddenly, great, have all this money, but you're still not really that happy. Well, you could be, you know? So that's the thing. Like, if you can actually be content and actually be satisfied with what you have today, it becomes so much easier to actually be much more grateful and happier for whatever you have in your life, even if it's a lot or not so much. Okay, another comment. Any speaker talking about the Richard Hart meme narrative? It's literally the most obvious setup by Richard. Would love a speaker on it. Nice work, Joyful Danish. Well, thank you, 30. I don't know if there's some meme narratives, but yeah, that is definitely also something that I can see. I actually made a video about it on my YouTube channel, Joyful Danish, about this, about memes. Like, can that even be therapy? And what's the purpose of it even? And yeah, I recommend some certain movies and so on. So it is definitely an interesting topic because some people use it as a coping, you know, the Pepe and all these different memes, you know, it's interesting. All right, and let's get, because we only have a few minutes left. Do we have any questions actually related to all this? Then please shoot it away. Susie, I'm so happy and grateful now that money comes to me in increasing qualities through multiple resources on a continuous basis. Yes, affirmations can work great as well, sure. But for people, again, who maybe are not so open to that, or that's a little bit far away, I can also recommend to look into declarations. If you Google that, declarations, those are sort of like statements that is harder for the mind, again, the judge, to reject. So those are certain statements that is like, yeah, it could be true. So again, if it's like a barrier, like, yeah, all the money comes to me, yeah, I feel so rich and so on, and you're sitting there eating a hamburger in your underwear and like on your couch, maybe it doesn't feel so believable, you know. But again, it's about creating evidence and start small, you know. So declarations, or if you're more open to it, affirmations. So declarations, yeah, thank you, 30. Could be, for example, if it's about related to money, could be my capacity to hold and manage money expands by day by day. And you can then connect that with a concrete action with like that you actually have a certain saving account. One guy that I actually looked at was kind of interesting, was called T. Harv Eker. And he had a whole, I think it's called the JAR system. That could be kind of interesting maybe for some people to look into. But in that way, again, try to play with what works for your inner courtroom of like how you actually can start to change some of these things if you want to improve it, you know. So yeah, but look more into the decorations. All right, I will look more into some of these more funny Hex lingo, how to stake your health statements. So cold storage, keep healthy meals prepped in the freezer, your real cold wallet for your body. So yeah, that can be, of course, be meal preparation, frozen veggies, or batches of cooking, healthy soup, storage containers, stuff like that. I even saw, this was actually kind of interesting, like Tetris kind of, or like Lego blocks kind of made food. So the same container, so like has ice creams, but these were just bigger, where you then could put like rice or beans or meat, chicken or whatever in like blocks of food. So then when you wanted to then collect your meal, you could then just take one slice here, one of rice, one of beans, one of chicken, and then mix it, microwave or whatever. Boom, you have food. That was kind of smart. So almost like Lego kind of making your own food. So that was a little bit of an idea of making meal preparation a little bit more creative. Just throwing out there. All right. Any more questions or any? Yeah, because does any of this make any sense to you guys? Because yeah, there's so much, but you can only much. Hey, Max.
Well, you were saying earlier about about your body needing rest and like you listen to your body type of thing, and that's really good too.
It really is. How do you listen to your body?
Yeah, I was going to say some of us do it better than others. I tend to, I don't know. I tend to just, push through a lot of things. I'm tired or whatever. It's just like, just keep going. Like, I want to get stuff done. I'm like very proactive in a lot of ways too. And I've just the way a lot of my values are just like, hey, just get it done. You can rest later type of deal. But yeah, it does. Oh, but then at the same time, I like to, treat myself. I like to, take care of my body, and I get plenty of, have a pretty good diet, good exercise routine, a lot of different things like that. So yeah, meditation, I like meditation as well on that side. And so I like physical, mental, all that stuff. I try to take care of, like, it's like I go hard. It's like work hard, play hard type of deal. But mostly more work hard, and more of just like relax as you can type of thing. So that's the way I currently, my routine is set up. How about you though?
A little bit similar, like you say, like as I have a certain training routine, and then again the saunas and the cold plunges. I really like that. Seems to be a very effective way to really, relax the body. If you switch in between cold and warm, that's a very effective way to kind of decompress the whole nervous system. Meditation and walk at the beach. Just listen to the waves and go barefoot in the sand. It's really grounding, very effective as well.
Touch grass, touch sand, touch trees.
Yeah, yeah. Touch nature. Yeah, touch humans. Consent.
Yeah. I mean, just having those those relationships, having either friends or family or just people around that you enjoy talking to and can lift you up and kind of bounce ideas off of and all that stuff is good. And it's one thing I like about streaming too, is it's not there's a way to talk to other people, and I mean I talk to other people in life as well, but it's cool where you can talk to people all across the world, such as yourself, and see what they're into, see what they're doing, get feedback for your ideas and otherwise. And even if you disagree or not interested or whatever, it's having that kind of like connection and grounding almost. It's like, the social interaction, I think, is very important. And it can be, depending on if you're introvert, extrovert, all that stuff too, it can be exhausting. It can be a lot of work, or it can be people like prefer, they feed off the energy type of deal too. So everyone's kind of got their thing, but yeah, definitely connecting with nature. I love doing that. Any like disconnecting from devices, which is hard to do these days, especially it's almost ironic, whatever the word is, like as a streamer, as someone who, is pretty active on X and stuff. It's like, funny enough, I do try to literally like not look at my phone, stay away from the computer as much as I can, unless I'm working on something. But when I do, it's kind of like I'm like zoned in. I'm doing that thing. I'm going to go, I got a bunch of memes. Let me go through, post them, put a funny remark on it, whatever. Or if I'm going to stream, I'm going to be like into that for an hour, 2 hours, 7 2.5 hours today, whatever. So it's there's a balance, but yeah, it's one of those, I don't know. It's good to connect with nature and avoid getting alerted and buzzed and notifications all the time. It's something it's very hard to do in the modern world, but it's worth try not to, at least.
Nice.
All right, Joyful Danish. Hopefully you're gonna come back for the Hex panel in a couple hours or so, or
yeah,
if you want to. Yeah.
I mean, it is quite late here already, but yeah, it could
that's
be.
right.
Yeah.
if you're up for it, in about an hour and 45 minutes, hour and a half, something like that, 7:15 Eastern time, we got a Hex panel, and it's open to everyone. Of course, you're welcome to join as well.
All right. Cool. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Daniel. See you later.
See you. Take care.
Awesome. Love this conference. Love the panels. A lot of great fun stuff. What have we did today as far as, we gotta play this one. Here we go. C3 Works, you're back.
Hey, I'm back. Thanks for bringing me back. And I don't know, that is one crazy image. That's just, how do you get that out of your mind anytime soon? I don't think you do.
Well, sir, have you seen the modified version of the image 321?
I'm afraid to ask. Oh my goodness.
That was, yes, indeed. Your guess of that is Richard Hart on Vitalik Buterin, an old dilapidated tech of Ethereum versus the new up and coming PulseChain, going to dominate season.
Love it.
No matters.
All these visual images create powerful communications, and that's why memes work so well. And tyrants around the world hate that, but we like it.
They do. I'm definitely more into memes than meme coins, but everyone, it's kind of like there's a whole other dimension, and people love to take these ideals and put them as a ticker as well. But my go-to thing is just it took a long time to get this right. I had to go back and forth several times, and finally he wanted to put Richard's face on this, on the white one, and I'm like, no, I gotta get it like this, and this was the best one I came up with. So I do enjoy generating memes and sharing them, and it gets that hopefully get the green candles going. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's right. And that's a nice touch with to have the old man Vitalik.
Yeah, he's a very young man right now, but well, actually, I say one day he'll be older. Longevity research, we're gonna try to fit that. Vitalik, we're gonna try to make you younger as well. I'm sure. I think that's an interest of yours. He's donated to the Sins Foundation, I believe, before as well. So we're on the same team on that one. But Vitalik, you may never look that way. May you never look that way, Vitalik, and Richard as well. How about that? All right, I'm gonna hop off for a minute. I'll put up whatever on screen. I'll come back in a few minutes. Does that sound good?
Yeah, let me just get the screen shared if that's okay.
Yeah. Screen shared. I'll hop back in. Give me like 10 minutes or so. I'll come back.
Here we go. I'm off as long as I'm sharing. Let's make sure you can see me first.
Boom. All right.
Am I
see you soon.
Fully up there?
Oh yeah. Yep. You're good.
All right. I'm off.
Yep. See you soon.
All right. Well, good afternoon again, everybody. C3 Works here. Happy to be back. For those that might not have caught me the first time, I'm a co-founder of the Actuator protocol. And if you don't know anything about what that is, I've got a session on Friday, I believe, where we'll be doing it from the beginner's perspective, the what is Actuator. And please join me then. I'd love to explain from ground zero what that is. And I think we have a panel then as well. But this session is about building on Hex. I think that's probably in part because we're a fairly recent project that came and has built on Hex. And so, you know, I'm gonna offer you some perspectives from a co-founder perspective of a team that just did this, try to see if I can't encourage other founders to be thoughtful on things they might do. But I want to begin the session here with a quiz. You ready? So here's the quiz. We're going to see how strong you are at your macroeconomics. So this is a quick macroeconomic lesson for the day. We're going to create intense personal interest. What are the 4 factors of production? No cheating, but I'm going to give you context while you think. If you want to write something down, just make a mental note, that's fine. But the 4 factors of production from a macroeconomic standpoint are what economists for many years have held out, at least conservative economists, have held out as being absolutely vital to the creation and sustaining of any economy. Now think about that for a minute. The creating and sustaining of any economy. Maybe it's just a small settlement in the wilderness. Maybe it's a small city-state somewhere following a vanquished nation. Maybe it's something like a special economic zone that somebody wants to create in a virtualized nation. You see where I'm going with this? The history of the world is replete. Nations need this. And by the way, when tyrants want to destroy a nation, guess what they target? These 4 factors of production. Because if they can take one of these out or more, you lose an economy, you lose a nation. So I think the first starting point here is I want to highlight what these are. And obviously you're going to draw the conclusion that I'm mapping this onto our Hex community, and you would be right. And that's a really important thing to understand, whether you're a founder, whether you're a participant and community member, whoever you are, it's really important to understand. So you've had a few minutes to come up with what you think the 4 factors are without which an economy doesn't function. So I'm going to give them to you here. Number 1, land. You must have land. Now, what is land? Land doesn't always necessarily mean physical land, though in many cases it does. You can't build a factory for manufacturing if you don't have land, right? What would be the equivalent of land in this new world of digital assets and crypto and networks and, you know, all of the things we have? Well, land might mean things like servers and server farms and places to put the server farms and the validators and all of the things that you have to have control of to be able to maintain a network. What would be number 2? These are not in order, by the way. They're just 4 particular things you have to have. Labor. You have to have people to do stuff. And it's not just people to do stuff. It's people with critical skills to do stuff, right? So that's a critical one. A third one is capital. You can have all this other stuff that you want, but if you don't have capital, somebody hasn't produced before that they have money to deploy into something, then it's tough to run an economy. And if they can take that away, it's going to die. And the fourth one, entrepreneurship. Believe it or not, you need to have people with the skills of entrepreneurship. They're willing to take and manage risks. They're willing to coordinate and build. They're willing to lead from the front. They're willing to deploy capital in efficient ways, make adjustments, set vision, clear obstacles, and produce. So those are what the 4 of those are. As you see this, think about our Hex community. Think about the broader PulseChain community for that matter. Think about what Richard Hart has done, and he plainly understands these things. And he set forth a path for us with this Hex protocol, which is far more than just a protocol, and now with the entirety of the PulseChain ecosystem, to enable an economy to form that has all these things, some of which he had to supply in the beginning, in fact, probably most of them. But at this point, we are trying to blossom out as a community. And so one important thing from this macroeconomic lesson here on building on Hex is to know what we're trying to build. Well, whatever we're aiming at in the form of becoming a hexaco, becoming a special economic zone, anywhere you want to go with it, these 4 are in here. And it's not essential that everybody does all 4. That isn't the point. The point is that everybody does something. And we've all got different skills and gifts and things to apply. So with those things in mind, hopefully that gave you a framework to think about how at least our team thinks about building on Hex. Is we're building a community that is actually an economy, and we need to target those things in different ways. So now some more concrete kinds of things. I'm going to go through how our team experienced building on Hex and what we look forward to in sort of 4 quick topics. The first will be lessons learned. What kinds of things have we learned by developing Actuator protocol over the last couple of years, like we have, and what we're seeing at this point? Our number 2 thing I'll cover will be some objectives and decision points that builders need to have, things that you want to have in mind as you plan your course. Third would be, what are some of the benefits of building on Hex? Well, here's a clue. I just gave you the primary ones. The 4 factors of production are present. That's a big benefit. You go to other communities, 1 or more of those are missing, lacking, or inadequate. And then the 4th thing that I'll cover a little bit today from our team's perspective would be ideas for future development. Some things that our team is trying to incubate and kick around, and some things that if we could just inspire others down that path, great, just so that they might occur. So here we go. Let's consider the first topic of some lessons learned. And you can see I've got them there. 1 is keep and preserve the ethos. The Hex community, and again, by extension to the PulseChain, we really have a phenomenal ethos. It's one that embodies those 4 factors of production that I mentioned. But we know that it has to be done in the right way. We want trustless systems. We want self-custody, no middlemen. We want audited. We don't want to be fooled by bad code. We want no admin keys. These are things that flow like blood through the veins of those 4 factors of production that strengthen like sinews would to the muscles and hold all that together. We don't want to sacrifice these dimensions if we want to build a strong and vibrant economy like we are. Second thing I think we learned very early is, look, this is a team sport. So get connected. Whether you're, and we've got some excellent development communities or teams out there. I mean, I won't even start to name them because I'd feel bad that I missed so many of them that are obvious. But we've got some really skilled developers, many of whom are actually in this conference. So get connected if you're a new dev or a dev that's trying to get into this community and do something, and learn about lessons learned and how to go about different things. For the rest, community, I'd encourage the community to speak up, right? We've got developers all over the place, and they're going through this ideation process of what's going to serve the community. Well, everybody listening within the sound of my voice is the community. And you've got to say, you've got something in mind, and maybe an ideation. The ideation comes from you. You might comment to someone you know, and it starts something rolling, and pretty soon innovation unfolds. So get connected, stay connected, and everybody should speak up within the community to people that you know to plant seeds. A third lesson here when you're building on Hex is you need to involve the council of others. I'll tell you, it was a real benefit and a blessing to our team as we did that and connected with folks like Randy Hilarski's group and the No Permissions folks, and everybody there was super valuable and still are in helping us weigh up different things or examine things. There are some counselors that we spoke with within the community about liquidity providing. How do you structure your tokenomics? What are, can we do a proof of concept? What about marketing? We've got some marketing experts, things that could be done. So involve that in the early stages so that you're not just, get a hunch, bet a bunch, and charge down a path that is ill-conceived. I think a fourth thing on lessons learned, which sometimes goes unrecognized, but as we reflected on it, the importance of documentation. Believe it or not, and if you go to, I'd encourage you to go to docs.actuator.finance, you'll see fairly thorough documents. I mean, we've heard that from many sources. They're thorough. Our intent was to make sure not only that you get user knowledge, right? You want primary sources for users to rely on, because we live in a world of deceptions, right? Deceit, deception, phishing, and all this stuff. You need to provide people with primary sources, contract addresses, all the things from places where they're not trusting what somebody typed into some crazy Discord group somewhere. So that was important.
Just to build on that too, I think the two best things I've seen projects do is have one, like the breadth of knowledge, the breadth of like the user, the base of where you can find stuff, the contract addresses, how the functions work, examples, all that stuff. And then also the quick hitting, actuator in 5 minutes, or 30 seconds or less explanation, the elevator pitch, like the stuff. I think for the devs, like one side really deep information for the devs, and the other side a very easy to process for just your average person or crypto person or someone who's not a dev, to just understand it really quickly, so they get interested enough to keep digging in and following the project and stuff. They may never look at the dev docs, but they want to understand the product because it may fix some use case for them. So having those two things is what I've seen is really, really good.
And that's an excellent point. In fact, to tie back to the last thing I just said, was getting the counsel of others. We had others give us that counsel. And so if you were to go to the just plain actuator.finance, you'll see that we have some of those things. We have the 5-minute YouTube clips on specific things. And those came because people pointed out, just like you did, how important they were. And so we end up putting them in there. And that's really important stuff. One last thing there is you get to see some use cases and AI indexing, right? The better your docs with use cases, it makes it concrete and real. And of course, the AI agents can figure out how to put together stuff that is helpful to people because you've provided that input.
Just one on the ethos too. I mean, this is such a Hex focus. This is like before PulseChain with Hex, everything, it was just like, you have to tick the box, or like no one's going to pay attention to it. It's got to be trustless. It's got to be self-custody. Got to be audited. No admin keys. I think after PulseChain, there's been a lot of experimentation, and some better and some worse, with having some sort of admin keys or some sort of centralization, or maybe audits aren't as important, or they're too expensive, or in the age of AI, are they even worth doing, and all that stuff. Now, where is the right balance there? Like, do you think that is there any room for going outside or a spectrum on the ethos, or what do you think is people building on Hex today? Like, what's the right way to do it, and like what are some of the, not shortcuts, but like what are some of the is there any flexibility there as well to make it easier to build on it, or more enticing or otherwise?
Yeah, and that's a smart question. Again, I'm not trying to be prescriptive here. I'm trying to describe what our experience was and what our aim point would be. I think the reality is there might be room, right? And that comes down to a lot of counselors and a lot of conversation. It may be that there's a need to have some limited key for some limited period of time. I'm not a developer myself, right? I certainly have a team of them, so I'm not speaking from that standpoint, but I can anticipate there could be some reasonable use cases, but I suspect that they're arrived at with great care and an ability to demonstrate relinquishing of those at appropriate times. But if you're going to go that route, you've got an even higher duty to document, be open source, get outside reviews of your code, and do a lot of things. So I wouldn't try to be proscriptive. I would just simply say that's the standard to aim at, and where the cost benefit has some limited spin up condition, hey, we'll leave that to the devs. I'm not one.
Yeah, I think just with the bear market and all that stuff, I think it's just so easy to start making trade-offs. I mean, people, and of course it's on PulseChain too, and not everything's built on Hex, and there's a billion different ideas of fun and interesting things to build on PulseChain. But I really like this ethos. I like the trustless, self-custody, audited, no admin keys, and staying as far on that spectrum as possible I think is really a good thing. It saves a lot of, you know, mistakes or problems or expectations or otherwise down the line. Like I'm not even a lot of the centralized, you know, there's different projects that go on PulseChain that are more centralized or less centralized. It's always initially, at least, unless there's a super good reason for this or that. It's for me, I mean, I prefer the DeFi part. It's either a turn off or I'm just not interested, or it's like, man, like this feels like just we're getting away from the ethos because we don't trust that there's gonna be another bull run, or we gotta start playing short-term games because we've been beaten down so much by red candle syndrome and stuff. And I hope we do steer back towards that.
You're right. I mean, the risk is, why are we doing it? What are we sacrificing it for in those cases where we believe it's necessary? Often it's time. We really want to try to catch something. Well, shortcuts aren't great. That's where people get hurt. But I think with enough scrutiny, you know, maybe you get to the right answer, whatever that is. But it's plainly the aim point is where I'm at.
Definitely the North Star. I like that.
Yeah. So there's lessons learned. So a next set of things were some objectives and decisions. What and why do we build on Hex? I'll just make a couple subpoints here. One, I'm of the mind that if you're actually building on Hex, that's a targeting of utility. Grow the city. Add to the factors of production somehow. What is it that we're doing to either help the flywheel spin faster, add more value to the projects that are already there so that they're now riding in fourth gear, not first gear on the bike? Do something that's useful there. Doesn't mean that, I mean, there's plenty of places for meme coins and things like that, but it's probably in the broader Hex ecosystem, the broader PulseChain ecosystem, but probably not being built on top of Hex itself, because I contend that Hex is developing into a reserve asset for PulseChain, and that reserve asset is best served with utility. And the second point here is, if you're building on Hex, stay Hex centric. Right? Don't try to build your own world and sort of piggyback it on Hex, like some vampire attacks of the community sort of have done in days gone by. Stay Hex centric, shine the light there, and that flywheel that you're amplifying and helping will get stronger because it's already got these factors of production. And you know, the broader PulseChain can do all kinds of other things, but this reserve asset scenario has a very special place.
What are just on that? What is some ways that are examples of just in general ways that building on Hex helps Hex, and then other ways that building on Hex is just kind of like, it's just kind of, you've got, you know, it's just related to Hex. We hope it helps Hex, but it doesn't. There's no direct helping of Hex. Like, you know, like I would say, RHMax, all the Actuator, all this stuff. I see those as directly building on to help Hex, to give it some function, provide some utility or otherwise. But like, what is the difference between those and projects that just like they're Hex related? There's some hope it'll help Hex, be generous with good intentions, it'll help Hex, but they're not, you know, they're not built on Hex to help Hex.
Well, I would parse it this way. I'm going to save part of that answer. Good questions, Max, for the lower portion of what I'm going to say, because I think some of it I'll speak to down there. But I wouldn't want to try to carve away the people that are intending to help Hex, but they're just somehow off the mark or misguided a little bit. That'll happen. You're not going to get everything right. If that's the aim, is to help Hex, and you're doing the things we've described above, like getting connected, community speaking up, council of others, you're going to get refined into something that actually helps Hex. And you're going to move that direction if that's your true intent. For example, I won't draw us down this rabbit trail too far, but when we first came up with the concept of Actuator, it wasn't something that looked like the form it's currently in. We had the same intention, we had the same goals, we had the same desire, but we were going down a path that, you know, looked like, you know, there are elements of this that were working, but we ended up having to pull back, make an adjustment, get some counsel, seek some other approaches, and then it became what it is. And quite frankly, if you look at the history of Hex itself, that's how it emerged, right? It didn't come out in final form in the exact manner that it was first conceived, right? There were some iterations there that the community and council came together and refined. So I think the short answer to your question would be, if the intention is right and the openness is there and they're connected with the council of others, it's refinable down the right path. If they're trying to operate in the dark, and people, I mean, there are devs have some tough motives at time, right? That's why you've got scams and phishings and all the stuff you have. Those guys are devs. They just have different motives in mind. Well, that gets exposed if they're operating in the dark versus operating in the light. And I think that's a big deal.
Gotcha.
So next up, what are some benefits to consider? Benefits of building on Hex are, one is you're dealing with one of the most battle-hardened contracts in DeFi. We already know about its audits. I mean, back on day one, you know, we were still wrestling around with, is this thing reliable? What's going on? And we had the, you know, the 2 security audits and a financial audit and a lot of reason to believe it. But now, my goodness, at this point down the road, with the number of people that have been scoffers and haters and whatever, pounding from every angle they can. I mean, it's like the sewer rat of crypto of, hey, we faced it all and we're going to keep facing it, but this thing has been tried and true, right? So we've got that we're building on across DeFi. And now with things like Liberty Swap and all the other things going on, we're truly ready to open up highways from every other chain out there coming in. And we're going to have some really great reasons like privacy and who knows what other things that we won't talk about that are going to attract very broadly. And we're ready for that. So that is, you're building in an epicenter that has all the right stuff in place. It's got this Lindy effect, which, as you know, means the things that survive tend to survive longer. The longer you survive, the longer you're likely to survive. And so that is a positive flywheel of confidence. And as I've said before, I think that makes this the reserve asset of this whole ecosystem. The time valuation is baked in as a contract immutable. That brings economic stability. Think about that. If you're building your economic future somewhere, you need a reliable, straight ruler that's measuring properly. That's an immutable time valuation measure. And that's what we're getting in the form of Hex and its staking. And that's what we're seeking to create through the Actuator protocol in the form of a underlying native Hex yield curve and effectively bond market, but better bond market because it's the perfected collateral. So that's what we think this is going to build, and it's going to provide even more capability. So I got one more here. Did you have any comments on this section here, Max?
I'll get on that one.
All right. And then my last one here, because I see I'm running a little short. Ideas for future development. This is where so much of the rubber hits the road. Some of these are things our team is thinking of, and we would work around. So one thing we'd love to see is that HTTs one day get integrated into lending protocols, maybe ETF-like products like we've got over on the Fux pools, whatever. But HTTs are they're Hex in the future. That's what they are. So we treat HTTs like Hex because they are Hex. They're just Hex on a future day. And that implements this time value of money feature and will prove to be very beneficial. So we want to add things that will help this yield curve blossom and provide sound economic measuring into the future. Next, we're looking at ideas to enable tradable HSI balances. If you've got your HSIs put up in and delegated to the Actuator protocol, right now you, of course, can mint your HTTs and do things with that piece. But what about the piece that remains in there? Well, that's serving you very well, but it might come to a point where somebody would like to be able to trade or sell that asset if that they needed even more liquidity for something. So can we use this Hex yield curve to provide sound, transparent pricing about market components? So we're going to examine that and see what other things might be useful there. I think today you have to anticipate multi-chain involvement, cross-chain services. The highways are being built. The reasons for other communities coming are getting very clear. They're going to come. What is it that we can do to anticipate all of the things that people new to the space might want? So we're using those kinds of things to think about. Another thing would be to watch the pipeline. I mean, Max, you just, with that fellow, I forgot his name, that was contemplating getting options built out. That's an example. I took notes on that. Might reach out and try to understand more, because if you can see what's in the pipeline, whether it's at the idea stage or the development stage or the testing stage, that's going to give you an idea of what, as a development team, maybe you can plug into or build upon or things like that. And then the last thing here is, boy, teams, we all need to be watching to find and fill the gaps. Many things that we have today, including Actuator, by the way, flow out of experiences in the marketplace that something happened where I wish I could have done that, had that, or seen this. And then suddenly we say, well, if it doesn't exist, let's build it. So be watchful to find and fill the gaps. And every time any of you in the community have an experience somewhere where you're like, wow, I love all that I'm doing here, but gee, couldn't somebody have done this? Well, that's an idea. There's something there it's founded on, and it could become tomorrow's project. So with that, I'll pause and pass it back to you, Max, for final comments and moving on.
Yeah, awesome stuff. I really like. I'm very excited to see people building on Hex. We've seen over the last 2 or 3 years so many people building on Hex during the bear, during not up only. I can only imagine how many devs and how many people are going to attract, and they see the power of Hex and around PulseChain and stuff too. What they're going to want to build and how they're going to see things and different ideas. You talked about, Rodrigo earlier talked about options on the centralized exchanges. Is there a way to do that DeFi wise? All that stuff too. So there is this like supercharged like potential we have that, when as Richard says, when more people know about you, when they can hear about it, when they see it, it's one of those things, especially if they're interested in the tech, and hopefully we'll get some price performance around that time too. It'll be this, wow, okay, let's build on Hex. Like what don't they have yet? Let's go build it. There's a whole community there that wants it and will appreciate it and will use it. And people come here to make cool stuff. Like I want to see that keep happening.
They do. We have to be a little bit guarded, because when they come, some will come to assimilate, grow, and contribute. Others might come to pillage. So we've got to be a little discerning.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's hopefully we'll over time we'll have the wisdom to know the difference, and we'll attract more good ones than the bad ones. I can only hope.
Exactly.
Definitely, for sure.
Right.
Awesome. Well, I think are you back on Thursday?
I'm back on Friday, I think. Where I've got the
awesome.
What is Actuator, and then a panel.
Awesome. I'm excited for that. I've been saving Actuator questions for that panel as well. I'll probably have a few. So really appreciate it, C3 Works. I'll see you later.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Awesome. Love builders on PulseChain. So good. So good. Especially building on Hex. All right. Crispy Man's coming up. But before then, let's get to one other video. What are we going to do? You know what? Let's do rock. Let's do dance. I haven't did dance for a while. Let's do dance.
Let's see if they fuck the Kendrick Lamar one time. I remember serving summer, I see grandma love myself, but this a nigga, this a family, this the mama count this. I'm a show with my account, I'm just fucking down with this. I say with my single tail, only fully in the list. Girl, like a white and westy girl with my taste buds. Ooh, that pussy good, like you said, that on my taste buds. I can't wait to be with this shit, I make it deep in your dress. Pull up on your block, you think you got me playing dangerous. And you to the beat, to the damn phone. Once I drop it deep, you just gotta hate them for. If I quit your beat, I'm extra out with six.
Boom. Let's do the thing. Gotta learn how to do that. Da-doom. So good. So good. That's our founder, Crispy. That's our founder.
I found it.
He's got the twerk of an angel. I've heard that.
I guess so. He's got the moves, huh? Hey, I like that Actuator, man. I'm a huge supporter of that. I love it.
I've seen you talk about it, do videos, all kinds of fun stuff. And if Crispy is if he's zoning into it, especially on the a lot of different projects, but on the Hex, if it's a new Hex thing that you're zoning into, I'm super paying attention to, because that's you know your Hex pretty well.
I'm trying.
You Hex
I like
hard.
that. I like that because it works. It works kind of like a super bond. I know I know he already did his presentation, so we don't need another one on it, but it's pretty good.
We're gonna get it Friday. I think you're on the Actuator protocol or panel, right?
Yeah,
Hopefully.
I think so.
Yeah.
I
If
think
not,
so.
you can be. That'd be great.
can
All
be.
right. I'll give it to you. Take it away. I'll put up whatever you want me to do on the screen.
Yeah, I'll set my presentation. You know what's kind of funny as I looked at this? This is crazy. The presentation is an update from last year, same day.
Oh, okay.
Same date. August
The same,
19th,
like August 19th, 2024.
2024. Woo.
Wow. The year that kind of sucked. Mostly sucked. It's okay. 2025 is going to be better. I think it's already been better. So it'll be pretty good. Pretty good. All right, Crispy, take it away.
Yeah. All right, guys, as everybody who's out there, we're going to talk about Communis for a moment. It's about a 15-minute presentation. I'll keep Max on schedule. We'll be able to get there without any trouble. So Communis, what is it? We'll get to that. But I guess I could just tell you what it is. Reward token for natively staking Hex. And so what's the big deal about that? Well, particularly for Quattro Cinco stakes, which I think people know that I'm into. You get the best and the most Communis reward for doing a Quattro Cinco stake. And currently, the coupon rate on PulseChain is 4.17%. So that means that the Communis that you get in your start bonus, not the entire bonus, just the start, is 4.17%. And what does that mean? That means if I go stake $100 worth of Hex for Quattro Cinco, I can, as soon as that stake goes live, I can turn around and mint a start bonus that is worth $4.17. So not too shabby. And so the big discussion about this has always been about how it is a marketing tool. It's a marketing tool because people actually, believe this or not, people are actually staking Hex in order to get more COM so that they can stake the COM. And when they stake their COM, they get 5% additional APR once they hit certain requirements. And so what you can envision, right, or shining city on the hill type of approach, is that at some point you're able to stake your Hex, claim your COM, stake your COM, get COM in terms of a reward or a bonus from your staking your COM, and never have to sell Hex. All right, so that's where it is now. I think the last I checked, half a quad of COM stake, which requires quite a bit of Hex to be staked, by the way, was paying about $1,000 to $2,000 a year in rewards. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but I'll hit this again, right? Let's say you had that set up, you were somewhat less, you had $1,000 worth of COM coming in via rewards. Well, I expect crypto to go up 10x. So maybe I thought $1,000 was too little. 10,000 is pretty good. And the chain goes up 100x. I think I like $100,000 in COM per year just coming from rewards a lot. I think I like that a lot. Now, of course, there's some background to that, and we can't really guarantee all this stuff, right, price wise and all the rest. But just give you the idea, price. What it is now, it's 4.17%, and I was just referring to that coupon rate not changing. Well, what if it changes? Well, all of a sudden that number's a lot higher. Now, how would it change? Well, people that are interested in COM, and there's a whole community of people. It's not just me. It's not just Johnny Sachs. It's not the developer Kodiak. It's not the Communis V guys. It's a whole bunch of people that are involved now that are really supporting this and pushing it. If we are able to make COM more scarce by taking off the market price goes up, and it's tied to T-shares and the T-share rate, and so. What does that mean is over time, less and less COM, Communis token gets minted, right? Less and less is rewarded. And then if you add one extra piece to that, there's a lot of people just fade it. I bet you there's some people listening right now, they haven't even claimed their COM. And even if they do claim their calm, they have to keep their ladder up and in good health to continue to claim calm, at least the big end bonuses. So anyways, it's a pretty good, sweet setup. Let me show you a couple bits of information so I don't take up all our time here. But all right, so what's HexCom Fusion? We talk about this a lot. It's basically making that Liquid Hex productive. One of the things that they've tried to encourage is getting people to stake Quattro Cinco to claim their calm. Right? When you do that, now of course it's got to fit into your plans, right? So it's got to fit into your plans, whatever your plans are. I'm not saying go stake all your value out Quattro Cinco, but again, some of us really do believe in this. We have 180 other people, nearly 500 this year, wallets. I guess I can't say the people, but who have decided that Quattro Cinco staking is the way to go. So they're doing it. So they can stake that hex. They claim their calm. They'll stake their calm. For some of them, will stake it and earn even more. Earn that 5% APY for the calm. Or hey, you know what? This is DeFi. You don't want to participate? Claim your calm and swap it. Swap it for more hex. Go stake more hex. You have that. You have the capability, right? People, there's quite a bit of liquidity right now, relative to the market and how things work. So what is the purpose of this whole thing? It's to incentivize better staking. Some of you might have been listening a couple hours ago when I was on. The use case for Hex is to stake Hex in a ladder, scrape your rewards, and restake. That's the use case, right? Keep the ladder going, keep it built, continue to build value, continue to make both Hex and T-shares more scarce in that way. But it's designed specifically for Hex stakers to maintain long ladders, right? So it's exactly how it's built, and why it's important is the distribution is based on staking commitment, right? If you don't get calm if you don't stake Hex natively, so we can't get it. You have to go 180 days out just to get your start bonus. You got to go 365 days out to get end bonuses. You have to claim your first end bonus to even get rewards. And then if you don't stake your calm, eventually the system will say, you can't get any more end bonuses because you got to keep up with staking some of the calm at least. Thumb rule is 50%. So it's all based on rewarding long-term stakers who will fulfill their commitments. Now, Johnny Sachs talks about this a lot, about how it's inevitable the price of calm is going to go up and it's going to outperform Hex, and that's because of the the scarcity, the number of tokens that come into being in comparison to Hex. They go up at a much slower rate, and so the ratio will continue to be outsized, and then there's already liquidity seeded into the markets, right? And the expectation would be that liquidity will remain, and if it remains, right, it has the potential to seriously outperform Hex over time. So distribution methods on the whole communist calm token: start bonuses. You get that at the beginning of a stake, end bonuses at the end of a stake. Some people are using the protocol for good accounting. And so they'll go good account old, stakes that are expired, and they get a little bonus. They get a little bounty they get for some free calm. There's a little used and little known option for those who are really into keeping their ladder up. They can do a restake bonus. They don't get any more calm from it, but they get more of their calm up front. They get double the start bonus roughly, which is great for somebody who wants to stake and earn 5%. And then, of course, the staking of communist bonus, which I keep talking about, is tied to the act of staking the communist tokens themselves, and that pays 5%. So that's another way that this more calm gets distributed. I hit some of these points already, but again, active stakes only, bonuses for native stakes, and encouraging long-term staking. All right. And over time, if you ever want to look at the numbers, you can come over to the site or over to the Telegram. They get into details, but basically reflects what's happening with the share rates and just how you are participating going forward in the staking of Hex. So again, all about staking of Hex. And it is, and we get this question a lot, it is native staking only. Does not apply to HSIs, which does open up interesting questions for people who are involved with things like Actuator or Hedron and ICOSA. And, you know, because you have to make a decision in one direction or another if you're staking. All right. Staking, let's see, technical specs on this one. Yeah. So this gets into the idea of why it was native stakes in the first place. You know, proof of ownership, you have to be able to prove you owned it. Decentralization is really cool with this one. No admin keys. You know, a lot of the stuff we're dealing with now, I know we may not realize it if you're not looking into it. A lot of the new protocols we're working with, you know, they're not necessarily immutable. You got to check things like that. And then it really has emphasized fairness, no special bonuses, etc. Now, I do believe I'm scheduled with Access for a full talk on this, our panel, right? Panel coming up tomorrow. And so we'll have more time to talk about that. But this is the real high level. And as far as slides go, I got quite a bit of them here, so I'm not going to go through them all. But I mean, I hit on all these points already. Oh yeah, there is one other one that we should bring up is if you do like it and you want to be involved, you can be sharing your own personal referral link, and you'll get a 1% referral for people who claim and they'll come later. You can get that. And then finally, the very last thing I'd say, what are the big guys doing? I think what we've kind of fell into is the methodology is claim and stake calm, for those who are staking Hex, and then increasing those bonuses and having it earn more calm and locking more of it. And then the real big folks are providing the LP, and acquiring the tokens off the market. At any one time, I can go out there and find, V3s out there, either, somebody supplying the market or somebody taking them off the market, kind of like bracketing the price.
Fun fact, you can only stake the communists that you mint from your stakes.
Correct. You can't just come in and be like, I'm going to go buy comp. And if what you have to do is you actually have to stake Hex to get the comp, right?
Does that incentivize staking?
Yes, that's the whole purpose. But with the price of COM currently, it is cheaper to buy COM off the market than it is to stake it, which is another tokenomics piece, right? Now, what do you do with that COM? That COM is for speculation and for providing LP. And so in theory, somebody could say, hey, listen, I really want to support this. Go buy a shat ton of COM off the market and go thicken up the Hex LP pair with COM and really help boost the system up, or some other LP with it.
Got a quick question from someone who appears to be new. Welcome, new people. Hex Week 2025. Pimp Barbecue Sauce says, hi, I'm new here. Is Hex the better Bitcoin? If yes, why?
Oh, so many reasons. I would say my number one reason is that it took Bitcoin to the next step in terms of difficulty adjustment and halvings. In Hex we experience halvings. They're not halvings in this case, but difficulty adjustments upwards every time the T-share rate goes up, and that can happen daily or multiple times a day. Other things that people will cite for that, of course, is it's immutable code. It's not spaghetti code. It's pretty clear. It works pretty good. I mean, we never seen an error with the contract. Never had a problem like that. I mean, other than of course, gas being expensive, but that wasn't a result of the contract itself. So
better founder, better community.
Yeah, decentralized. Et cetera, et cetera. And and even without pitting communities against communities, we have a really good community, right? So I mean, it's a store of value, so it has lots of upside. That we're just not like see. I can seriously tell you that I expect. Well, I shouldn't say expect. I think it's possible to see 100x on Hex over the next cycle, whether it's this year, next year, or within 4 years, right? I cannot tell you seriously I expect to see that happen with Bitcoin. That would make Bitcoin 1 trillion. Is that what's 100? What's 100,000? That's a billion.
100,000.
You gotta get. Yeah. 100,000 million, 10 million. That would be 10 million. 10 million.
billion?
Right?
Yeah, 100,000. Yeah, 10 million. Yeah.
10 million. So I don't really expect that to happen in the near term. Do I think Bitcoin could become that? Sure. But I mean, we just have lots of upside.
Crispy, it's just one question. Are you team BlackRock or team Win? Boom. Team Win. Everyone holding Bitcoin's like, I don't, whatever, just make my bags go up.
Oh, is that what you mean? Yeah. It's funny, you know. Everybody's got principles until it comes to their pocketbook, you know, their wallet. Listen. I guess I haven't. Well, I might have faced it a couple of times, but I haven't directly faced the. Here's your $10 million, Crispy, or keep your conviction. So I guess maybe I can't judge and throw rocks in that glass house, but man, but it sure feels like that because you know. People degen. Actually, in a way, some of them might have been too smart for themselves, and then others were just too degen, right? Because they unloaded expecting there was going to be lower prices, but this is what happens: the market moves against you, right? Because you remember the old days. Richard talked about this a bunch of times. In the old days, they could count on there being 80%, 90% up. You know, even when going up. You know, it was frequent that you'd see 70% drops. Right now, we're not seeing that. So, and why are we not seeing that? We see what's every other day. You know, there's another announcement about Saylor buying $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. Right.
Yeah, my next T-shirt is I did not sell Hex under a penny. Did not sell all my Hex under a penny. That's a great T-shirt.
That is a good one. Hey, Johnny says you get to mine Hex, you don't get to share. You don't get your share of the BTC mine. That's true. Yeah, you can actually. That's a good point. That probably should have said that anyways. I always just think of it immediately that, of course, I'm staking Hex because that's the use case for it. But holding Hex versus Bitcoin, okay, but mining Hex is better.
Trustless yield. I think that's the biggest technical difference too. Like I think it's easy for people to understand. It's like you want yield from Bitcoin. I'm sure some Bitcoin person will be, that we have some protocol that can do it now. And Hex did it from day one, and it does it. I want to say the best, and I'm excited about it. And I know the founder. I like the founder. I'm excited about the founder as well, and all that fun stuff. And it's based on, you know, Bitcoin is great, but Hex is the best.
Strong like bull.
Strong like bull. All right, Crispy, I will see you. Well, I mean, if you want to come on later for Hex panel, it's open as well. If not, see you tomorrow or the next day. One of those. Appreciate you, man. Always great information.
We shall see you. All right, buddy.
See you soon. Are you not entertained? Well, you're about to be. Next guest is going to tell you, going to answer the question. So you got Rich with Hex. What's next? But before then, we got one more video. Let's just do a konnichiwa. Let's get a konnichiwa for Big K here.
Konnichiwa!
How's it going, man? How's it going?
Oh, doing all right. How are you doing, sir?
Pretty good. Do you prefer Big K, Big Krakowski, BK? What do you like?
They're all great. Big K is easier for people to say, you know, but
I just heard Cabana say it a million times.
You know, any of the following.
Yeah, I think I've just heard Cabana say it a million times. I just hear Big
El
K.
Duder, you know, El Duderino, any of those work just fine too.
Awesome.
But no, I'm glad to be here, man. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Hex week kicking off day 2. Got you next, and then we got a couple more coming up before we close up. But yeah, the floor is yours, man. If you got anything to show on the screen, just let me know. I'll pop it on. Otherwise, I will see you 15 minutes or so.
All right. Sounds great.
Cool. See you soon.
So the question at hand, you made it. You made some gains. You know, there's the cycle that's happening here, and we all, you know, hopefully are going to, you know, appreciate some positive growth on our portfolios, right? So and the question is what are you going to do with it, or how are you going to, you know, what sort of changes are you going to make? You know, I am somebody who has pretty, you know, the unique experience to have gone through something similar to this. I'm a strong believer in Hex and have been since, you know, long before it even came out. And I was thoroughly blown away. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I was, a penny was a dream of mine, you know, at the beginning of all this. So where we're at right now is incredible. But like what I did personally, and I can go through some of the different things that I did right and wrong, you know, along the way, and we can, and you know, maybe you can learn something from it. Maybe you can follow in some similar footsteps, or stay away from some of the pitfalls. But like the first thing that I'd always like that I did that was a big deal for me was considering my tax options. You know, if you are staring at large amounts of gains, you know, the best time to consider your tax options are honestly before you are looking at those games. I mean, if you, whether it be based on your taxing jurisdiction, whether you're talking about making it an entity to own this crypto, or whether you're talking about moving to a new location, I found comfort in an island life where taxes are pretty low. So that was something that I did pretty early on that I thought was super important. When numbers became large, and I was pretty staggered at how much I had begun to appreciate here. I also did some diversification. I think that's another thing that's super. I'm like, don't get me wrong, I continued to make hex stakes. That's another thing that I'd love to say, that I think that even towards the top of stuff, I like the fact that I had, you know, as Crispy was talking about recently, a rolling hex ladder of stakes over time has really helped to not only insulate my mind, you know, but as well as like my plan. It's helped me to stay true to my plan, because it's like hex is kind of like a truth engine. You know, you better, when you stake, you better stick through that stake, and that kind of, like, you know, helps you to budget your finances through the future. So I'd consider continuing to make, if you're making hex stakes, or if you make gains and have the ability to make some fatty stakes, I don't think that there's a problem with doing that. I don't know, would I go so far as to, like, you know, stake all of your bags while you're at the top? Probably not, you know, unless you're really making a plan for the next cycle, which is the next thing that I would say is something that is super important to do while you're in euphoria moments. When you are in euphoria moments and everything thinks like, you think everything's amazing, you look at you can't help but refresh your app, and, you know, whatever it was, you know, whether it be Pulsefolio or Hex Scout or whatever you're checking your stakes on, whatever it is, you're going to refresh it all the time and be feeling like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. And those are usually the moments when, you know, you might want to consider taking a little off the table, you know, pull, you know, some into some sort of stable or lesser volatile, you know, investment. And that's why I'm saying, it's like, I personally love to have, like, considered a very barbell style of investment. I like to have very volatile things like crypto, and then super unvolatile things like real estate. Like I you know, finding some other income sources, you know, investments, whatever, that are going to pay you yield, because that's really the end of the game here, is something that I think is a useful thing to do. Something else that I think that, you know, would be a great list of things to work on is a passion project. Find something that you enjoy working on, and find like repeat fun in doing it. You know, don't just like think I'm gonna go out and buy or create a business, because I'll be honest with you, in crypto, it's really difficult to outcompete yourself. You know, you make gains this cycle, and it's going to take you 2 years for your business to start turning actual, you know, serious profit. And in that time, before you know it, the market's going to turn back around, and you'll be wishing that you'd had the liquid capital to invest back into, you know, the crypto. So that's what I mean, like, make a plan for next cycle. But that doesn't mean that whatever passion project you can find isn't something that can help people or help yourself or be rewarding in its own right. You know, those are all some pretty like base layer things. I mean, and like some of the other stuff is like, you know, if I had to go back and change some things that I would, like what I did right and what I did wrong, you know, on the one hand, I'd say don't spend frivolously, you know, like jackets like this, awesome, G as they get, but like, you don't really need them. You don't really need it. now there's other types of, fancy investments that do hold value longer than those. Like don't get me wrong, clothing is not going to be one of them that's going to hold its value. Whereas, fancy watches do hold their value better. So if you're, a big case thought on trusts, I see a question coming through here. Trusts that's also something that I would consider doing. Honestly, trusts are and any sort of end of life planning is stuff that even if you haven't made mad gains yet, you guys should seriously consider planning for. You just it doesn't cost that much if you own property already, or are have anything of value to your name, to have a trust set up so that when you die, the next of kin that you have will be able to enjoy what you've pulled together, without lengthy probate processes and the rest. The trusts can help you for not only end of life stuff, but they can also help for tax advantages as well. So no, I'm a strong believer in trusts. Now you do have to be careful, as putting everything that you have in trust. I'm not a trust lawyer. I don't know all that that stuff in depth and outside, but I do recommend that you look into that. Look into, there's this affinity in crypto that you think because we're a counterculture or a counter financial system that you might not want to engage with traditional finance stuff. And while you might speak over the head or hear recommendations from traditional finance people that say, hey, don't put all your, money in crypto. It's fair for them to say that you might not agree with, but that's okay. I still would source their opinion, and I still would use the, the traditional finance, means out there. I own more, stocks and things like that, other traditional investments, our IRA, all that kind of stuff than I did before. I definitely also made attempts, to diversify in those areas as well. I say treat, I'm as you can see, I do say treat yourself a little, treat yourself a little. That's something that you can do by all means. But if I had to say one big, hey, don't do that. You think it's cool, but it's probably not that cool in the long run. I would go with my big one is private airfare travel. I don't get me wrong, I've been on some private flights to neat, but if you could give me the Hex and or the whatever back hey, that's what you spent on this, I for sure would rather have the crypto back than I would have just walked. So whatever that is, that's definitely out of all the silly things that I engaged in, and I might come up here. That was one that regretful. That was COVID, so I give myself a little leeway because traveling early on in that was quite the luxury to be able to go somewhere without all of the rest of the rigmarole. But we don't have to deal with that now. So chill out, just get on. Listen. Spirit's not that bad. They got a cup of noodles on there. It's all good, man. It's all good. You gotta get around, just get around. But no, those are some things that I recommend. Honestly, like I said, to start out everything, the making of stakes and keeping your stakes rolling. Really, I'm still here, still a part of this community, and still on top of my game, and with more Hex than I've ever had because of staking. I get it that you might not, the financial incentive of the APY to might not be as high as it was in the past, but the mental what you gain from the peace of mind and security of having something to look forward to in the future it really makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference. Like I said, it's something that I when I was first staking Hex and first telling a lot of my friends and family to stake, many people that I got involved were not traditional finance, were not well off and did not have a bunch to their name. And I had several people tell me when they made stakes that they felt like they finally had something to look forward to in their life. They finally had like a nest egg, something that they could, give to their kids, or they finally even had the idea to think about, maybe I wanted to start a family, because that was even a possibility for them now. So like that, like I can't impress upon people the importance of planning, making a plan, and then sticking to it. So like, does it have to be staking your hex? No, but like I find that doing that has helped me more than most other things to like stick to the plan that I have. And like go figure, back then I had some plan to time this market cycle out to have some good stakes come around, so hooray, and I recommend that for everybody. I mean, this is not a like a sprint, this is a marathon. We'll be here longer than you expect. Like what I've never imagined that I'd be on Hex Week after a Pulse conference, after, what, like, here we are 5+ years into all of this. That's the longevity of it's incredible. And then when somebody goes and tells me, I was just reading, Satoshi just the other day, 2 days or 2 ago, was the anniversary of him registering the website, and that was like 2008. So that's crazy. That's a long time ago. It's more than a decade. So I feel like people don't realize that like setting this stuff up now for the future is incredible. I mean, communists, we just had Crispy talking about it. There's so many free coins that I've gotten for just participating, for just being a Hex staker. I've gotten tons of free stuff. And like the best way to start that is to do that now. It's like make a plan now. And like even the little bits, the pennies and the dollars, before you know it, they really come together to start to make some real gains for you. So like, yeah, I feel like, I don't know how close I am on my time, but I wanted to impress upon the people what worked for me and what I think other people should keep thinking, like taking a look at going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I love you talked about too, just the ability to, through this time, get more Hex and stuff too, whether you're staking and you're earning yield or DCAing. Like, do you think, like, how much, I guess, do you think is probably a yes, but like, correct me if I'm wrong, but how much do you think people are going to win from having that patience through the bear, buying the lows and then being able to get liquidity at the highs, hopefully later on, if we get another 10,000X or anything close to it? Do you think Hex skins are going to win this cycle?
Oh, I do. I mean, like, I would have found some other place to spend my time and some other community. I mean, I've been like, before Hex stuff, I used to work doing music festivals. I used to work at other community building opportunities. That's like what I like to do. I like to, rally everyone together for whatever it is, events and all the rest. And like, if there was somewhere cooler or more fun in crypto to be, I might be there. But like, I'm here to tell you that like, that is not. This is still the coolest, most interesting, fun, wacky, controversial, all that. You get it all. You get it all here. And like, I wouldn't have it any other way. So like, I'm like super stoked about it. So no, I think that people have tons of opportunity here. I think more so than people, like, again, and you talked about Bitcoin and ETH gains earlier, and like, yeah, I mean, there's gains there, but like, I don't think that you'll see the X's that you can see here pretty quickly. I've experienced it, and I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have waited 4 more years if I didn't think that if that was. I'm not just waited, but like I said, actively and passionately built my stack in this ecosystem.
Wow. Amen. That's awesome. I'm excited. Yeah. I mean, we saw some mega bullish stuff kick off, and I'm sure, we can talk about it more on the panel. You're going to come back in like 45 minutes or so on the panel as well. Yeah. We'll have plenty of great people on the panel to have the conversation too, but mega bullish stuff happening on PulseChain. Hex Premier, awesome asset. We grew into a large hardy, frivolous, come on, let's do some more X's ecosystem and the tech, whatever you're here for. I hope everyone gets some Madison gains, and I appreciate you, Big K.
Of course, man. Thank you for having me. Appreciate everyone for spending the time coming through and listening.
Let's do it. See you soon.
Yeah.
Awesome. Love these talks today. Today is, man, we're popping off today. 7 hours of awesome talks. Let's get a rockets up before we get Jex in here. Let's go. How's it going, man?
Hey, buddy. Good to be back again.
You're back. You're back. Security panel. Awesome. I got to clip that. I'm going to post it at some point. That was super good as well. And
yeah, I've only just woken up, so I haven't had a chance to review what's happened this morning or tonight for you guys on all the previous sessions. But I do want to tap into a little bit of what Big K said. And my talk's going to be about value and PulseChain 2025 and beyond. So yeah, I think I'll pick up on a few of the threads that he sort of laid down there, and yeah, hopefully everyone can see why he's excited and why other people that have come to the community are still excited about what's to come.
Dude, that sounds great. I'm gonna go out. I'll put you on screen, and it's all yours.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. See you soon.
Cool. All right, just give me a second to set up my desktop so I can present. Cool. So yeah, as the slide says, Hex and PulseChain ecosystem 2025 and beyond. I know this is supposed to be a bit of a Hex-centric session that we're having over the last couple of days, but PulseChain was essentially built off of a need for Hex to survive and grow beyond where it was on Ethereum. So I think this all ties in nicely. But what I wanted to talk about was value drivers in a decentralized world. And hopefully if I can impart a little bit of my thoughts on that, we'll come away with a little bit more resiliency in the price of the dips and the troughs that we have to sometimes suffer in this space. So my big thing is value and price are not equal. So we spend so much time worrying about the price, and we often forget about the value. So what I want to peel out in this session is, well, what value have we created in PulseChain and what does that mean for us? So, like I said, value does not always equal price. Speculation can overshoot value, and we see this particularly in the crypto space. We see the speculation of the speculation of the value of something way overshoot its actual value and undershoot it as well. Hence why we have big bear markets. Ultimately, value is created over time, usually while you're busy worrying about the price. So let's have a look at what actually affects the value of something like PulseChain and Hex. So value versus price, and this is what I mean by we've got our purple line here of value, which is built over time. And we'll talk about what constitutes that value over time. But then what we spend our day-to-day on is the green line, which is price. And we're 1 minute we're above what value is, the next we're below. And I'll give you a good example of how that looked for Ethereum in the past and how it sort of looked for Pulse at the beginning when we launched as well. So if you were around for DeFi summer, that really popped off in the world of Ethereum, and price rocketed up. Didn't matter what project it was, if it had a DeFi label, price was through the roof. But that value, so prior to that, the price was really, really suppressed. We'd come out of a bear market. But all these DeFi protocols that were popping off, they didn't emerge overnight. They had been built over the course of the whole bear market. So teams were busy building all this stuff out, building the tech, and they were probably less worried about price. They were head down, bum up, focused on doing the code and bringing these projects to life. All this value getting generated, teams working on it, but the market wasn't ready for the growth in price to start to match that value that had been built in. So we'd come off the back of a solid bull market, price smashed down way lower than the value was worth. Value kept getting built, and then when we had our DeFi summer, the price caught up with value and then went straight through it. And we keep doing that time and time again in these markets. Pulse is probably a pretty good example of that. We all a lot of people sacrificed funds for Pulse. The expectation was pretty high when it launched. Everyone was pretty excited. We got a quick rally up in price, but the chain had just launched. So ultimately, the speculation got ahead of the value. We had to reset the price, and then we've had to rebuild. And what you probably don't realize is, for while everyone's been focused on a chart going down for the last year or so, there's been a lot of value built. And we haven't actually had the chance to reset our price to match the value that's been built. And I think that's what we're about to go through. So there's what I call the 3 M's that affect a lot of the projects in this space. So Moore's law, that's to do with the speed of processing chips and how fast they evolve. We're a technology-based industry, so the more compute power we have, the cheaper it is to run blockchains, the bigger they can get because we get more disk space. So as technology evolves, it's good for how fast and how quickly we can move data around on these blockchains. So that's a good underlying thing, but it doesn't sort of really translate into value. It's more deflationary because as things get faster, it's cheaper to do those tasks, but it does affect what we do. This is the big one, and we'll spend a bit more time talking about this, and this is Metcalfe's law. So this states that the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of connected users, or what they call nodes. So in other words, as more people join a network, the network's value increases exponentially. But why? The analogy I like to use is if you go all the way back in time to when the first telephone was introduced. And what you probably had was one guy sitting on the end of a line on one telephone, and another guy could have been in the same city, another state, sitting on another end of the line. And that was 2 users or 2 nodes on that telecommunications network. That added a bit of value. So they could now, rather than the tyranny of distance and time to send snail mail or something like that across that distance, they could do that in real time on a phone. So that did actually add a lot of value, that network. But where it got really interesting was when we added another node and another node. So rather than just one-to-one direct communication, now 4 people could communicate with whoever they chose that was on there. And you can imagine as that gets more and more nodes on the network, it becomes a lot more valuable network because now everyone can start communicating. And we take it for granted now. That's the world we live in. Everyone's got a little computer in their back pocket. They're all hyper connected. Very valuable networks, but they had to start somewhere. So that value had to grow over time as all the nodes connected to this very first telecommunications network. So that's how Metcalfe's law works. The more nodes you have on a connected network, the more value it is. That's why things like Meta, Facebook, they all blew up. And in actual fact, their highest growth periods in terms of value were before they even learned how to generate revenue. So when they were startups and all these nodes or all these users were joining into Meta, Facebook at the time, it was very hard for people to value it, but they just seen this mass amount of users connecting to this network. And they didn't even know how to monetize it. I don't know if you remember back in the day, but Facebook was essentially free. They had no clue how they were going to make money out of this thing. And for better or worse, the path that they ended up taking was, okay, we've got all these people on this network now. We've got their attention locked into it. We're going to monetize their attention. And how do they do that? Ads. So unfortunately, that's where we sort of sit in the current era of a lot of this technology. Is our attention, our time is essentially just abused for selling ads so that these companies can make revenue. Not my favorite way it's played out in terms of what we probably could have done as a society with these technologies, but that's where we sit. I hope we start to see a bit of a change of that as this next generation of social networks evolve and then not so ad driven. So yeah, that's my hope as we see a big improvement in that, because yeah, great technology, but probably not put to use greatly. And the last of the 3 M's is Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. No one's immune to Murphy's Law. And look, I'm being a little bit flippant, but hey, you can't control everything. You can have the best of intentions. And I'm sure when PulseChain was launched, everyone had expectations and intentions, and hey, the market's going to do what the market's going to do. So, but I think we've consolidated really, really well, and we're set to really build on a strong platform that has been worked on for a couple of years by a lot of people. And that's what I want to try and show you, is what has actually been going on in the background and where that value has accrued over that time while we've been worried about the price. Now, I think there's a little bit more to value creation in these networks than just Metcalfe's Law. And I've sort of alluded to that, and that's human capital. So as humans, our one most valuable resource is our time. And where we choose to dedicate that time, it is important. You are actually injecting your time as value into where you spend that time. Okay, so Metcalfe's Law is great. The hyper-connected nodes is definitely a thing that adds a lot of value. But if you've got a lot of these nodes, but no one ever jumps on to give their attention on these nodes, where's the value? So I think that is probably one of the most important things, is the human capital side of this. Let's have a bit of a look at Metcalfe's Law and see what that could mean for PulseChain and ultimately Hex. The beauty of this space that we play in is every token has the ability to be a network. It is the amount of users that come in, there are more nodes on that token. So you can sort of treat PulseChain as the underlying infrastructure and the communications channel, but each token has that same sort of principle as Metcalfe's Law. More people giving it attention and more people connected to it, more holders essentially of a token. So they all sort of play by that rule, but more so with sort of communication type networks, you really see that. But let's have a look how Metcalfe's Law could work if we sort of try and apply it to PulseChain. So I've done these slides a while back. So this is a presentation I've done probably a good 6 months or so now ago, I think it was. It could have been a bit sooner. So some of these numbers will be a little bit out. So the starting conditions, when I took this snapshot, we had a market cap of 3.3 billion, and I'm pretty sure that was including OA, of course. Number of users, look, we've got to estimate that. So I look at wallets and I go, okay, maybe there's 200,000 wallets. Now, granted, that's not individual users. Users have multiple wallets and so forth. But for the purpose of this exercise, let's roll with that number. And the price per token of Pulse, when I done this, was, what's that, 4024. Obviously, we've gone up a little bit since then. So we take those numbers and we can calculate the constant K. So we have our starting market cap, the number of users. We're going to square that. You can see the calculations there, but ultimately end up with K, so our constant being 0.0825. I'm not going to go heavy on the maths, guys. I know people tune out when we start talking maths, but just follow this through and I'll simplify it on the next slide. So we then take K and we pump that into our equation with an expanded number of users on the network. So we take our new market cap will equal K times the number of new users squared. And if we said we go from 200,000 wallets to 1 million wallets, then our new market cap, multiplying all that out, could be 82.5 billion. That's based on Metcalfe's Law. What we don't know is over what period of time that takes. You could have a massive growth period and the numbers rise up really quickly, or that could take a long, long time. Bitcoin's been around, 16 years? ETH, was it 10 years, maybe more now? So they've taken a long time to build up all their value, and they've gotten some crazy X's along the way because they've had plenty of time to build up the network, get more nodes and users, and build in more value. So what does that mean in simple terms? So if we've got our two cases here, we had our users, we started off with 200,000, we went up to 1 million, market cap was 3.3 billion, went to 82.5 billion, circulating supply remained consistent. Now, obviously that varies. Price per token went from 4.024 up to 60 cents, being 25,000x. Now, I don't want the takeaway from this to be, Jexa said we're going up 25,000x on PulseChain. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, this is an example of Metcalfe's law at work. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know whether we're going to get 1 million users or lose 1 million users. I don't know. These are unknowable things, and I don't know over what sort of time period. But what I wanted to show you was the power of Metcalfe's law when applied to these networking systems. And that's why, like I said, Facebook, Twitter, all those things, they rocket up in price hard because you get a tipping point where you keep building these users, and then the actual user base exponentially grows as well, which then makes the price exponentially grow even more. So they can move very, very quick if you get a good flow of new nodes or users to the network. All right, that's enough of the numbers. So I'll leave you in peace from that side of things. But let's have a look at the other side of the equation. So I talked about value being Metcalfe's law and the human capital side of things. So let's have a look what I mean by human capital and what's been injected into PulseChain over the last 2 years, which I don't think has been accounted for in the value of the network yet. So let's have a look at some of the things that constitute human capital. So we've had a lot of teams building projects. So that's capital that's getting injected into the network in terms of people are using their own money. Sometimes we're doing sacrifices, love them or hate them, but there's money getting injected into the network. We've got developers building, that's all their time. We've got a project management team around building a lot of these projects. We've got all the infrastructure they have to bring to the network. So validators, nodes for RPCs, servers that host all the websites. That's all capital that is actually getting invested into the chain. And you don't see that happening in the background. But I can tell you now, some of the sites that you take for granted when you're want to see your portfolio, the guys behind the scenes running those servers are investing quite a lot of time, energy, and money to do that. That is their attention, their money getting added to the chain. Big K brought up something about some of the fun and games that happen on the chain and the controversy, and we see it all play out on X, and that's because we have a lot of sub communities, and that's because you've started off with a community that has gotten large enough to then fracture into sub communities. And whilst you sit there and go, these guys are on this side and these guys are on this side, and it looks like there's a big heated battle all the time on X, that is actually healthy. That is what a community looks like. Think about how the world operates around you. Not everyone agrees about everything. We form our groups in society every day. That's a normal functioning society as humans know it. So that's actually a healthy thing. And the more of these sub-communities we have, whether or not you're a part of one or not, they are actually healthy for the ecosystem. So next time you're about to sling a bit of shit on X, just have a think. But ultimately, they're all part of the same community as you. And you may not have the same views, but everyone's adding value. The other thing we see is real world goods and services. And this is really important. A lot of people don't get this with crypto. So the big thing I hear from most people when they look at Bitcoin, it's got no value. It doesn't do anything. There's nothing sitting behind it. And we've just talked about how valuable an actual network in of itself is because of Metcalfe's law and how efficient we can communicate. So they're obviously missing that point. But what they miss is these networks, as they get established, they are actually reaching out into the real world, and they're dragging in real world resources all the time. And it could be something as simple, you pay for your goods with crypto, or someone goes and generates a real world life product, clothing, merch. They make some mugs, some t-shirts. They're actually, that value and that time is actually getting drawn back into the network, because the network is not an island. It's now reaching out into what we call the real world, and it's attaching itself to things of value. So that value's got to ultimately be reflected in the chain that it's a part of. And that's what I think a lot of people don't see in these networks. They're struggling with the concept of this. They need to hold something physical for them to believe it has value, but they're not taking into account, I guess, the esoteric value of how this reaches out into the broader world. So we see a lot of that, and more services are generated because of that. Accountants have probably got more work. Lawyers have probably got more work. There's I work for an education company as well, teaching people how to do crypto. That's ultimately bringing value to this space and to this chain. You educate someone about the space, they then bring their attention, their dollars. So you can see how this reaches out into the broader world and starts to drag value back into the chain. And the last tier there is the attention economy. And this is what we really spoke about at the very beginning, which is all about the Metcalfe's law side of things with Facebook and the like, is if you're giving your attention to this particular network, you are injecting probably the most valuable thing on the planet, which is your time. You're all sitting here now investing your time to watch me, to watch the other streamers. You're actually injecting that value back into the network. So what I think we take for granted is we don't see it holistically about all these things that are getting injected into the chain, because we're too busy worrying about what the price is doing. But ultimately, the price will sort itself out if all these things are still happening. Communities are growing, teams are building, more real-world services, more attention. As all that gets added, price will eventually catch up with it. It's bound to. Okay, so that's the value creation side of things. What really excites me about this space in general, but more so in particular with PulseChain, is more of the base of a new economic foundation we're building. So I think we can all agree governments don't spend money the best way they should. There's a whole bunch of middlemen that are inserted into all our payment rails we know at the moment. So traditionally, we've got banks using Visa, Swift. We've got our reserve currency being dollars. So these are all the foundations of a good economic network. We need exchanges and online shops, and ultimately we need some sort of savings account, which most people in the traditional world is using gold. But we've got the chance to actually build an alternate version of that with some of the views and principles that we would like to see, rather than the views and principles that are forced upon us. And while most people come into this space for price go up initially, eventually, if they delve deep enough, they end up staying for the principles and what it can possibly mean for their future and their children's future. That's why I'm here. That's why I got involved in crypto to begin with, and why I like in particular what's happening on PulseChain, because we seem to be doing things in a way that gets rid of the most middlemen. Hopefully, if we see a privacy protocol come on PulseChain that is used widely, that is the most beautiful thing I could see happen. That's the one thing I want to see happen on this chain, is privacy just be native to it. That would be absolutely awesome. But in the meantime, we've built out some really cool stuff on PulseChain. And I'll reflect on something Richard's said, and I don't know if people truly grasp what he means when he says this. He keeps saying, because everyone's bitching and moaning, the block explorer is not good, or this is not good, or we need this. And what he's telling you is we have everything we need to be successful. We already have everything we need to be successful. The rest is cake decoration. Great to have, but it doesn't materially matter if your goal is improve your wealth and your relationship with money and how you can interact with it. So what I want to show you now is why I think he's saying that and what people are missing. You can bitch and moan all you like about block explorers. At the end of the day, I don't think it matters when you've got the building blocks already in place. Okay, so let's have a look what we've got sitting on PulseChain that matches up with TradFi World and what we already have. And this is, these have already been released. So we have the actual underlying network, the payment rails, the infrastructure to transmit the ones and zeros and make sure the whole system works. We've got that in PulseChain. We've got the reserve currency that pins on that, which is Pulse. So that's the oil that fuels that underlying network, and that's how we pay our gas fees. That is essentially the reserve currency where things are tied to in liquidity pools and things like that. But it's the oil that allows us to do those transactions. We've got somewhere an ability to trade. Now, granted, that's not the same as going down to a merchant and buying a cup of milk, but you need some way to be able to exchange. Now, what you exchange your funds into, well, that's where all the sub-communities come into it. But we've got some means of exchange there. If you want to swap your reserve currency into a savings tool like Hex, you've got the ability to be able to do that. And that's the final piece of the puzzle, is the wealth preservation, so savings side of things. And although we've seen price action be pretty brutal in Hex, just because of the general market, it's not just Hex alone. We've seen all blue chips, Cardano, everyone's been beaten to shit over the bear market price-wise. And the reality is people that are down 90% are looking over the fence saying, oh, these guys are down 92%. We're better than them. Like, everyone got brutalized over the bear market. That will change. But what we've got here is the core of what I think can be a change to good financial freedom. And like I said, the only thing I think we're missing is the privacy aspect. Now, I know there are some privacy tools on the chain, but I just don't think they're widely used. If we get something that is widely used, then that is the ultimate for me. That would be the stack complete, where we've got the rails, we've got the reserve currency, we've got a method of exchange, we've got our savings tool, and then if we can then transact privately, that is awesome. So I think that's what he's driving at when he says you've got everything you need. Yeah. Now all the rest is just us having fun and having games and creating meme coins, and but I don't want to take away from what a lot of the other teams have built, because there's been some awesome products and projects that have been built, which will get a lot of use down the track. We've got lending protocols, we've got a lot of the stuff built on Hex that you've seen. We've got like a whole system which acts like bonds for Hex in the Actuator protocol. So there are so many cool tools that are being built out. Ultimately not necessary, but will be very well received when price ticks up and we get a chance to use all these really cool tools. So let's have a look at, and this will be sort of where I finish up. Let's have a look at the human capital and the value that has been injected into this chain. So this is Frank White's ecosystem map, and I refer to this quite a lot. I think he's done a really good job. It's probably grown a lot since I took this screen grab, and you can see he goes through and he itemizes all the different sectors and tools that are being created on PulseChain. But what you can't see is half of those lists have a little thing down the bottom where he's truncated the list, and if you click on it, it expands out probably another whole length the same with more projects. So there's probably double the amount of projects that you can see on that screen grab. That's all human capital, time, effort, energy, money that has been injected into this chain over the last 2 years. I personally know of so many things that are still getting built that people wouldn't even know about, because as builders, we talk about things in back channels when we're communicating on how we can work together on various projects. And I know there's still a raft of things that haven't even hit the market yet that are still to come. So don't take for granted all the building that has actually happened in the background over the last 2 years while you have been worried about the price. It will all catch up in the end. So yeah, some closing thoughts. Value creation is built over time. So you've just got to let the cycle play out. And we've got the broader cycle, but we've also got what's happening in PulseChain as well. We have our mini cycle within that broader cycle. Value creation usually precedes price appreciation. So like I said, value being built over the last 2 years has not been priced in. We will see that happen. Speculation will always oscillate around value creation. That's that chart I showed you at the beginning, where you can have a smooth run up of value creation over time as we add users and add more projects and value, but price will oscillate around that. So yeah, there's a global network of people working together to make PulseChain valuable. I see that every day. Like it amazes me. So if you know me, you know that I run a lot of validators on the network with the Vouch protocol. I speak to people in every single continent that are running validators on PulseChain. It is truly a global network, and it amazes me what we've been able to create here. That's it for me. Hopefully you found a little bit of value in that, and you've got a new perspective on how much value is being built into PulseChain and where this can possibly go for Pulse and for Hex.
Awesome stuff, man. Really, really like to see you go through all those pieces. And there's so much to it. What is, maybe I'll ask you this too, like what is the most, we've seen a lot of things heating up here for around PulseChain and hopefully for Hex as well. Like what do you see us go in the next few weeks, few months? I mean, is this time, is it actually going to kick off? Like, we've been holding our breath for a while now. Do you think this is the time for the glory run?
What was really nice to see was in this recent kick up, we hit a key level, which was around the key levels, I think about so was it 4044. And every time we've hit that, we've felt a bit of resistance. We hit that, pushed up just marginally. We got through it at, what is it, 4 zeros and a 5. But that was actually a really key level. And what was more impressive was when ETH dumped the other day, we didn't cascade down along with that. So that was actually really good. That showed a bit of strength there. So hopefully if we see ETH, it's testing its support now on its recent breakthrough. If ETH pushes up, hopefully we get the follow through on PulseChain. But I feel like we're definitely on the right, we're heading in the right direction. How long it's going to take will be, I guess, we're at the whims of the market a little bit with that as well. But I think we're heading in the right direction for now. And yeah, I think the psychological barriers, the SAC price, once you get through that, the lid will come off it for sure. And I think we're building the structure we need to do that. So yeah, I'm pretty positive on it.
I imagine once we get past SAC price, it'll, all the new people come in who have no idea what a SAC is or a SAC price is. They'll, hopefully see the value in PulseChain.
Yeah, no, we've had to grind up a little bit, but that's the way charts have got to work. If it just shoots up, no one will. Yeah, it won't be respected. You've got to build the structure, and there's no cheats way of doing it. We all want a massive God candle, but sometimes you got to do it the long road.
Well, let me ask you on Vouch real quick too. What are you seeing on the validator side? Like, what is there anything bullish or anything interesting happening? I know we got around 50,000 validators or so now, give or take. A lot of them, some of them are staked. The Liquid protocol is delegated, all that stuff. Some of them are the native ones out there. What is anything interesting in that realm before we wrap up?
Anything interesting? Like I said, it's good to see. It is quite a broad group of people that are doing that. I thought it was very US centric and would have been sort of mostly based there. But I've been amazed. Like I've spoken to guys in Italy, Vietnam. Like there's people running these nodes everywhere, man. It's awesome to see. So that gives me I just didn't expect that when I was part of the community. So it's good to see that we've reached out to all corners of the globe. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the most positive things I've seen is this is truly global. And I've heard someone saying the other day, oh, Richard runs most of the nodes. It's actually not true at all. It's the community doing all this. There's a lot of people doing a lot of hard work in the background running all these nodes. So yeah, I've built a whole ecosystem around the validating side of things. So I'm really positive about it. You wouldn't do those things, or I wouldn't do those things if I didn't see a future for PulseChain beyond the excitement of one cycle. So for me, I'm being serious. When I showed that slide about building your financial future, I want to have a part in shaping that. So that's why I'm investing so much of my time, energy, and money into doing all that sort of stuff. I truly believe we've got something great to work with here.
Dude, it's been super exciting, and thank you for building on PulseChain. Thanks for bringing it. Come to Hex Week and bring the information. And yeah, if you want to stick around, totally option. I think it's earlier time. But if you want to stick around for Hex panel, feel free.
Yep, we'll do. Yeah, I might just go grab a quick drink and then I'll jump back on.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, Jax, see you soon.
Cheers, mate.
All right, last panel of the day. Open to everyone. Link is in the chat. Get in as soon as you can because you may not get in if you don't get in right now. Pretty fun, pretty excited. I'm getting wore out from the day as well as one should be. Coming up, we're going to go probably over 7 hours today. Let me play something before we get into the next panel. We got a stacked panel for the next one as well. So very, very excited for it. What we're going to do? What have we did today? We did greatest thing. Let's do Hex Gang real quick. It's pretty good song.
Hey, yo, we Hex Gang. That's why they hit us with a Wilson. That's why they hit us with a Wells notice. SEC versus RHMax until they notice in the back of the court. We're just professional. We don't care. We got them already simple songs screaming out. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. For some reason, yo, they hating no heads. It don't matter. We got each other's back. Now we can flex. Forget a market cap. Heads could burn all of that. Already spinning in the front, psyops in the back. We stack, burn, flip and trade a little crypto. Made other platforms famous cause the DeFi is all we know. SEC sending their letters and marking their posts. They didn't expect RH11 to come and dispose. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. PulseChain has made it clear it's the new L1. Keeping gas fees low on Ethereum, case 1. PulseX your way into crypto. Regulations gonna take things slow. Everyone knows we stack, burn, flip, and hold every bit we own. Richard Hart got the vision. INC incentivizes us to run the show, while the SEC installs in the status quo. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. Smart contracts running, DeFi is trust. This is PulseChain gang, you don't believe in us. SEC tried to talk, so we had 11 witness. The bear is the real test, SEC is just fitness. We taking over, no time to debate. Check your contract over, the audit said it was fake. You got the keys, and you collect all the fees, and you're not locked, so you probably pull liquidity. Hey yo, this the future, crypto on lock. Hex is the first CD on block. SEC stepped in to stop the clock, but the validator's running the code will never stop. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money stacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto.
Hex panel. How's it going, everyone? Oop, there I am. Hex panel. We're back. Don't everyone speak at once. Oh, Fast literally has the shirt off. Okay, let's go.
You guys are wearing clothes.
We ain't dancing on graves yet. Whole thing hit past the famous
stage. Nobody was gonna wear clothes, and all of a sudden you're all wearing shirts. Thanks a lot, guys.
I thought you were a dip catcher.
I missed the memo on this one.
Well played, sir.
But I mean,
Okay,
feel free to keep your shirt off fast.
It's okay.
No, I mean,
I'm not saying you got to put it on. This is I'm not going to get any strikes.
There's some fine deads though. It looks dark on you there, sir.
Been doing some deadlifts. You've been doing the RH workout fast.
I do push-ups. That's about it.
3 minutes a day.
3-minute abs.
I almost have a 2-pack.
You keep working it up. In 4 more years, you'll have a 3.69 pack. There we go. Dave Morales, glad you could join us as well. Welcome. Nice hat.
He's taking a nice walk. I don't know where he's
Almost
at.
off. I got the drip on too.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, gents, take it away. I'll be back in a little bit. Talk Hexy to everyone. Talk Hexy. Let's go.
So
you guys are looking Hexy today. Those are some wild shades you got there, Corey.
Feeling it. Feeling very Hexy today. So how's everybody doing? I love those glasses, Dave, Corey. Those are
Appreciate it. PulseChain vibes. I was hoping I could get the Hex logo on there, but I was unsuccessful with that part. The PulseChain is good. I can also get PulseX on there. Let's see if I can do PulseX.
Nice.
Let's see, there it is. There's the PulseX.
I love it.
Not too shabby. I've got most of the chain covered through my my new lens.
I'm just not sure that they're large enough, mate.
Yeah, I was gonna say we need a bigger set. Man.
Oh man.
So when does everyone think that 5 million is going to get spent?
Great question.
Yeah, that's been interesting just to sit there and watch it do nothing. I guess it's broad value, but yeah, to where I'm not sure.
Yeah, the TVL is on.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be in no hurry to spend it either. I would just sit there and hang out for a little while and let people capitulate and sell because I'm already seeing the FUD on Twitter.
So yeah, you already saw that there was front runners that got caught real offsides there.
I know some guys who went pretty big on the Fame protocol, and I was like, ooh. And I had thought about it. I was like, you know what? I better now. What if it doesn't get deployed?
You know what's funny is I feel like the RH ecosystem, we've gotten a bit more fleshed out because 2 years ago when news would break, I could calmly walk over to my computer and be like, click, make a trade, and it would go pretty, I wasn't in a, now I feel like if you catch news like that, you don't catch that, if you aren't watching and catching it yourself pretty quickly, you're going to get caught off sides, especially if you're making leverage moves on something like Fame. You got to know you got to really be paying attention now, which, that shows to me that we're getting to there's obviously more people paying attention. There's faster bots out there. There's lots of people that have incentive to pay attention and try and front run you. So
I'm watching Jexa here. He's probably running his own nodes. He could front run all of us.
I'm too busy doing other stuff to worry about that.
He's too busy running everyone else's nodes.
That's
to worry about his nodes. That's the problem. He's made a damn business out of it, which is great.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's another thing that's killer to see is there's several people who have made businesses out of just validator staking and providing services for people. There's more than one liquid protocol like yours out there. There's people doing it in IRL, making hardware, boxes to be sent like David does. It's neat, and that's sustaining.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How people take it for granted that how much these chains actually touch the real world and how much value gets brought into the chain from the real world. People want to run a validator, and they're probably paying someone like David to buy their equipment or get him to do some services, and he brings that funds back into the chain. So these guys have worked their job. They paid David some money. He brings it back into the chain. So yeah, that's why I don't think people.
I'm one of those guys.
Understand that. Yeah. Exactly.
I used David. I was running my own validators, but then I moved to Puerto Rico, and our power sucks here. Our water sucks. Our everything sucks. I'm like, no, I'm not running my own validators no more. So
same. Like I'm running off satellite internet, and like there's one power line that runs to the acreage I live on. If it ever goes down, it's not coming back up for days, right? Like
no
it's just not
bueno.
worth it.
No.
Yeah,
that's why I like the liquid staking protocols. It's the easier choice to do almost the same thing.
Agreed. I went, for some whatever it was, I made a exodus from mining. I used to spend all my time tinkering with the hardware for a living.
I mean, that's what you were in the movie about, Big K.
Yeah. I built lots of
You
machines.
definitely know from the movie.
And I'm like, there's a part of me that when something happens or there's something out there that like I want to, some part of me is like, oh, maybe I'll just kick up those cards and see what's going on here with it. But I can't. And here, I just like, it doesn't make like any sense, to run any sort of hardware here that needs to have redundancy or needs to have uptime or is going to be power intensive. Like it just doesn't. I haven't had a desktop computer since I lived here, and it feels freeing. I'm like just free as a bird over here. I've run some nodes through, some liquids, some vouch over here, and feel great about it. Like, and that was honestly the part that was like freeing about Hex. Is like from the get go. It's like I can remember staking Hex. At the same time, I was still running ETH miners, as I was running, I had a warehouse. We had downsized because, markets were bad, but I still was, still found windows of speculative mining that I was doing. And so like, I'm running both at the same time. And it became a no brainer pretty quickly, hey, what am I doing? Like, what am I doing with this hardware here? I just can click a couple buttons.
This is what I don't get. This is what I don't understand. Like, I Bitcoin miners go broke regularly. I don't like. You look at the price charts on the listed miners. They're dog shit. Like the Bitcoin's been going up, and they're still smashed. Like I don't know how these guys actually stay in business.
People. The only way that miners that are around is if you're running large facilities, have a deal with a power company.
Let's say free
electricity, or have a deal with something, and are running at some massive scale. Like as far as Bitcoin mining goes, like at home mining shit is very much for the birds. You like. That was something that Richard taught me pretty early on. Is like he had good knowledge on stuff. Like I remember him talking, using the one-way diode stuff about like some protocols, Veil and Beam. There were like some privacy stuff that came out. There were mineable coins, all the same. And like he was like, man, I got a bunch of 1080 Ti's here. Like I could kick up, but like it ain't worth it. And like I do the math on it. He's like, almost every time if you just buy the coin, and like every time you think about turning on those machines, you just buy whatever amount of coins you're willing to waste in electricity and just sit on those. You do better. Like almost every time. There's a few speculative plays that I could be like, no, I did real good catching some blocks early, but for the most part, no, you're just wasting your time. So Hex was what was like, it changed me. It changed me entirely because I thought that like to be a part of crypto and to really like understand what's going on here, you needed to be a miner. You had to understand, what was going on the chain, and like I was like that's not true at all. And I've done, and in fact, financially did way better not touching a single machine. So go figure.
Yeah,
Thanks for the win.
Totally agree. And I think since the yield's been switched off on Hex, which ultimately I think was a good thing given where we were in the cycle, obviously that's become, the yield components become less of a draw card, but I think that will get reflected in token value sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's a trade-off for price go up.
Yeah. And I suspect that if we go into the next bear market, you might see yield get switched back on. So I think there's some interesting mechanics that can be played there. So I think people that are probably less inclined to stake now, when that those dials get moved around, prices up, and yield starts getting switched back on, I think that will change significantly.
There could even be some door prizes for those who chose to stake with lower rewards, right? Because as I understand the levers that can be pulled, one of them is the OA emergency end staking, some of those big stakes to increase the APR, which would also the majority of the penalty would go back to the OA. Because it's the biggest staker and because it gets 50% of the penalty, but probably a notable portion would go to established stakers. So that could be a nice little handshake.
That would be something that could be a nice and like the nice thing about bonuses like that is that it's for that day, like it happens for that day. So it's kind of like
in the
almost
system,
like a snapshot kind of
that
situation,
moment.
Yeah.
So
it's neat.
So
I always thought that was like early on in Hex. I loved to discuss and talk about some of those levers that are kind of things in blockchain that, like I said, it's, if you haven't listened to and believe some of what Richard's trying to get across, that there's a big difference between economic decentralization and network level decentralization, and like what the benefits are of each or the dangers are of each. In fact, then it's really hard to process why we're bullish about having something that can adjust your APY as is, But like we've consistently seen over 5 years of acting that at the end of the day, this has been here to keep things in the system very well balanced. It's for good. It's for the better of the system.
Yep.
So
exactly. I think people that have a cursory look at Hex see that as a negative. They think that is a massive red flag, but what they don't understand is when you delve deeper into the mechanics of how it can be used, it's actually super positive, and it's there to protect everything. And you can, like you say, you can have a period of where over this bull run, yields look shit, but if it's a 5-year stake, that can be flipped in a dime, and that yield average over that 5 years can be cranked straight back up to something that looks fantastic and has been worthwhile being in it for 5 years. You don't care about it until you get a stake ended anyway. So that switch can be flicked whenever.
If you have a 15-year stake, this bull run's not even really relevant to you.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it does not.
But that reward, if there is an emergency end stake en masse from the OA, that would still be relative to you if you were,
definitely.
if you had
as long as you're in the system, you have
and quite a high margin, because you'd get if you have a long stake, you have these bonuses that you're getting. So like you're actually 2 or 3x what your actual input is. That's some of like the unique feature of Hex that was awesome early on is because there was these well thought out, carefully leveled rewards. It wasn't just massive. I mean, we've seen a million protocols come out that either inflate to crazy amounts, or try and burn 1 million tokens to try and counteract for that, or whatever. There's and a lot of that, whether it be high APY or not having any sort of centralized origin address situation to control some things, like all of those things have proven to not really have the time tested like longevity that Hex has had, and it's not just the code, but it's also in, you can see it in all of us here talking about it.
The Maximus Dao products would do very well if there were big emergency end stakes. That would give them immediate value boost.
For sure, because they are all getting the max bonuses too, or close to it, depending on
stakes like $3 million and stuff like that.
Yep, that's true. Yep. That's true.
Yeah, hadn't really thought about that, but yeah, you would get the benefit of it straight away.
That's pretty neat. I mean, like that stuff is, and like it's still at play. It's still at play to see where it's going to end. And like I was saying on the talk that I did earlier about like the fact that I made the Hex stakes that I did, whether it be the fact that I'm still super interactive with the community, or whether it be the fact that like it just insulated me mentally for this cycle and the last cycle and whatever's to come. It's something that really people, I can't, like, you know, it's hard to stress that enough in a way that like makes sense. Cause like I get it. That like I've I've argued with some other Hexicans of friends of mine, like over the past 4 years, being like, hey dog, what would it have made, like if you could have just unstaked X stake at the top at 56 cents, you know, and like wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that have made sense? And you're like, for the past 4 years, I've had to like argue mental, you know, like on paper, no, you're right. It would have made sense to unstake the coin, like, you know, but like there's more going on here at play than just like I said, in the paper, like just the gains there. It's really about like crypto in general is about this, like it's a longer race than just, you know, a flash in the pan thing. And people don't realize that everyone has this short term, like we're going to get rich this cycle mentality. And like, they don't realize before you know it, like I turn around and I'm like, oh, I've been in crypto for whatever, it's 10 years almost now, you know? And then you're like, wow, that's nearly a decade in something that like, I thought that I missed the boat on when I first got involved in 2016, being like, I can remember being like, how could I have not known about this? It's Bitcoin's at $600. How did I not know about, you know? And like, no, we were just getting started, you know? And that's the kind of stuff that we'd have to realize. And like having those long-term stakes like that helped me to be like, man, this is, and I look at some of them now, some of the early stuff I've done and being like, man, a lot of time has eroded relatively quickly, you know?
Yeah, it's like when you're throwing things out for 10 years, you didn't think it would pass this quickly, did you?
No. I have a couple of kids and time flies, you know? Like
Get married,
older than your
kids,
right?
move.
It all happens. And like I can say that, you know, so much of what's happened in my life at least has been centered around this, you know, because it's changed my life in a lot of ways, but it's all, and like also like it's this super sticky, super interactive, you know, like, you know, just game theory that really keeps me constantly, you know, like it's the you know, the enigma of it is like, you know, I can't stop paying. I've made the stakes so that I don't have to watch the chart, but like here I am every day saddling up to the computer, getting into the trenches, you know, like, you know, so it's like, it's wild.
It's funny. So the chat, sorry, you go.
Sorry. And for a smart contract that hasn't changed, you know?
Yep. It's funny you say that about hanging around. And so that's what I was talking about a minute ago about all the communities and the sub communities. And Somi said something on one of his videos last night about all the Hex and PulseChain women. And it's actually true. Like if you look across all the other communities, they don't have representation like we do on that side of the community. And so there's got to be something there it's not just all degenerate young dudes. Like it's brought it's brought the other gender across as well. So there's something there that obviously resonates with everyone. So it's been, when he said that, I thought, he's actually true. Like if you delve into other communities, they just don't have that sort of representation. So it's sticky enough, and that builds that community. And I think there's that, I don't know, women seem to like that security side of things. So maybe there's that, the whole staking thing and the saving for the future and all that. Maybe there's an appeal there. I don't know.
It's true. It's true. I'm not saying like there's other crypto ladies in the general mainstream crypto, but the amount of, you know, lady centric stuff that we get going on in Hex. I mean, they do golf tournaments, they have streams, they have regular outings that are like there's definitely like I'm nothing that's regularly impressed by that, because it is definitely a finance in general, you know, is overwhelmingly a male dominated situation, you know, so. Finding anyway, and like that's something that like, I mean, that, you know, my wife has said from the beginning of all this, she's like, man, is like, how do you get more ladies involved in crypto? She's like, something we were talking about 2017, and I'm like, I have no idea. Like I'm not sure, you know, so like this has definitely done quite a great job. I was looking forward to Whitney. I thought she was going to be on the panel with us. So
she's supposed to be here.
she's fantastic for that stuff. I mean, I'll speak, into some of her good graces that some ladies out there really need, and do very well with having a community of people of the like-minded investors as well. So like she's doing a great job at rallying that and creating that community herself. So
yeah, I think she seen Fast didn't have a shirt on and decided not to join.
She's
Good, man.
Thanks, Fast.
I mean, you're chasing all the girls away.
Happens. Haven't been shirtless before in front of ladies and scared them away. Then what do you do? Put yourself out there.
I'm not too worried. So what do you guys think the next big thing for Hex is going to be? Like, obviously everybody's like, when Moon, right? But like, when future development, when game changer.
I'm ready for, well, and it's not game changer, but like I'm really ready for there to be some angry other crypto people on Twitter getting these free electronic devices, whatever they may be. I can't wait till they're like posting pictures of them and angrily being like, what the hell is this? Why is this even legal? Stop this people from doing this. Richard.
So awesome.
I can't wait for that. That was one of the more fun parts about like the last bull run, as like of the culmination of marketing coming together for people, for all that. That was great. So like I think that we're going to get to see quite a bit of that again, and I'm looking forward to what that looks like.
There's going to be anger out there, man. That's going to be funny.
Oh yeah, that's something that again I didn't like. I learned so much about marketing just from being a part of this community, because like I've said it before, like I have a math degree, I've got project managed stuff. Like I got into this to talk about numbers and stuff, and like then I realized pretty early on I was like, I'm marketing here. That's what we're really doing. It's very So I learned a lot about that, and like that I learned that like it's the from Richard that like if you're turning people's eyes and making them angry, then like you're reaching people. If they're yelling at you, then like you're reaching people. You're not just reaching them, you're reaching everybody. You're just like, they just happen to be the loudest, but like they're a canary in the coal mine to let you know that like, hey, this is working, like you're getting out there, and so that's fun. It's fun. That's a fun part of it.
Whoever's sending out the digital stuff, if we can make sure Matthew Crater gets one, that would be awesome. I'd love to see his reaction. He's got a special place of hate for Hex. So.
I hope all the haters out there get one. And
I'm going to say I would love all the haters to get something.
Talk about it as angrily as possible. Yes.
I wonder if that's what the mailing list is RH collecting data for years on all the people who hate Hex. One by one.
The problem is that it's supposed to be high net worth individuals getting these devices. So I don't know how many of his haters are high net worth, individuals.
I mean, that's the thing. If it's any backseat crypto people that are out there that are all Ethereum or all Bitcoin or hate him for whatever reason, and feel strongly about it, all those people feel, it's great. I love that marketing. Because we will reach a lot of other people that are super interested along the way.
He'll bring a lot of new eyeballs over.
Yeah.
And that's the whole point.
Oh yeah. So that's
people always FUD direct mail. It's so funny. And before I got into crypto, I was in real estate. It's what I did. We flipped houses. We did wholesaling. And I used to buy 10 houses a month from direct mail. We spent about 70 grand a month. It was all postcards. And it was a very expensive form of marketing, but it works. They get their postcard. They don't throw it away. They stick it on the fridge or they put it on the counter. And then when they're thinking about selling their house, they'd call us. And this is no different, really. I mean, so it's, direct mail does work. And so it's just a very expensive form of marketing. That's all it is. But I know firsthand it works. It makes a ton of money.
It does. Yep. So even if you go to the letterbox, grab out your mail and walk it straight to the bin, you've got to sort through it.
You're going to look at it. You have to.
You are going to look at it.
You have to.
Nobody's going to throw this thing in the bin. Like it's going to be a package. This is just from the public Telegram room, what I understand. It's going to be like a sealed package. Probably going to say something cool on the front. and it's going to have some weight to it, right? It's going to be like, what is this? You're going to open it.
That
We
feels
know
like
it has
money.
batteries,
Mhm.
right? Yeah, that'd be cool. But like, we know it has batteries, so you're going to open it. You open it up. Maybe there's a screen. Maybe there's a speaker. It's going to tell you something. It's going to do something. Like, you're not going to immediately throw that in the junk mail bin, you know? Like, you're gonna show your friends. Even if you hate it, you're gonna show your friends.
Yeah, if it's a novel, if it's something novel, and people go, oh, "Look what I got in the mail," like they'll show it to their friends.
Mhm.
The first time I've seen one of these.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna have a shelf life. Like, people are gonna hold on to them for, 1-2 years.
Yeah, there's a whole community of people out here. Like there's shit tons of Hexicans that just in the way that the Telegram group and Richard has done things. He's like, he has us all chomping at the bit for some marketing material. We're all like, please, can you send me one of these marketing things?
Right. I've got to be honest. I haven't set my expectations high because everyone's going, "Oh, it's hardware wallet. It's all this." I'm going, "Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's not going to be anything super crazy, but like it'll be cool enough. And like just because we don't know, we all want to know real bad too. So like, I mean, just that fact alone, there's a mark. There's going to be a strange market for for somebody to see one of these things. So
I think it's one of those digital postcards. I don't know if you guys ever seen those. Masterminds send those out all the time to prospects that try to get into their groups. And of course, these guys are, they're high net worth entrepreneurs. But they come in the mail and they look like almost like miniature iPads. And you open them up, and then there's the video that plays like the whatever marketing ad they're going to be, they're trying to shill, and there's usually a call to action at the end of the movie, and then they're very bulky and big. It's like you open them, you keep them because they feel expensive. It's like, wow, this was a lot of money. It was not right, the novelty aspect of it, and you're like, man, the guy who sent this to me probably spent $5 just on this piece of mail. And so I think it's something like that. I could be totally wrong, but I think
I agree.
I agree. Something like that. I mean,
that like a hex shaped. It wasn't about hex, but a hex shaped like postcard. You open it up at a speaker at a TV, and it's like, okay, yeah, Richard printed 50 million of those that are coming in containers to the U.S. first, right? Like it's just
think about if you weren't in Hex and you received that, would you not open that? I would open. Of course, I would open that.
And especially if it comes at the same time, like we get all these a confluence of things. We get the government telling you that crypto is really cool. We're buying a whole bunch. There's oh hey, rates are lower right now. Oh hey, I just read a whole big thing about some freaking helicopter money that's going to go out to people. So like all that's going to come, and great. This is perfect timing for us to say it's over here, guys. Take a look at what we can do here. Yeah, and if we continue to get rate cuts and the bull run lasts into next year, then there'll be a lot of really happy people that get these and actually take them seriously. So I'm excited about that. Like it's really a exciting that I feel like is the most neat part of what's going on in the near future. But there's lots of other stuff. I mean, on protocol and all that, on Pulse stuff wise. But for Hex, I really think that's going to be something that's somewhere between that and that $5 million that's sitting there just chilling. Maybe some more of that comes across and some stuff starts happening. All that I like the green. I remember green candles are some of the best forms of marketing.
If you have some green candles when those new eyeballs come and look at your chain. And look at more specifically Hex, if there's some green candles there, we know new money, especially retail money, loves to buy green candles. Like even the seasoned investors will buy green candles, but we know we shouldn't. But new money, for sure, they will look at the charts and go, "Oh, that looks attractive. I want a piece of that."
I think it's all additive. Like you've got the money coming across the chain and just parking itself there. We've got like the rate carts. We've got the cycle. Looks like things are economically about to turn. I think we've washed out most of the dumpers. It's taken a long time to flush everyone out, but I think we've got to that point where I think we've got a few people that are actually happy to hold now. So I just get the feel that the timing on a lot of things is right. So yeah,
it's lining up. That's all part of the market cycle, man. I believe, in the 4-year cycle, and all follow suit. We're lining up with altcoin season and everything else. It's just all part of the plan. I always say on my show, we're in a matrix. Everything's already been planned out. We just got to lean in and play our part. That's it. Like all this stuff just repeats and goes over again. And now you see the opportunity. You have to have faith. And it takes a lot to have faith. But you got to have the faith, play your part, lean in, and your life can be changed forever.
I think the tide's starting to change too on like just public opinion from outside the community. Obviously there's still some haters, but the other day I ended up in like a private X space with where an influencer, had a group, right? And so I joined just to see what would happen. And they had me up on the stage. They had me talking about PulseChain. They had me talking about Hex, and there was zero hate. Right.
Good.
There was some reflection on old Richard Hart. He was kind of a meme for a while, but he launched Hex. They knew what it was, right? The audience was happy enough, right? I had 50 people follow me, right? Who I'd never met before, who are not part of the community. So it's like we can start to reach out and get an effect outside of the echo chamber.
Yeah.
And they were very happy to hear about PulseChain, right? And promised to, have me back, right? And there was $0 that changed hands. It was just, they want the info and we have it. So, I think, as KOLs, as we're called now, we can start to infiltrate other communities on a high level.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's a lot of people that are, because I mean, there's more KOLs now than there was last market cycle by a insane multiple, and not everybody is, it's like some Gilded Age shit, not everybody is part of this old guard that has these feelings and hatreds for this. A lot of people are actually just looking for good opportunities, and the ones that all these old KOLs and the ones that have been here forever are shilling them. They already know that those people have fat bags and are in and are in that it's not gonna, that's not actually the opportunity, so they're actually trying to figure it out. And you're like, hey guys, we're over here. We haven't pumped yet. We've got a lot going on that's great over here. I mean, and overall, it's still the most thrilling and entertaining and wild community of people in crypto to pay attention to too. It's its own, good and bad all around. I mean, it's the best of it, and it's also,
that's what makes it, man. That's what makes it.
Yeah,
I think you hit the nail on the head. So the people that came out hard on the hate were actually Bitcoin maxis, and I think so. After chasing after Richard, and the reason why they've done that is one of their own went out and done his own thing. So
went rogue.
He went rogue, and they just flipped the lid. So you go look at all the major interviews. It was all Bitcoin maxis that came out. What is his Giacomo, Peter, who else? There was
Tone Vase.
I think that was true at the time, but now I think it's shifted to, some prominent KOLs have, turned on Richard or attacked Richard for engagement, right? And
I mean, that's
community jumps on you, you get 50,000 views, right?
Yeah, we do.
If they switch sides, like when green candles come, because they're fickle and they may or may not really be our friends. But if they switch sides to our team when the green candles come, they're going to get that engagement they want too, right? Just in a positive way. So, of course, there's going to be some people who remember, but that's fine. And I think we should all forgive and forget for the duration.
For sure. I'm all about, I don't hold any grudges about any of that stuff with it. I'm the first person to be like, God, if any of these dudes, if Tone Vase was all like, oh, I just bought some Hex, I'd be like, dog, here's a hug, buddy. Ever come on in, I don't care. I love it all, and we'll take it all. But I also think that it would be good if the market outreach marketing that we're doing for Hex is centered at communities and groups that don't have any. Like I said, we're not gonna don't even bother with people that already have an opinion, that's negative. Don't even. It's not. There's so many more people out there that are just like, what do I buy? What do I do here? Crypto is good now, and so like those are all the people. Like there's so many of those in other communities all over the place to be able to net that that don't have to fight that uphill battle about like, oh, who is, you don't have to mention Richard. It doesn't even have to be a thing, like you just
so what, with a fresh inflow of capital from new buyers, you also get not only is there a recycling of cash and value, but there's a recycling of people that are presenting on YouTube, people that are like you basically turn over a new generation of the next wave of people coming in, so they don't have the trauma, we'll call it trauma, of past cycles. So they're coming in with fresh eyes. And what you'll find in a lot of cases is we live in a little bit of a bubble where we've been all about Hex and PulseChain for the last few years. I speak to people that have been in crypto for years and go, oh, yeah, I do a bit of this. And they go, what? I've never even heard of that. I'm like, okay, so we all think that a lot of people that are in crypto already know about us, but a lot of them, they're doing their own thing. They're tinkering in their little corner of crypto. And I don't know how many goddamn chains we're up to now. I've lost count. It's insane how many chains there are. I don't even know half.
Yeah, they're in their own bubble. I'll tell you a story. Here in Puerto Rico, where I live, my neighbor, he moved in like about 3 months ago. He's an ETH guy, only an ETH guy, and told him about PulseChain. He never heard of it. He knew about Richard Hart and Hex from last cycle, but he knew nothing about PulseChain, nothing about the fork. And well, the long story short, he's in the ecosystem now. I onboarded them, and but he's a good example of like you're talking about, Jexa. He was an ETH guy, and he was in his own bubble. He only knew his own stuff, and he didn't even know Richard Hart launched a chain. So
yeah, I don't even know half the shit going on PulseChain. Like you just can't keep up with it.
I don't either anymore. I mean, because like I'm always touching grass now, right? I'm always doing my own thing, right? And that's also how I'm able to stay so diamond-handed, because I'm not always plugged into everything. I like that, but like sometimes like a protocol will come up and like, oh, I don't know much about that. I should learn more about that. Yeah, that's part of my problem. I want to know more without having to be like involved every day, all day, every waking minute. I don't know how fast
I gotta have like layers of what I can handle. It's like I go over something pretty quickly to be like, all right, this is something that I need more time for this, or I don't know, shit, I can't even bother. Like you gotta
carve it off on your calendar. Be like, okay, I'm trying to dive into this.
And sometimes I get caught in some cycle of some dumb whatever meme thing, and I'm just watching it, watching some real garbage, and just like, what do I play?
Yeah,
I started playing some Flappy Bird game last night. That's a pump tires token. I don't fucking know, man.
My last 4 or 5 DCAs have just gone into core assets because I don't even want to do any of the thinking. I don't even want to like try to.
No, that's the best. That's the best thing too. And like I try and tell people that get all afraid, because so many people that I've onboarded are afraid to click so many buttons, and I'm like, dog, you're the best. Like you just buy something and just don't touch anything. Just go
buy Hex, Pulse, and PulseX. Like
and just
story over. It's
because I mean that's the thing, is that most of the tinkering you'll do, especially once we get into this like mid to late bull cycle, like no, just chill, man. You already positioned yourself.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the hardest part, though, sitting on your hands.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, not trading yourself out of your own bags. Not that like, traders can win, but most don't. And when I'm looking for, and like if I have, $500 to deploy and I want an easy choice, like I pick one of the 4 cores all the time.
Yeah.
If I have, whatever secret inside Cabal information, maybe I buy something else. But the easy choice is the 4 core coins.
The Cabal, that word's no longer going to be fun, because most of those guys who were throwing that word around seem to have left.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
It
It's
was a
funny.
lot of fun there for a while. Now it's like,
Well, it's like they want to. It's real easy to rally. Like there's certain ways to like coalesce communities, and one of the easiest ways to do it with like low intellect level of doing it is to like pick an enemy and the more faceless and the less that they can speak for themselves, the better. So like it's a cabal of people that are just people that might be not have your best interest or something, but like it's not really a thing, and so they you know what I mean, like or whatever.
Yeah, there's no secret cabal.
Yeah, and like if there
There's
was
a bunch of them, but they're disappointingly not evil. Like
I mean,
most
I'm in like a bunch of different groups of people, and like there's not actually a bunch of evil shit going on, and not everyone is just like manipulating the chain to like like take all your money. It's not like that. You're just actually a bad trader. It's not it's not all of us. So that's all. That's whatever. It's fine. I think that's great that they to have community, but like when you grow it through that kind of stuff, it's like, well, it's eventually it's not going to last forever. It's not going to last forever.
Misery loves company, and that's what I always say is like these guys are miserable and they capitulate their bags. They want to convince you to do the same and be miserable with them, and that's how they grow that kind of community. And that kind of community, it will only attract more misery and more of like type people. And yeah, it's just no way to build long-term growth or community in my opinion. It's horrible.
Yeah. What usually happens, and so this happens in all societies, is you fracture off, you build a community, and then that community ends up with sub communities that then basically.
And we've seen that right now too. We're seeing that sub communities, a sub community.
Sub community. Yeah,
it's
it's
wild.
Crazy. As soon as you get big enough, you're going to get dissent because you got different people in there.
Yeah,
it was really interesting to watch it play out. Yeah.
If you could fork it and do it, and you have like any sort of belief that you can take a group of people with you, people will do it. It's just
it's starting to be kind of a last man standing thing when you look at like, okay, who's still building on the Pulse chain, right? And it's like the number like there's more people building meme coins on the Pulse chain, but there's not that many serious builders. So I think when we see the next bear market come and go and the next bull market start, who's still standing here then is going to tell the tale.
For real.
That's true because I mean I do feel like I don't feel like I think you're right, there's not that many, but there has been several teams that have put out products, but it's really you're right, it's going to be a matter of which of these ones are useful enough to actually garner the volume that they need to like build the momentum to be a sustaining protocol.
I think you've got to
founders showing up for that timeline.
Yeah, that's right. You got two subsets as well. You've got people that are building protocols and are actually on chain, then you've got a lot of people that are building services around that, so like the block explorers and coin tracking things, and so there's sort of a couple of different realms. But yeah, a lot of the building which is on chain, or a lot of the creation at the moment seems to be a lot of the meme coin sort of stuff. But I know, I know of a lot of things that are getting built that are going to add a lot of good value as well.
Or completely off chain, like we have what's called the DeFi Wealth Trust, is where people can sell crypto and go into real world assets and go back into crypto. Like we onboarded the entire the trustee, the lawyers, all of them. We onboarded them to PulseChain so they could understand DeFi. And so like that's a good example where it's not even. It didn't basically even touch the chain, but it's got a good use case if you want to defer your taxes. Yeah.
You guys don't get enough credit for how much you onboarded. You must be, you and your partner are probably the biggest onboarders to PulseChain, period.
We have
right, in terms of
300 members in our real estate group community. Got another 900 that we sent through what we call our accelerator, which is a whole different product. But the real estate guys, I mean, some of these guys are coming in with, they're coming in with 6-figure clips all the time. Like it's always, and these guys have never done crypto and they understand real estate at a very high degree, but they don't understand this stuff. And so we go to these real estate events, we speak on stage, we go in and we onboard them, you know, and we teach them all about this stuff. And so, yeah, that's been a lot of fun.
Mate, it'd be interesting to have a chat to you about that. So my background was in the property development, and I'm going down in November to present to a group of property guys, and I was going to talk about my sort of the stuff I do in the real world to do with crypto. But
I'm pretty bearish on real estate right now, Jexa.
No, me too. Yeah, but
bearish. Go watch my show from today and last week. But like, I think we have a great opportunity where we could absolutely crush it in the crypto game. Make, you know, who knows, 10, 20, 50, 100, whatever it does, right? Like this next altcoin season, PulseChain, Hex is going to do absolutely amazing in my opinion, not financial advice. But take that money, and then I think, man, you might be able to buy like legacy type real estate bottoms in 2026 and 27. Real estate works off an 18.5-year cycle in the U.S., and we're coming on the top of that next cycle. And if you time it right, man, that's like true wealth preservation type stuff, man. It's
funny because so that's exactly what I've been thinking is when I pulled out a property for the last probably 5 or 6 years. I think their last project was, so sort of seeing where the cycle was going, and was thinking about crypto cycle ends, rotate back into property, but man,
it can be perfect. It can work out perfect. I don't want to jinx it. But like, it can work out.
I'm finding it harder and harder to want to go back to that asset class though, because
I can see that
crypto is just so easy, so less friction.
You can go back in the form of
liquidity.
Like syndications, funds. Like syndications is like you can go in, be an investor, get your IRR, which is crypto terms is APY. You can make around anywhere from 15 to 25% IRR, and you could sell your syndications. You can sell out of some of this stuff, and then get say shares in a company, right? And then you just take that money and go right back into crypto again and buy the bottom, whether it be Bitcoin, Ethereum, coming in, buying your favorite assets like Hex, PulseChain, because these are going to be multi-cycle assets, guys. I mean, that's what I'm planning on. So like coming in, buying those bottoms. Yeah,
I'd love to hear what your pitch is to property guys. I've got to go sit in front of
I got a lot of presentations I can show you. We got pitch decks. We got all that. Yep.
Moppa bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club's looking at Hex. Hopefully, I heard buying bottoms. That made me think of that song. Shout out to whoever song by. Is that
I give credit to Dylan. You guys know Dylan with the Fame team. No, I love Dylan.
Say Flow Rider. Flow Rider, and he
literally put a rap song out. This is like maybe 6 months ago. He put a rap song out on all these different telegrams. I think he put it on Twitter. Right at the Hex bottom at 0.0035 or where Hex kind of bottomed at. And I was doing my monthly DCA at that time. And instead of breaking it up between all the cores and doing what I normally do, he made me, I was like, man, screw it. I'm going to FOMO the whole thing into Hex. And like, so I give him credit all the time. He's watching. I give him credit for, getting me to FOMO the Hex bottom.
And overall, that's a great timing because I'm pretty sure Hex is up quite a bit more than the other cores.
Yeah, I'm doing my Hex is my biggest bag now, and I'm happy with the bag.
That's the thing is that if Hex works the way it did last time, is that like I had other coins, and then Hex just was like became my biggest bag like a bunch of times, many times over, and I was like, okay,
right.
So
it didn't start that way, right? Like it turned into that.
But I also will say that like. I mean, that's why that feeling is tough to deal with when like you're like, oh my god, oh shit. But like this is really why we're all here. Like that's why like Pulse was made like at the very core to make Hex awesomer. So like out of all the things I do love PulseX too. I think Pulse is neat. I think it's all neat. But I really still love Hex the best, still just that's the reason for the season.
Greatest. Hex.com. Amazing. Gents, amazing panel. I was listening in as well. I've only got to take minimal P breaks. I know Richard used to do 6 to 8 hour streams with no P breaks, but I do minimal P breaks from time to time over a 7-hour and 12-minute stream. Boom, we did it. Day 2. We got 3 more days to go. Let's do this. Hex Week. Hexweek.com. That's not a website.
See you guys on Friday.
See you guys Friday. Yeah, everyone welcome to come back tomorrow again. The panels, Hex panels at the end of each day are open to everyone. So please, speakers, not speakers otherwise, come join us, have a conversation. A lot of good stuff. Appreciate you all, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. You are. Thank you.
Let's do it. All right, everyone. That's all we got for today. Scivive 5555. Enjoy this video.
Years old, already reading fast. Gifted school couldn't hold him back. Special program, logic and code. Humble roots, but a genius mode. Dad fixed AC, delivered the news. Taught him to hustle, never to lose. Car stereo business, teenage dreams. Online platforms, building schemes. AC company, adult store too. Browser optimization, revenue flew. 60 million yearly, success so sweet. Semi-retired, but never complete. Reddit showed them Bitcoin's like blockchain future burning bright. Who is Richard Hart? He's taking control. Hex and PulseChain, that's how he rolls. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Crypto revolution, he's the composer. Who is Richard Hart? The king of the scene. Building tomorrow and blockchain dreams. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Digital freedom, he's the bulldozer. First blockchain CD, Hex was born. High returns while others were torn. PulseChain launch, eco-friendly way. PulseX exchange, a brand new day. 27 million for research and health. Longevity research benefited from his wealth. Inspiring millions to break their chains. Financial freedom, healthy gains. Fighting scams with all his might. Protecting users, shining light. And Safe came knocking at his door, but he fought back and won the war. Who is Richard Hart? He's taking control. Hey, Hex and Pulse, crypto revolution, he's the composer. Who is Richard Hart? The king of the scene, building tomorrow with blockchain dreams. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Digital freedom, he's the bulldozer. Red notice came from Interpol's call. Finished claims, trying to make them fall. Tax fraud allegations, assault they say, but the system's broken. Games they play, business rivals using legal schemes. Crushing innovators, killing dreams. If haters wanted to get me down, they'd raise more than my 27 million crowns. Diamonds worth millions, watches and cars. DC allegations reach for the stars, but he denied it all. Stood his ground, blockchain freedom, that's what he found. Won in court, they didn't appeal. Justice served, victory real. Ecosystem vision, wallet and all. Independent blockchain standing tall. Bitcoin and Ethereum left behind. Community value, peace of mind. Richard Hart, he's taking control. Revolutionary leader, that's his role. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Second crypto wave, he's the composer. Who is Richard Hart? Controversial king, sparking debates. Freedom he brings. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Crypto's future, he's the takeover. Pivotal figure in digital space. Influential leader, setting the pace. Building community, advocacy strong. Richard Hart's story, the crypto song. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. I'm not fucking around, I'm here to take over. Don't look at me, I'm a ghost in the street with a red.
Hex.com. This is Hex. This is Hex. Yeah. This is Hex. This is Hex. Yeah. This is Hex. This is Hex. Yeah. This is Hex.com.